Roses are red. Violets are blue. Chelsea suck. How about you? I don't know. Happy Valentine's Day, guys. You know, what a way to spend Valentine's Day by watching Chelsea get bent over by Brighton twice. Ahmed's in the background. Snip, snip, Ahmed. Snip, snip. We spoke about this yesterday. Ahmed, snip, snip. Ladies and gents, scissors in the chat for Ahmed. No more kids, Ahmed. The No Kids Nation. Ah, boy. Ladies and gents, before we start the show, smash up the like. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Check out the links in the description. And check out the memberships. It helps out tremendously. Quick summary of the match before I let the panel in. We were shit. There it is. That's the summary. In all seriousness, Chelsea looked sharp to start off. We looked like we were having some ideas. We were creating. We looked more threatening in the first, I don't know, what, 20 minutes? When did Madueke get taken off? Around the 20th minute, right? 21st minute. And yeah, whether you rate Madueke or you don't, the moment Nani was subbed off in the 21st minute is when the game changed, and we saw exactly the same exact game we saw in the FA Cup. Lamptey just locked up Neto. Jadon Sancho did fuck all. Nkunku didn't do diddly squat. Enzo looked like he was trying. Caicedo looked like he was trying. Malagusto trying but struggling, really. Chalobah and Colwell were absolutely horrible. Horrible. Sell them both. I will not miss them. I will not miss them, and I will not regret even saying that. Sell them both. The Cabombozos, the Monaco twins. Bro, sell all of our center backs at this point. Make your profit on I don't even remember that tall motherfucker's name anymore. Tosin. Yeah, make your fucking profit on Tosin too. I don't give a fuck, man. Bin the whole center back team, because we have no center backs. You can keep Chalobah, keep James. Not Chalobah, I'm sorry. Achimpong. You can keep Achimpong, you can keep James, but sell the rest of them, bro. Maybe keep Fofana. You know what? Sell Fofana too. Get rid of all of them, bro. Our center backs suck. That was horrific. Jorgensen didn't really shine himself in the best light, but I'm not blaming him for that performance, because the center backs in front of him were shit. I'm sorry. I'm already going to my rant. I forgot to mention, guys, the 27th minute. Mitoma gets a brilliant touch. He blue locks the fuck out of Chalobah. If you know, you know. Chalobah doesn't even challenge the header. He lets the ball. He's allowing the ball to bounce, but Mitsuma's like, nope, I'm not gonna let it bounce. You know, they tell you as a defender, don't let the ball bounce in that area. That's like defending 101. But what does Chalobah do? Daddy Silva, are you there? Fuck, you can't cover up my mistakes. Fuck, I'm gonna have to take accountability for this one. And for the next one, because not even that long afterwards, 38 minutes afterwards, Minte gets a goal, a jammy goal, because Chalobah again, poor clearance, keeps Minte onside. Colwell actually tries to block, and you know what? Kudos to Jorgensen for saving an own goal from Colwell. Our goalkeeper needed to save a goal from our own defender. That's how bad we were. So, Colwell, big up to you, bro. You nearly scored today. Just the wrong fucking net, you bozo. And then it bounces off the few defenders. I don't know what the hell happens. Minte gets his goal, and we're 2-0 behind in the first half. I don't even think we really gave Verbruggen much of a challenge until the very end of the game, but we're not even there. And Minte, once again, comes back, scores a third one. Chalobah, not even Chalobah, I can't even blame Chalobah on this. Colwell being a fucking bitch, just on the ground like, ref, Ref, are you gonna do anything, Ref? Ref, what do you mean it's not a foul, Ref? Ref, how is that a goal, Ref? Ref, can you pick me up, Ref? Ref! Fuck off, dude. What a fucking shit game. That's how the game went, guys. Big up to every single one of you. Please smash a like if you haven't done so already. I hope you liked the summary of the game. And Kunku got a shot on target today. That was at the end, though. And that's it. We suck. Period. Big up panel. What's up? Midday.
I love that impression because that was perfect. That's like what you did.
I want to say thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Chelsea. I'm now an impotent lad. You know what I mean? I just shoot blanks for life, man. Shooting blanks for life now. Thank you.
Scissors in the chat.
Where did that come from?
Chris, don't worry about that, man. I'm going to be finding out tonight. So, free clean prize for me tonight.
Bro, you better tattoo Mente on your fucking ass.
Let's be
bro.
honest. Like, listen,
that man owns your kids now.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
No,
Whoa.
he does, bro.
Hey, yo, chill.
Mente owns your children, bro.
Listen, man, you know, I'm going to just give a summary. You know, it felt like we were doing something for 28 minutes until Maresca came off. We then capitulated. There was no energy. We're consistently lethargic. I said this before. I don't know what is this thing about us being consistently lethargic. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this is about. 0 shots on target. Our defenders, man. Our defenders, you know, they just love getting cucked, don't they? They just love getting fucked. They love getting fucked, our defenders, bro. Genuinely. All of our defenders, bro, they just love getting fucked. You know what I mean? And listen, every single...
Okay. I do the technique. You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Chill, man. That was insane. But listen, every single one of our...
Be gentle.
Okay, man. Stop.
His arms got more like
need muscle.
motion.
Need muscle, you know what I mean?
Don't matter.
Oh my god. Chill, Marshall. Chill. Calm down. But like, honestly...
No. You try again.
That's what it sounds like.
No, try again.
You need to be controlled.
Control yourself, man. You know, can you control yourself, please? Can you speak properly in the stream? What's on here? Oh, I've got your stream on here. See?
Yeah, I thought saw that.
Yeah, but listen, at the end of the day, guys, yeah,
Big
I'll send
Casually FC on the TV living room.
Listen, I just want to say, man, listen, we were getting rammed, we were getting raped, whatever you want to call it. Our centre back is consistently were getting raped, and reality is, yeah, and I will say this at the end of the day, guys, yeah. But listen, this team, the vast majority of them, just aren't good enough. Our manager today, Maresca out. Pretty simple as that, really. He's, you know, I always say it's insanity to try the same thing again and again. And that's pretty much what really realistically happened. Cucurella has come back now as well because he's been overplayed. I'm not actually even going to hate on the player. I'm just saying how it is. He's been overplayed, bro. And you're seeing the consequences of that. You've now lost Madueke. You've now got Tariq fucking George now there. Palmer again. No words to describe him as usual. You know, and realistically, man, top 4, man, it's looking darker and darker as the days go on.
I don't, by the way, with the whole manager thing, I've been seeing that. Okay. We'll play the sound music.
Don't know.
With the whole manager thing, I don't really want to see this manager like leave the club until those directors are gone. Like I can't have another manager getting sacked before the directors because this is on them. Like this is the whole squad. We have no backup to the Cucurella. We have no backup to the Jackson when he's like injured, like or badly performing because he has been badly performing obviously. But like this is on the directors and the owners as well. Like. I'm not going to really throw too much shade on Maresca, even though Maresca did poorly today, I thought. And, you know, other games, his man management's been not good enough. But, like, I mean, yeah, if you want to say Maresca out, that's cool. But, like, I think the energy should be pushed more on the directors and the owners because this is on them. Like, we stacked Potter, we stacked Poch, you know, and now we're going to go through Maresca as well and go sack him before these directors. It's a joke what they've done to us as well.
EPL Turf. You're being over dramatic, but I'll say this. If this does happen...
Nah, it's not happening.
If this actually happens, I'll shave my whole entire face off.
Wait, you mean your head?
No, my face.
Okay.
I will shave my face off. My face, not my head, Chris.
You hear that, buzz cut?
My face.
Your head.
Face.
I get it. Yeah, head.
Face. Just like Coel's face was fucking all the way down on fucking Mintoma's fucking pubes.
So your head.
Fucking
Yeah,
ridiculous. They're too far behind us. But if this were to happen, bro, I'm crashing out on the whole entire team at this point.
There has to be this team have to keep losing like every game for Man United to catch up, because Man United are losing most of their games too as well, and same
Big
as
up,
Tottenham. Like Tottenham
Big
are
up,
losing to like Well, we probably lose to the championship team as well at this point, but
Thing is, though, where do you see it getting any better for us? Where are the signs and the performances?
Bro, we're losing players.
I mean, it's not looking good.
can't
Yeah,
see
like
my
we
eyebrows
just
for
lost
work.
we just lost both our strikers in one game, and we got
Because listen, forget performances. We can't even grind out a result anymore.
But you know what annoys
Well,
me,
we
guys?
never could really.
And Oliver, maybe you can talk on this, but like, I feel that today's game, last game you can say, okay, players didn't give a shit, they didn't try, sure. This game, you had Nani on the right, and things were looking good for the first 20 minutes. I think you'll admit that. Once Nani fell, Maresca went to the same exact tactic he pretty much used against Brighton the first time. Didn't change it up. And as much as we want to, like, you know, Ahmed kind of just insinuated, like, fuck, we got to rely on Tariq fucking George. Bro, that kid came on and literally showed Neto, bro, you really couldn't beat Lamptey? You really couldn't beat this guy. The 18-year-old kid came onto the pitch and showed Neto how it's done. Like, are we serious?
But again, Marshall, what you're talking about...
Real quick, and I want to hear from Oliver, though, but real quick, like, it's... Bro, this is the game where, like, to me, like, okay, Maresca, you're being stubborn. I can't defend this. You're really trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You know that Lamptey was putting Neto in clamps. Why not switch the wingers? Why not try Tariq George at that point? Because, let's be honest, we all saw the game. Lamptey literally had, you know those fuzzy pink handcuffs? He literally put that on Neto.
Oh my!
He literally put that on Neto and bent him over, bro.
I mean,
This whole game
he did
just made him his bitch.
George. He did sub on George, like you said.
Well, go ahead, Oliver.
Okay, I like in terms of Maresca, I can only blame for two things really today. I'll number one being the winger thing. Like you can't mitigate from Madueke getting injured, of course, but you default to the same tactics that saw us get pocketed on the wings against Brighton in the cup.
Plan B.
No plan B, and I mean the only plan B that you could really say here would be to swap the wingers. And if you do that, then hey, at least you're trying something. But you couldn't even get that. So that's one thing. And the other thing, you know, you mentioned those two clowns at the back. You know, funnily enough, they are not our most. Neither of them are our most informed centre back. Our most informed centre back, or if we're going to measure form as in being the one that's made the least mistakes recently, that's Tosin Adarabioyo. And you bench him in a must-win Premier League game after we just got embarrassed by this same team in the same stadium in the FA Cup. So I just don't know where the logic is for that. And you saw what happened. You know, Colwell and Chalobah showed exactly why, at the very least, one of them should not have started the game today. Because you can't, you know, we don't have enough centre-backs where you can bench both of them. But Tosin should have been in for at least one of them. And, you know, the performances showed today quite clearly.
Can we speak on those defenders?
You know, listen, man. Where do we start? I actually think Gusto probably was the most positive out of the back line. I'll be honest.
Fuck you, S, but big up. I already
More positive.
No. I would disagree with Kukura. I actually think.
I mean, Gusto actually wasn't the worst.
Genuinely, no. Again, for me, Gusto wasn't that bad. Generally going forward.
I don't think he's awful. Yeah, I agree.
From a defensive standpoint. But then Trevor Chalobah, again, this is the thing that I spoke about Trevor Chalobah before. Marshall knows that I've not been a big fan of Chalobah. Oliver knows this before. But I thought there would be some level at least competency until the end of the season. But I think what this is, what this has shown to me is that Chalobah's defensive frailties in terms of aerially, for some reason, when the ball's in the air, he panics. He's not able to do what he needs to be done. And I'm like, okay, if you're scared of something in the air, fair enough. But why are you not getting tight to Mitoma? Didn't get tight to him at all. Mitoma literally did Nagi Sergio on him. Did a Nagi Sergio. If you know who that is, watch Blue Lock. You know who I'm talking about. Literally did a Nagi Sergio on him. Touch, side, goal. That's what he did. Literally, that's what he did. He did first touch, side, goal. That's all he did to him, bro. Cash money. Class.
Yeah, you showed him on the system.
Wrap it up, bro. That's it, man. And then you've got the other bozo next to him, Colwell. Colwell has been consistently deteriorating since Fofana's left. He's looking worse, and worse, right? And the thing for me here is that he does not sense danger, bro. There's no spidey sense for him, bro. As a defender, there has to be...
He is a straight... I'm going to say it. Colwell, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, bro. Dude, stop fucking bitching to the ref. Be a fucking man. Grow some fucking balls, bro. Because you look like a straight up bitch. You looked like Brighton's bitch today. The way you just sat there and took it for that third goal, bro, have some fucking shame. Have some actual fucking shame. You literally sat on the ground for the entire play, and then in the last minute, when the goal's coming in, I see you jogging back to position. Not even that, you were out of position to begin with.
And when you did the exact same thing in the last Premier League game.
He did. He sat there.
Stop bitching and complaining and get your head in the game. Get your head out your fucking ass. Stop fucking having this ego like you're the best thing to come out of Cobham, and fucking earn your merit. Earn your fucking stripes. Get your fucking socks dirty. Get tackle. Get stuck in. For all I give a shit, bro, get the fuck sent off.
No, but Marshall, the problem is he doesn't have that ability. I've said this before about Cole. I was saying this last season, and I'll say it again this season, bro. He doesn't have defensive awareness, bro. When I say defensive awareness, that means he's not scanning his area, but he doesn't also have like the sense, the sixth sense here, just to realize, oh, something could be happening behind me. Doesn't do that at all, bro. No thinking. That is his issue. You talk about secondary stuff, in my personal opinion, which is to do with bitching and stuff. He himself is not defensively aware.
But that's the thing, though, Ahmed. Like, I personally think it's the opposite. I think those things, like just the things that you can control, like that for me is like what should come first, right? Your awareness, your positioning and stuff. Like, listen, we saw with Thiago Silva over the years, as he got older, he lost pace and stuff. He didn't have it in him. But you know what he did have? His defensive positioning. And that's something that comes with experience. You play the same plays over and over in your head. You experience the same plays over time. Like, that defensive positioning, I know it's bad. I'm not defending. I'm not saying it's not good. The defensive awareness needs to be much better. I understand that. From the keeping the line for offside traps to being completely so far up the pitch at times that there's no reason. Like, bro, what, you trying to tug off fucking Caicedo? Like, what are you doing in the midfield, bro? Stay in your position, unless it's Maresca tactics at this point, because I don't know. But like, I think the commentator said, like, these players during this game looked like they had no awareness of what they were doing. So at some point, maybe it's tactics, or maybe they just weren't listening.
But Marshall, he's getting the fundamental. But yeah, but Marshall, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Right? The fundamentals as a defender need to be, obviously, defensive positioning is one thing, but then tactically aware is the other thing, bro. But he's not even able to do that, bro. That's the problem. He's not able to do that, bro. That is my issue. He can't do that, bro. And like, this is a big problem with him. He's not defensively aware. That's
TJ,
the thing.
Thank you for the membership.
The thing about Kukurea is that Kukurea today, let's be honest, Minter had him in the second half, not the first half per se, but in the second, they obviously had that for the goal in the second half. But in the first half, bro, second half, he had him on skates, bro. He really had Kukurea's number, and part of it for me is that sadly, I don't want to blame Kukurea on this, because I feel like Kukurea, in my honest opinion, is someone that has been overplayed. Right, and you're starting to see the effects of overplaying now, because he can't do the things that he was doing earlier in the season, where he was running forward and running backwards afterwards. Right, I'm pretty sure you would agree with me, right, Marshall, on that aspect, right?
No, I agree. It's
and I think, go ahead. I think for me, what makes this backline stuff worse is that You know, Vega is actually doing really well right now in Juventus. Right? That's not a good look on you from a managerial perspective. That the actual player that's playing the LCB role that looks really good is Renato Vega, and you didn't even play him there. It's not a good look, bro. It's not a good look at all. It only makes you look worse, brother. It makes the manager look worse, 10 times worse now, because it means the guy that you didn't believe in is now playing really well, and the guys that are here now are all trash. But the reality is, guys, yeah, all of these guys, the reality is, yeah, someone said to me today, what was the difference between Trevor Chalobah, the way he played today, and Axel Disasi? And I actually couldn't give him the right answer. I couldn't say it, and I couldn't know
because I didn't want to like trigger fans, but
I can say it because I believe in the Brick Nation, so I will say it.
I always liked Disasi. I always think he got overhated, to be honest. But
yes, if that was Disasi, we know what. Go ahead, Oliver. I'll let you go.
If that was Axel Disasi, we would have seen some of the most heinous abuse you'll ever see on social
Banana
media.
Emojis,
today.
gorilla emojis, the worst, the worst. We already know. It would have been the worst.
And for me, man, I feel sorry for him, man. I feel sorry for the realities, bro. Our whole back line, bro, they need to be shown the door. Genuinely, barring like the two fullbacks, our centre back parents, all of them need to be shown the door.
You know what's crazy though, Ahmed? And someone said this in on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? You might have a point with this. Let's look at the factuals. Crystal Palace came in for Trevor Chalobah. Who came in for Axel Disasi?
Let's not. I don't want to talk, bro. I don't want to talk too much on that one.
No. Because like, if I speak, you know.
That's what I'm saying. If I speak,
not to
speak.
Not to speak. If
I mean,
speak,
let's
I'm
not
in
pretend
big trouble.
Sarsi doesn't get cooked anyway. Like, I know.
But no.
Double standard.
But no. But like, we're not. None of us have. Well, I don't think any of us have really said Chalobah is the answer for Chelsea.
No. You're not getting the point, Chris. I think the point has always been that many people have said that Chalobah's always been better than Disasi, that he's more competent.
I still think he's better under will be under Enzo Maresca's system.
The problem is, bro. Barring really his first game, Chalobah has basically.
I agree.
Yeah, Chalobah has basically been performing the same as Disasi. He's been performing the same as Disasi, bro.
This might be disingenuous. This might be disingenuous, Chris. But like, I'm just gonna ask you some questions here.
Yeah.
How many times this season have we seen Disasi play as a center back, like with Chalobah?
With Chalobah or
no, like how Chalobah played today.
I'm gonna say 2 to 3 times, maybe.
Do you remember what those games were? Actually, even better question. Those games, do you recall?
I think it's more cup competition. I think it was.
Yeah, sure.
Southampton in the league.
Yeah. Okay.
What did we concede, or was he terrible in those games where he played center back?
He scored in the Southampton game.
Yeah, not against Southampton.
He even scored in the Southampton game.
Yeah, because
right.
I mean,
listen,
Southampton.
Can't rely on any of these guys for that.
Well,
listen, this is gonna come off disingenuous, but I'm just gonna try to prove a point. Right? We have had Chalobah play center back against City,
Brighton, and
Wolves.
Brighton.
He put on a clinic. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but it's Wolves. So there's the Southampton with Wolves, and now this game. Like, that's more than Disasi, and that's more bad games than Disasi has in the only times that he's played as center back.
I don't get, because Maresca's not the only manager who played him right back, by the way.
I know. Oh, so did Pochettino.
Yeah,
also big up TM127. I don't want to go too off on a tangent.
Yes,
I'll come back to the Sassi thing real quick. But when Stanley and Stewart out tonight, changed this mentality of being weak and cowards. I agree.
I fully agree.
Fully. But on the Sassi, listen, I'm not going to try to rewrite history. I know this Sassi wasn't good enough for Chelsea either. That's why I said in the beginning of the stream, sell all of them, because they're all shit. You can maybe make an argument for Tosin. You could probably make an argument for Tosin and maybe Fofana if you really want to go that way, because ever since Fofana, this team has collapsed. But
and like Ahmed said, Renato Vega maybe. But like, bro, it's just people really try to convince me and gaslight me into thinking that Chalobah was going to come into this team. He was going to be the clear best defender. He was going to help shore up the defense, that he's better than Disasi. But meanwhile, and this is why I said last season, bro, where was Chalobah when we were in a bad run of form?
He was injured. I would have loved to have seen Chalobah in the beginning of the season when we were in a shit run of form. Also, big up. I'm going to just give you a round of applause because you haven't been on the stream for God knows how long, Pete. But big up, Pete. The panel favorite. Big up, Pete.
Hey, man. It is what it is, guys.
Oh, Pete. This makes everyone laugh.
Really grateful that I don't make consistent content about this team because I would find it very boring to cover the same things every season. Right? You could change the names. You can pretend that situations are less complicated than they are by scapegoating one or two people. But we're on pace to have a similar season that we had last season, despite all sorts of personnel changing in the coaching staff and the playing staff. So, it is what it is, man. Fuck it. Maybe this is just what we are. And you know what? Maybe we will get Champions League as bad as we've been playing the last 2 months. Maybe we will do it. But does anybody think this club actually deserves to play Champions League next year? Because I don't.
I agree.
No.
Part
of me wants to crash and burn spectacularly, so we change the way we operate and can actually create some sort of foundation push towards something serious. Because under the previous owners, everybody cried about scrapping for top four and managed to take a Champions League and a Club World Cup for granted, right? But that's just kind of the same shit we're doing now, right? Minus the Champions League actually winning it. We're just dying to take part in it. But nobody has any faith that this coach or these players are doing anything serious should we get dropped into the Champions League next season. I understand that's like a bit of a next season issue, but it's just like, what are we struggling for? Like, what is the point of all this? We're just like
honestly
stressing, but like,
yeah,
I'm gonna be a major player in that comp like this anyways. So part of me is like, fuck it, if we crash out and something really embarrassing happens, maybe the way the decision makers make decisions will be adjusted, and maybe we'll be better for it in the long term.
I wouldn't hold my breath for that. But that's the only thing that I can say, though, right? Pete, is like, if we do make UCL, then it's on the directors to reinforce the club and the squad in the way it's supposed to be enforced, right? Because that would mean because I've been giving this a little bit of thought, right? If we do go into Champions League next season, unless we actually bolster, I don't see us having any better performance than United in recent years. Like, we'll just crash out early in group stages, or even not even group stages, but the table.
Playoff round, because they only eliminate a third of the fucking field because this new format's complete dog shit. But like, so we'll get knocked out in February. Like, who gives a fuck?
But like, it solely depends on how they build the squad, and I don't really have faith that they're gonna build the squad in the way I would like it to actually be able to compete in that competition. Like, the moves you would have to make, okay, I don't know about Esteval in the Prem, but if he's as good as people say he is and everyone's hyping him up to be, then cool. He's a part of the team. You don't move him on. You don't loan him. Cool. He's a part of the team. You keep Santos. You keep Ugochukwu, right? You sign, hopefully, a striker. Hopefully you sign a striker. God forbid we go another season without a striker. Even if you don't go for another goalkeeper, keep Petrovic. Keep Petrovic. He could probably get a job done. He's doing well in Ligue 1, progressive passes.
Fuck that.
I'm just saying, if you want to save money,
this has not worked for 3 years. Fuck
say that
that.
one more time, Pete.
No, thank you. We cannot. We I don't know, man. Like, I get what you're saying. It probably would look better than this season.
Yeah.
That's
essentially what I'm
would
saying.
be so marginal. I don't know if that would make like a tangible difference on the season.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm just speaking in the sense of, like, if you really are desperate to save money and penny pinch, then you could do those things, and maybe we'll be okay. We definitely need new center backs, and good and competent center backs at that. Like, I'm not relying on El Camino.
Needing new center backs after spending 200 mil on center backs is kind of crazy, but I agree.
I know. That's the worst part.
Hey,
we spent so much in this team.
Like, I hear this part about, like, the club need Champions League for the finances and shit, but, like, also, guys, if we cut off the ability to spend a bunch of money recklessly, who's to say that doesn't make us better? Because it's not like them throwing this money around has massively improved us.
Mm-hmm.
The wingers that played tonight before Tyreek George came on cost a combined 125 mil. We have a 65 million pound winger who got suspended for taking super soldier serum, and we've not even heard from since December, right? Maresca gave one quote about Mudryk, and we've just not seen or heard. They were saying something about a B sample result, and we didn't hear about it, which means that shit is not good, boys. So
yeah, very likely.
We got 190 million of wingers on the books playing in our team right now that we probably need to replace or upgrade. We have a striker and Nkunku, and our striker's injured, and Nkunku's Nkunku, so whatever. We got center backs that nobody's really convinced about. We have one left back on the books, and he got shot twice today. We got two goalkeepers that nobody really loves or has any amount of confidence in. And we got Gusto, who maybe came off injured tonight, and Reece James, who will be injured by this time next week. So it is what it is, man. I wish it was better news, guys. I wish we scored today, because I predicted a 3-1 L, but we couldn't even score. That's really disappointing. But yeah, guys, I don't know. You say what you want. You could be upset. We'll probably beat Southampton and Leicester in a couple of weeks. There'll be some hype about it. But like, knowing how today went, I'm pretty salty at going down so quietly last week.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty salty about it. We didn't need to get knocked out of the FA Cup like that. That didn't need to happen.
Nope.
Like,
no, it feels very much like you remember how against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup, we were saying, okay, he sends the B team out there, fine, they didn't perform. Maybe we're saving the legs for United, and then we go up against United and we put up that performance.
But
yeah,
our B team,
I understand that.
Yeah,
you had a week where you had 4 days or whatever on the training ground.
Yeah, this one you can't get away with.
And you had a week till your next game. I can understand tossing the Carabao Cup the way that we did. I'm not upset at that. But just how we went up 1-0, and then we're just like, all right, we don't want to win that bad. It is what it is, man. Yeah, we lost 3-0 today. I don't know. It's annoying that Brighton beat us after we buy everything from that club. I do like that. Like, we started a rivalry with Brighton Football Club. So
that's actually crazy, bro. Mente put us in the spliff today, bro.
Yeah, he's a decent player, but yeah, it doesn't take much to put us in a split.
Yeah,
shout out Jen Bobek, by the way, real striker right there, real striker.
Imagine, I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it right now. We're gonna be linked to Mente in the summer. I'm saying it right now.
They bought him for 40 mil, so I am not spending 90 mil on him, brother.
Wait, you're on about Matoma?
It's not your money, Pete.
You're on about Matoma?
What?
No, Mente, not Matoma.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't listen. This is crazy.
That's a regular thing for Chris.
Well, my left ear is actually completely blocked right now as well. So.
Fucking turn around, Chris. What the fuck?
I am gonna check out the Hopefully Fixture tomorrow. It's completely blocked because I've been using oils and shit.
Okay.
Wait, Marshall, haven't you heard? Why would you minter? We got 17-year-old Esteval coming in.
Yeah. Bro, no, we're just gonna flip it for profit.
Because he's not going to take a while to adapt.
Yeah, RSM, stop hating on me because I give at least some decent ideas, and then it's not my fault the players get injured. This is Chelsea, bro. Like this is Chelsea luck. They always get injured.
Hey man, last year the manager was at fault for everybody getting injured, and the same people got injured again. That is one thing I want to touch on. Our fan base. We need to stop acting like the previous manager was Hitler. And also not acknowledging that the current manager might also be Hitler. They're either both Hitler or they're not. Okay.
Yeah, there has to be a nuanced take. I agree with that. I always said,
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Because that was
no, we gotta stop pretending like Pochettino was the only reason this football club wasn't achieving serious things. Okay, we need to stop.
but I agree with that.
There's this normal thing that humans do where they convince themselves that the problems they face are simpler than they actually are. It's like fans of sports teams delude themselves into thinking they're closer to getting to where they want to be than they actually are. It's uncomfortable to truly acknowledge like the depth of your issues or the problems in front of you. And like I feel like as a club, we need to do that eventually. And the next good run of form these motherfuckers go on, don't make it more than it is. Okay? Don't do that. Guys, the fall was super fun. We were scoring all these random goals. Cole Palmer looked like the best player in the league. Jackson was scoring. It was fun. I know. I was there. It was great. And then these motherfuckers went to Goodison Park. And Sean Dyche zapped all our powers. We lost at Fulham at home for the first time since the 70s. And it was just the season stopped being fun from that moment. So next time these guys put together 6 wins in a row or whatever, don't have faith in these motherfuckers. They don't deserve it. We see what they are. Tonight and last week are who they are. That comeback to Spurs, low-key not impressive because Spurs lost at home to Leicester.
And even when we was 2-0 down, we was confident we're still going to win that game because it's Tottenham.
Yeah, like celebrating April's goal was fun, but that is a comeback win against a team that's currently occupies like 15th or some shit. Not to like rain on your guys' parades. They need to show us more before we believe it next time.
But this is kind of where I go back to, you know, and I'm gonna put it 100. I'm gonna be 100% with everyone. I'm gonna put it on the table. I've already kind of alluded to this in earlier streams. Like the more the season goes on, the more I look back at Poch's season, and I'm thinking, fuck, maybe I need to give Poch more of the benefit of the doubt. Because the one thing that there's some parallels that have been going on between Poch's season and this season. We started off great, right? And if we look at the facts, we spent more time in top 4 than we have out of it, right? That is still very much a fact. And that's something that Poch didn't do. But there are factors. Obviously, you can say one of those factors being like no one expected City to dip as bad as they did, right? That's a factor that's helping us out. If City were still at the very top, we'd be out of top 4 right now, just based off stats, and so on and so forth. We'd be having a different discussion. But the other thing, too, is that Poch said what Maresca said earlier this season, or earlier a few days ago, as in, oh, the ownership told me I didn't need to get a top 4. Why would Poch say that too? So I'm looking at Maresca funny. And then I'm looking at how the performances have been on the pitch, knowing how good this team is, and seeing the mentality issue come up once again. And now I'm looking at the Poch season. I'm looking at it funny too. I'm thinking like Poch also had a mentality issue again. So it's like there are some issues that are bleeding out from that Poch season onto this season that make me sympathize with Poch just a little bit more than I did before. Now, who's to say if that's going to change? You never know. Like by some miracle, grace of God or whatever, all of a sudden we go on a run of form. We go on 6-game run. I'm not going to trust or not going to hype it up just like Pete says. But regardless, we end strong and so on and so forth. Then my whole theory is to the bin, whatever. But regardless, I am looking at Poch's season with a little bit more sympathy now. And I don't know if I'm the only one thinking it that way.
I don't think fundamentally of Poch, but this is what you heard me say this before, Marshall. I think Poch was in terms of man management and the way he was able to get, I think, stuff out of the players. I think he definitely had that, right? You saw that even after Poch left, like the way the players reacted. I think the issue of Poch, I've always said, was that I just think he didn't suit the players that we had. That's what it just came down to for me. And that's why he probably, remember, one of the things that he was complaining about is that he wanted his type of style in his own, but that was one of the things that was being spoken about consistently in his time.
But
and we weren't going to give that to him.
Same thing from Maresca? Like, look at
I'm just talking about Poch's reign in general. I think the thing about Maresca I don't know what it's like behind the scenes in Maresca, because like we haven't really gotten, I would say, like a peek behind the door. Does that make sense?
No, we haven't. But at the same time, like, I mean, Poch was buddy with everyone. Like, no one complained about how Poch was behind the scenes. As
That's
far
what I'm
as I'm
saying.
aware, everyone liked Poch.
All we know, but we don't know. Can we say the same for
Except
Maresca,
for Levi
example?
Colwell.
But can we say the same for Maresca, for example, right? I don't know about that. That's the thing.
We won't know until he's gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So until the so
That's
for me, like I think with Maresca, there's a bit more of the thing of like there's still like a level of known from his side, right? But we can say, for example, the idea of wanting transfers and stuff like that is definitely something that Pod was also speaking about. But as you saw, that's not happened either, right? But I think but I think the problem is with both of them is that that is both part and parcel of the thing they signed for. You know, this is the one thing I can't, with both of them, I can't give them some level of sympathy, because when they signed the thing, they probably got told this was what was going to happen. And then now they're in the system, they're trying to fight back out of it. Like, can we genuinely say, give them leeway in regards to that when they've signed that deal to say, let's make that thing happen?
Yeah. I think another thing too is that, like, I feel like Pete did say this at one point in the past. I think all of us have at one point alluded to this, that, you know, a lot of times we said, oh, what manager, what coach would come into Chelsea and take this job? I think a lot of managers, almost all of them, have some type of ego. They really, really believe in themselves. They really think they're the ones that can make the change and get the job done. And so I think with Maresca, just like Poch, just like Potter, just like everyone before him, really, after we got rid of Roman, one, they looked at the money, EPL, so that's a big one. They looked at the money and the opportunity to make money, right? The contracts and all that. I think the other thing, too, is that they were in over their heads, every single one of them. They think that they see the model as like, all right, this looks like a tolerable model. You're going to give me players. You're going to scout them all for me, and I'll just work with it. They might be youngsters, but you're going to give me the tip of the tap. And they do that. They get you youngsters. They get you players. But what maybe you overlook is the fact that, oh, we're just going to loan this player, or we don't want you to play him. And if you do play him, we're going to talk about this in your evaluation at the end of the season. So on and so forth, the politics of it. Like, I just think they don't know what they're getting themselves into, to an extent. So foolish of Maresca, really. Like, I think now he may be regretting the position he put himself in.
I mean, sure, but like at the end of the day, he's some random dude who got plucked out of the championship, and frankly is also lucky to be here.
He is. That is true.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not gonna sit here and like feel sorry for him, because you should have probably assessed how this club is being run in the 2 seasons prior to you showing up, and really make a decision in the betterment of your long-term future. Like, this club's going to become a graveyard for coaches. We're going to take every up-and-coming talented young coach and just ruin their rep briefly. Or maybe we'll get to the point where we sack so many coaches it's not even like a stain on your record. Who knows? But either way, like, you could change Maresca with Iraola. You could pick whatever next young and upcoming tactical hipster coach there is, and you could plug him into this model, and I think you'd run into these similar issues eventually anyways. So it just doesn't even matter. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. So Maresca came out and said this is the worst performance since he's arrived. So there's that as a positive.
Well done, you have eyes.
Some of the people
you guys have
wanted
mentioned
him
he's going to be positive, huh?
Yeah, man, 0 shots on target. It's hard to get lower
I
than
swear
0.
we had 1 shot on target.
No, we didn't.
Neto.
Got turned on goal by their own.
I'm not saying it's going to be a good thing. I thought Neto's shot was on target. Way took too long.
I mean, Chris, you can't blame us for thinking he was going to be positive. He tried to make positives out of us getting knocked out of the FA Cup only 8 days ago.
He was pissed on that touchline.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He was pissed today. As he should be.
Good. Again, you have eyes. Great.
I mean, I think everyone has eyes.
But also, I do want to say, all this stuff about the directors want top 4 next season, I think that's bullshit. And I think we all understand that that's bullshit. They're not going to sit through 3 seasons of not making the Champions League and have the fortitude to retain this coach and support him. They're going to stick the knife in him the same way they stuck the knife in the previous 3 guys they had worked with. They do the same exact thing.
Do you reckon that maybe then in that case they put a clause in that 5-year contract to get out of it? Unlike with Potter?
Sure. But like Maresca's also not. It doesn't do Maresca any good to come out and say, "Yeah, I either deliver UCL to the club or I get sacked." We know that's what it is. We know that's the reality that we exist in.
Exactly.
So acknowledging that doesn't do any good for the guy in the short term.
Because me and Ahmed, like, obviously we all know that there's a financial gain from the club actually getting into the top 4. It's something that's going to help the business model, help the club's finances, help with transfers, so on and so forth, right? But me and Ahmed were kind of alluding that, like, what if with how we do the wage structure now, with how we go for young talents, we get them at low transfer fees and flip them for larger ones, or sometimes even very marginal, but at the end of the day, they're profits. What if Chelsea are heading towards a model where it's almost like Dortmund, and I say almost, not quite, because Dortmund make Champions League every year for the most part, but it's almost like Dortmund where you kind of just become self-sustainable through your hiked up ticket prices now, because let's be honest, that's another factor, is the prices for tickets have gone up for Chelsea, so that's helping out a bit. With the transfer fees that you're flipping for profit, you're always clearing the PSR rules, so on and so forth, the amortization. Have Chelsea figured out a way to become profitable and sustainable without making top 4?
Not in the same way.
The problem is, and I've said this before I let Pia go. Their issue is they haven't finished the groundwork for that to happen. Remember, this is the thing I've spoken to you about before, Marshall, in terms of these alleged other clubs they're planning to build, right, to allow these guys to be developed before you can even flip them for a profit. If those sort of things happen and then they get like a loan guy that actually knows how to loan out these players, realistically, as long as they're getting maybe Conference League and Europa League football every now on a consistent level, I think that's pretty much sustainable, pretty much, right? As long as they're like 6th, 7th, they're flipping a lot of these guys in general. And then obviously the thing, I think, because like one of the guys I speak to in my comment, his name's Lucas Costa, made a good point. Like, once they get guys like Nkunku off the books, Reece James off the books, right, that reduces it by Raheem Sterling, right, Chilwell, right, you're losing like good 50-60 million off the books, right, off their wages alone. So your wages are going straight down too. So I feel like there's a genuine realism to that, I would say.
Nah, man. Trimming the wage bill is not going to supplement for having, like, you're basically kneecapping yourself commercially. Like, we have no shirt sponsor. We're not going to have people lining up to give us 50 mil a year if we're not in Champions League next season, right? You just constantly bleed, like, you're going to increase prices to bleed the fans dry. You're going to give them, like, minimal return. It's not exactly like our image across the footballing world is like some amazing image that everybody just wants to get behind and throw like advertising money behind. Like, everything that these guys are currently profiting off of are things that the previous regime worked hard to build up, funnily enough. And these guys came in talking about, oh, they weren't very, very well run from the commercial side or the footballing side. That's fine. But if we go 3 years, no Champions League, having never done that under Roman Abramovich, if we accomplish that in these guys' first 3 seasons, then it is what it is.
But at the same time, though, like, I know you talked about the sponsorship, but it's not like we could have had sponsors. We just chose to wait for the best or the most expensive. Like, we wanted Jordan. We wanted someone that's going to give us a lot of money rather than, you know, what was the one that we were linked to? Stake or whatever other ones that were out there. Like, there were
don't sponsor Europa League clubs, or they don't. Jordan's not going to sponsor a Champions League club.
Mhm.
If you're in Europa League, you'll be at Stake or Bet365 or all these random teams.
And even those are illegal next year. Those are actually, the better ones are illegal next year in the Premier League.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, the better ones are illegal next year.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So like, there is. I think the thing for me is that they've always talked about being like a Brighton plus, right? That's something they always love talking about. Now, the way Brighton run things, you could probably make Chelsea run that way if you get the right guys in. But as of right now, in our current state, you can't do that, of course. And
Ahmed, there is a Brighton plus that works. It's fucking the Liverpool side under Michael Edwards from 2018 to 2022. These fucking dickheads don't look at that example because
I've got to go because I'm going flawlessly channel though. But big up to you boys.
But Liverpool,
I'll be back in an hour.
But Liverpool are cheap with their money. It's not like they spend mad money before the Nunes thing. Just they only spent on 2 major players, which was Alisson and Van Dijk. Other than that, they did their scouting in terms of Mane and Salah and so forth to build that team. Not spending a shitload of money. That is Brighton plus. Brighton plus is Liverpool during that period. So why the fuck aren't we trying to do that?
You don't have the coach to do that?
No, I don't blame the coach on this. It's strictly on the recruitment because these fucking dickheads. And I remember the hype job. I don't know if Scott is here. But the hype. Oh my God, we got Trevor Chalobah back. We got our second best defender. One good game, he's been dog shit ever fucking since defensively with these defensive mistakes. He was at fault for 2 of the goals. Two of those goals. The first goal.
The first one, yeah.
The first goal and the second one. Because the way when he cleared the ball, it went straight to the right player in the attack.
I heard Oliver say that.
Yeah. So he was at fault for both of those fucking goals, and we were doing a high job on Chalobah. When we all said he's good enough, he's a good squad player. But no, he was world class under Tuchel. That's what Scott was saying. Because it was a back 3 system with Tuchel, and he had prime Rudiger and fucking Thiago Silva at his prime at the last stage.
But even then, like,
and Gusto finally had a decent game. Gusto had this was the first time I'm like offensively and defensively he was good. You can't say that. You can't say that Marshall. He got Matoma almost every time. The only time Matoma scored is when Gusto's doing running up because he was trying to provide support in the attack.
No, like I'll give you. Like,
he was our best player.
I don't think he was. I don't know about that.
He was our best player. He was the best player. Yes, offensively and defensively, he was our best player.
No, I won't. I'm not gonna like. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that like he was our worst player by any means, and I'm not even saying he was bad. Like, you could tell he was putting in an effort on that pitch, and like maybe not everything worked out, but to be honest, not everything worked out for anyone really. I mean, it's hard for me to really sit here and say like there was a best player tonight. Like, I guess you could say it was Gusto. You could probably say it was Gusto. I could even say it was Nani Madueke for the first 20 minutes he played, to be honest, because after he left, it went to shit. It went to shit. But I mean, there's a point out there though that like the point of bringing in a head coach, we were told, was to help improve the players. And like, you look at how bad things have gotten and how some of these players have kind of just, some of them have improved a little. You can look at like maybe like Cucurella's been a lot more consistent this season than last season. You can probably look at Caicedo. He's been a lot more consistent throughout the whole season. Enzo's been better this season. You could make an argument for Jackson starting off the season really strong, but he has fallen off a cliff. But outside of that, like, it's not, the team isn't just those players I named. The team is like a whole other 20 other people. And
pace for 2 more points than last season. Why are we focused on marginal improvements for certain players? Like, it's not really making a difference, is it?
That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what was the point of bringing this guy in if he's not? Like, I feel like we're doing the same thing. Again, I'm drawing parallels from Poch, because Poch was brought in because we all thought he's the guy that can develop young players. And then we sit here doing the same thing. Like, what young players is he developing? Does he have too many players to develop? Is he working with too big of a squad? This is the same thing for Maresca. Is he working with way too big of a squad that he can't like focus on developing players?
No, you can't say that with our injury crisis. And when we fucking sold people and put people on loan, he has way less players now.
But
Joe Felix is gone. Cassidy is gone.
It's not been as bad. I don't think so yet. But we're heading in that direction where Poch basically had the same injury crisis that Maresca is basically going into right now. It's getting there.
Strikers, our wingers are dying out because I don't know how long Madueke's going to be out for.
2 wingers and an academy kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm at a point now where I'm kind of praying that Badiashile comes back soon and Fofana come back soon. Like Badiashile not so much, but Fofana, if he comes back soon, hopefully he can stay fit and maybe he can like shore up the defense a lot more, which maybe helps at the attack. I don't know. But the striker situation is so bleak right now as well. Like it is very, very bleak. Mind you, I didn't anticipate Guiu and Jackson going down. And mind you, even if Jackson went down and Guiu didn't go down, it still would have been like, But I would have at least seen some Musto or something from Guiu and maybe a goal or two. Bro, I look at that Nkuku performance and I just want to rip my hair out, bro.
Yeah, but we're used to those. I'm used to the invisible man.
I mean, do any of you actually see Nkuku's like touches like on the field? Like, is more or less hugging on the deep right side. Like he weren't really, he weren't playing as a striker. It didn't look like Cole Palmer's more the striker to me today. He looked like he's more ahead, and and Nkuku up top. It's just like I think it's just a situation Maresca's been put in where Jackson, you only have Jackson, let's be honest. Like Jackson and no one else, because Mark Gu was never really supposed to be like a competition for Jackson, and now he's injured as well, so we can't even use him. So this is where you look at directors and the owners. Like, wait, we should have got another striker at least to compete with Jackson. Like, I guess I wasn't a big fan of Duran, but 40 million for Duran, he would have actually been good. Yeah,
Chris, you can hold that.
Yeah, but obviously, I just wanted either Oshman or. What's his name? Why is his name? The guy from the Portuguese league. Gyökeres, that's it. Those are 1-2 strikers I wanted anyway, but I would have took a Duran at this point as well for 40 million.
But it sucks even more though, because like even if we were going for these players, even if they said fuck it, we're just gonna go for them, like. Bro, the negotiating part of the directors is baffling. The fact that it takes you all summer on Victor Osimhen for at the end of it all it to just collapse. None of it goes through. You took all summer to get Moises Caicedo done and Lavia. You got it done, but you paid overs on Caicedo, and I feel like part of me feels that the Lavia deal was just done to dunk on Liverpool. But I mean, I don't really want to complain much on Lavia. But it took forever to get these things done. They essentially, like, I remember Moises Caicedo missed all of preseason. We waited that long. He missed all of preseason. He came into the beginning of last season by West Ham, and he needed to work into fitness basically because he had missed all of preseason because he was in a hotel waiting to hear back if he was going to go to Liverpool or if he was going to go to Chelsea because he was forcing a move. And it was just, fuck. Imagine if that had just fell through. Like, imagine if we pulled a whole Samu on him. Oh my God.
I'm trying to think. Was it the same directors when we got Enzo Fernandez? Or is it different?
They were in the building. I'm not sure if they had the
we needed our own
role
for that as well. They needed to come over and finish the deal for the directors.
Bali needed to come over and finish the deal.
It's happened a few times, so I don't know what's the point of directors at this point. Why do we hire 2 head directors or whatever, like just to take 2 to 3 months and then ask for the owners to finish the job off them?
No, I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest. There's more comments here.
It's very depressing.
Yeah, it is, dude. It sucks. Maresca, we feel really sorry for the fans. 14 games to go, and we need to do much, much better than what we have tonight. I mean,
That's not
Yeah.
many games.
No, there's not many games, and
It
at this point, too,
doesn't
seem- I mean-
like,
Wait, which is it then? Because I'll say it again. You tried to make positives out of us getting knocked out of the FA Cup. Were you sorry for those fans? I didn't hear any sorry for them. The ones that travelled to the FA Cup game.
and that performance.
This
is
guy
as
needs.
this.
I know he's got press obligations, but I wish he could
Yeah.
just stop talking. Honestly, he is not saying anything that anyone needs to hear right now.
Oliver.
You guys think this coach
What's
could
up?
actually like get us out of this to have a good end of the season?
I'm not optimistic.
With
don't know,
with
man.
how situation is going, Lavia, I don't know when he's coming back. With Jackson, he's out for what, 8 weeks, 6 weeks? I'm not too sure.
Bro, we need an
Um,
international break to come. Like,
Yeah, international break can't come quick enough for me.
Where all these guys went down. To be
mhm.
clear, like we've been steadily losing for the last 2 months.
Yeah. And you can't get more than 2 wins in the Premier League.
Fofana was the
last 2
first
months.
domino to fall.
Yeah, but after Fofana went down, we won like our next 3 games.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge issue still. Like,
Wait, did
when-
we? When
Yes,
did Fofana go down? Do we?
He went down against West Ham. We beat Tottenham. We beat
I mean, we barely beat Tottenham.
some other team. We beat Southampton.
Mm-hmm.
And then we beat Brentford.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't
Went down
Fofana
just
then.
at
Maybe Fofana wasn't.
I just think of all these like players
Like,
gone down, like
It's
Jackson.
not as
and all that.
simple as Fofana got taken out of the team and we started losing immediately.
That's honestly what my.
No, that's what your
If we
brain,
get
brain
top
was
4,
telling
we're
me.
lucky. We
that's
got
what your
lucky.
brain will tell you to cope with the situation, but that's not what happened.
That's kind of what it felt like.
I
It was
think
Aston
we're-
Villa that we lost Fofana, I think, right?
No, it was West Ham for December
West Ham?
1st.
Was it West Ham?
Or
December
what,
1st?
Aston
I think it was
Villa.
Aston
Yeah, it
Villa.
was Aston Villa. Aston Villa. Yeah,
You're right.
same fucking kid. Yeah, yeah.
We
same
have
kid.
to rely on Nottingham Forest dropping the ball. That's if we get top 4. I think Man City get top 4 still this season.
Astana, Brentford.
I just can't see us.
At this point.
I can't see us finishing above Man City or Newcastle. So I'm hoping Forest fall apart.
Yeah.
That being
But I
said,
mean-
speaking into
Yeah,
Champions League via the charity spot would feel super nasty. That would feel.
Yeah.
If we
really
get
bad.
Champions
yeah,
League,
that
we
wouldn't
have to
feel right.
really fix up with the signings. So we need like another striker, centre back, a winger.
That's where we go back
back
to
up-
the.
But here's
conversation
the problem though.
before.
These directors, if we get Champions League, these directors are
happening.
vindicated in their own minds.
That's
'Cause we-
kind of why I was saying, like, part of me wants this to fail spectacularly, so we have to change the thought process. Because I don't think this thought process gets us anywhere 18 months from now.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that, I'll be honest with you, gives me some type of like hope that he could turn it around is the fact that, like, unlike Pochettino, where Poch started off negative and then worked his way and started to turn things around towards the end, this guy gave me something where I'm like, okay, you gave me something early in the season that gave me optimism that you were the guy. Let's try to go back to that. Like, figure out where you went wrong on this path and try to go back and fix that wrong. Like, I don't think it's as simple as that. Like, maybe I make it seem like it's
Yeah,
super
I
simple.
don't think
Like,
it's gonna
just,
happen that.
you know, like if you unplug it, just plug it back in. You know, like it's not that simple.
like
But,
an
like,
internet, like, if your internet's fucking up,
I
unplug it
don't,
and put
I
it
don't
back.
think you can, bro. That's the problem. Like, I think this is kind of what we're going to see till the end of the season.
I hope not, man. I
With
really
all the
hope,
injuries
like,
and everything, I think we might be fucked.
I don't even think it's injuries related.
You know,
No,
I mean, I could say Jackson, but Jackson in the last 7 games
Chris,
when
we're
he
seeing the
was fit
same
was
scale
poor.
performances we've seen for the last 2 months.
Yeah, I know, and that's what.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
been going
told you
on
I
for a
watch
while
the
now.
same game, like the same type of game every time I tune in to watch. The scoreline just varies a little bit.
It's just when I see Nkuku up top, it just
But
I
like,
have no hope
don't
in that
think we
top.
played any better in these last 2 games against Brighton than we did when we won against West Ham. I don't
no,
think
we
played
were
any
pretty
better
bad
ball.
that game. Yeah,
We just won. But like the performance isn't massively different, right? That's my problem. It's like I'm watching the same level of performance every game, and just how the result stacks up is really down to like, I don't know, some shit that we're not in control of, clearly.
Bro, like, I ain't gonna lie. When I look at these performances, and TKL kind of nailed it on the head. We're kind of banking on Newcastle and Man City, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that is very similar to what happened in Tuchel's 2 seasons at the club. Let's be honest.
It's not, though.
To an extent, I mean, remember how we got into top 4 the first time? We needed Gareth Bale to beat Leicester in order for us to not lose.
Halfway through the season, though. For us to even get to a point, we had 38 points in our last 19 games. You guys just want to focus on the last 3 and extrapolate and pretend like that league season was worse than it was. For us to even be in a discussion for Champions League, bearing in mind where we were when he took over, is incredible. We do this
That's true.
We do this as fans, man. We fucking do this shit, and I don't understand it. Even the next season, you guys want to pretend like we had to scrap for top 4. We were in that shit all fucking season, man. Stop it. It was not this. It was not this. It was not this. This is worse.
I get that in the sense of like the form, but like what Ha's saying here, Tuchel's first full season, we never dropped below 3rd. But once that last Champions League game happened, the performances dipped. We may have won a few games, kind of like we won against Wolves, we won against West Ham. Like we got away with it there, but other games we were dropping points, and it wasn't going to take long. If the season had kept going, if we didn't make the groundwork we made in the beginning of the season, very much like now, if we didn't make the groundwork we made in the beginning of the season, we would have dropped out of top 4.
I don't agree with you.
That's fine. I right now, I think a big reason why we're in top 4 is because of the groundwork we had early in the season. I think it's a lot of it, and
yeah,
listen, it's also,
but we're limping starting in the middle of December instead of limping in March. Those are completely different situations. You can't limp for half the season and get to where you want to go. Like, guys, Bournemouth play away to Southampton. City and Newcastle play each other. If Bournemouth win and either City or Newcastle win, guess what, guys? We wake up outside the Champions League places on Sunday. It is what it is.
That's what I was thinking about. First thing I thought of was, bro, now this weekend is heavily reliant on us looking at, because Man City play against Newcastle, don't they?
They play each other, yeah.
So we're hoping for a draw for that game.
Yeah, but that's not happening. City are getting turned over.
Yeah, that's
you know what? City might even win. It doesn't matter. A draw is not going to happen. So like, it is what it is. Like, to be scoreboard watching 14 games from the end of the season, 13 games from the end, we have a third of the season left, and we're acting like we're just trying to limp over the line. Like, you can't limp for that long, guys. You will get.
No, you can't.
We got some tough games in there as well. Later to the end of the season too.
Dude, our next game is against Aston Villa. I'm not going in there with chest.
Yeah,
I ain't going in there with chest. I think we're going to get clapped.
Rashford bags a goal against us too. I can see it.
Bro,
you guys
are going to get clapped
to end the season, right?
It's not good. It's not good.
The only good game we got is Southampton and Leicester, and that's about it.
We have Southampton, Leicester, then we have Arsenal away.
Yeah.
Then Tottenham away. Then Tottenham
away, which I don't fucking think so personally. But we'll see. Yeah. Ipswich at home, we better fucking beat them. I don't care what anyone says.
They beat us the first time, Pete.
Yeah, that's
but we got.
They dominated us. Let's be honest. They dominated us.
We got the next game.
True. So. Fulham, so they beat us. Everton, under David Moyes and all his PEDs. Liverpool at home, Newcastle away, United at home, and Forest away on the last day.
David Moyes PEDs is crazy.
Yeah,
we might have a winner-take-all game, match day 38.
Could be.
Although I'm trolling because we're not going to catch Forest in the table between now and then. I just said that, but I thought about it for a second. That's probably not going to happen.
I mean, I predicted they would drop off. I don't know if it's going to happen. I think they need more injuries for that to happen.
They might drop off, but you know who's probably going to drop off, guys?
Us.
Our team. That's the problem.
bro, like, why can't we build a team that can actually last a season?
Because we're too busy buying 7 goalkeepers and wonder kids and
like why are we like why do we prematurely ejaculate?
Why did we do that? 'Cause that was our first run of genuinely good form that seemed important in like 2 years, 3 years.
But it seems like such a Chelsea thing where like we start off the season so strong, we hit December and we're like, all right, we're out of nut. Like that's it, we're done. Like we can't finish this season off. And we go into like form.
I don't know. Like real answer, I don't know.
It's just such a it needs to be studied, bro.
It is. On the bright side, guys, our league position doesn't matter as long as we win Conference League. We'll at least be in Europa League. So there's your positive.
we might not win Conference League.
If we don't win Conference League, then it will be bad.
Bro, if we don't win Conference League, I think that's when you'll actually hear me be Maresca.
Isn't there like one okay?
It's a realistic possibility. Robert Sanchez is now the Conference League goalkeeper.
I will never be manager out during the season because last time I did that, they hired Frank Lampard. So I just would never. I can't trust these guys.
Fair enough.
Like, I don't trust these guys. Like,
no, I don't trust these directors.
Sounds cool, but guys, last time they sacked managers mid-season, we got Graham Potter and then we got Frank Lampard.
Pretty good.
Nah, dude.
So I don't know.
I mean, forget mid-season. Forget mid-season. We can wait till the end of the season. They'll do a 2-month process, and then I mean, just look at the last one they did. They had Kieran McKenna and Thomas Frank on their shortlist.
Hey man, it's going to come down to Thomas Frank.
That's the level.
Bro, I'll take Thomas Frank at this point.
You know what?
Oh, come on.
You know what, guys? Hear me out signing. Nuno, back 3, saucy football. Adamus. Let's do it.
Bro, sign me up. Sign me up.
Jokes aside, I don't really want to do that, but like, I think I'm glad that Nuno's rep is getting repaired because I feel like his brief stint at Spurs had people convinced he was fucking Portuguese like Tony Pulis, and I just don't think that's.
Well, it was that and him going to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
that's true. I forgot that he was there. I don't think managers care when they're there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, the managers don't care, but the fans.
Man,
sure,
what are the managers there? The managers automatically get like a certain fee. They get paid housing and all that stuff. Like, bro, they're living the life. What do they give a fuck? It's like let me try Benzema in the center back position.
I guess
see what happens there.
Doesn't really train.
What was that?
When the European clubs buy from Gerrard's team, all the players come in super unfit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man, Gerrard trains a couple hours in the morning, everybody goes home, and that's it.
It's ridiculous, man. But like, I'm actually like, okay, obviously, I'm not Maresca out right now. Like, I do want to give it time. Like, I'm very much
manager out. There's no point.
There's no point because at some point, I want to have some sustainability. Because the same people that say Maresca out were willing to give Pochettino time. Why? Because we need to have some sustainability. We can't keep being a revolving door. It doesn't work. We can't keep restarting and saying this player doesn't work for this guy. Like, we need to like have some type of stability at the club. That much I think we can all agree on. But here's the thing. There are certain like markers you have to hit. Like with this team, I still believe it. This team is good enough to get top 4. I still think this team is good enough to get top 4. How we go about doing it, what's the secret code, what's the secret sauce to get these players to actually get it across the line? I don't know. That's what the manager gets paid to do. But right now with Maresca, like, if we finish the season without top 4, if this form keeps going, if we don't win Conference League, like these are all the worst possible outcomes, bro, I have to be Maresca out. There's no way. At that point, I'm like, bro, you start off strong and then you finish like shit. Like, what is that? That's not what I want out of a manager, out of a head coach. Like, I need to, but and this is why, like, I kind of go towards like, bro, as much as people want to dunk it on Thomas Frank, like, you got to look at it and you got to respect what he's doing. Guys working with the
respect Thomas Frank. I just don't want that shit at my club.
Yeah, no, that's where like I agree. If it were up to me, like, bro, give me a Nagelsmann, give me bro. If it was
Nagelsmann served us, he said no for no
Yeah.
reason. I've never had that happen. I've never.
Bro,
heard
he said no because he didn't like the project. He probably
No,
saw Win Stanley and
nobody-
Lawrence Stewart. He was like, "Fuck these guys."
Yeah, but like, who says that when they're like barely linked to a job? Who publicly says "fuck these guys"?
Someone with morals, I guess. I don't know. Like
Nobody
someone.
does that. Coaches don't do that. That's insane.
But he probably knew in the back of his head, like, I could probably get like the German job, right? The Germany
Of course you do
national
that,
team.
but you don't publicly say "fuck them niggas." I would never work there. Like what?
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Guardiola didn't even say that about us.
Yeah, fair enough.
He
But,
actually
like,
hates us.
when you
Not
look at,
random guy.
I just don't think I don't see us attracting any like top manager anymore. Like you can have a checkbook and you say like write whatever number you want. Like even Ancelotti would be like, fuck that shit. Shit is still shit, bro. No matter how much money shit is giving me.
As long as
Like-
they want to run things the way they're doing it, I think we're kind of capped with the level of manager we can attract. Yeah.
We have to get a manager that's gonna, kind of like, we have to go for the manager has no clout, so that we can be like, yo, we're Chelsea. Like, what are you gonna say to us? Like, what have you
That's,
done? Well, you
that's what happened. That's why this guy's
Yeah,
here.
that's essentially what happened with Enzo.
Which like is fine, but I don't know. It's just, it is what it is, guys. There's not a lot we can do.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if that's what you want to go for, then, and I hate to say it, like I personally don't want Thomas Frank, but if you're gonna put a manager or a coach in this model where he has to work with the limitations and restrictions that he has, you got to look at what Thomas Frank has done for Brentford, being a team that came from Championship. He's kept them in the Premier League with the little funding and all this and that he has, and he's made it work. So it makes me think, like, what could he do if he had the backing of something like a Chelsea? Can he actually cook more? Like, you look at, we look at Brentford and we look at Thomas Frank and we laugh, right? But like, bro, tell me right now, which one of you guys wouldn't take an Mbumo in this team?
The thing is, we
Or-
wouldn't get Mbumo. We would just get Thomas Frank.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like,
But like,
you look at the players that he's improved and worked with, you know?
The problem is how they recruit. It's not the coaches necessarily.
But yeah, I mean,
Like,
that's
what do
another
you
big
believe
one too.
people, Graham Potter, Pochettino, and Maresca are all somehow bad coaches,
Yeah, no, there's a common denominator at some point.
right?
Thomas
Like,
Frank could be next.
it's the guys making the decisions. Like, the
Mhm.
issue is not for me. Like, could you change a manager and get a marginally better outcome? Yes. I just happen to think the glass ceiling on this club's a lot lower than I think the sporting directors are willing to accept, bearing in mind how they want to run the club.
Of course.
Like, I think if we change managers, we could get fourth. But if we
Yeah.
change managers to like a Thomas Frank, we're not going to see a sustained title race into February or March of next year.
Mm-hmm.
That just won't happen. So part of me is like, we're doing all this just to scrape fourth. It sounds like what the previous regime were doing. It's just more socially accepted. I don't know. It sounds like the exact same shit to me. I could be wrong. I might not know shit. I'm not for once assuming, like, trying to state that I do, guys. This might all just be in my head, but it seems like a lot of the same shit we were doing 5 years ago, going from Conte to Sarri to Lampard. Like, but it's like, bro, what are we doing? What's happening?
That is true.
I don't know, man. Bring in Thomas Frank, don't bring him. I don't give a fuck. Get me better players.
Yeah, no, because at the end of the day, like, the buck really does stop with the directors, and I think all of us can agree with this. Like, dude, with the way we're recruiting, the players we're recruiting, like, you look at, for example, KDH today. He came on as a sub.
35 mil.
What was the point? Like, bro, KDH came on, and I can't believe I said this. Obviously, join the Discord if you haven't already done so. We do like watch-alongs together over there. So if you want to catch these takes that I have sometimes, you can get them on there. But I literally uttered the words, "I actually fucking miss Gallagher."
Look, man, He's not playing either. He's not doing shit, but at least he was free.
At least he was free. Yeah.
I mean, us swapping Gallagher was for Felix, but where's Felix now? So it doesn't really matter. That's the
that
reason
was a
why.
favor. That was a under the table, like, hey,
because they weren't willing. They weren't gonna get Gallagher unless we bought Felix.
These guys got into bed with George Mendes and got surprised that we got screwed.
Right.
Hey man, criminal commits crime. How dare he? Come on, guys. You got to know who you're dealing with.
Like, there's no way. Like, Atletico looked at Gallagher and we're like, we came in with an offer for Gallagher, and they were like, oh yeah, that's a great deal. Like, they probably looked at us like, are you serious? Like, you don't think we have footballing eyes? We see what this player does. Like, yeah, he can press, but what else does he do after that? He's a shit player, but we have a João Felix we're not using. So how about this? You will take care of your problem if you take care of our problem. Maybe we can make use out of Gallagher. He can press, Simeone presses and shit. He does something, right?
We didn't make use out of Felix, I'll tell you that.
Not really, bro. We both ended up having the same problem. We just ended up benching the players.
No, we
bought from each other.
He's not even in the
Except
club
we
anymore.
loaned ours, and they're still dealing with Gallagher over there.
They put him at wing. They don't know what to do with him, I don't think, really.
They
Plays
need to
left
leave
mid.
the club before the club leaves them. Bruh. Yeah, no, it's peak for the directors.
Yeah, guys, I wish like we had more solutions. Like, that would be awesome. But I feel like it's the same performance every time I turn on the TV.
That's why I'm like struggling to even say much on the performance itself. Like, I feel like we're just gonna reiterate the same thing. What was that?
Am I wrong, or do you guys like also feel this way? Mind you, I didn't watch Wolves. I didn't watch Brentford. I fell asleep when we were 1-0 up against City, and I woke up to Holland scoring and Sanchez diving from 15 yards out for no reason, so I was very confused. And then I watched it back, like, oh, well, that's Robert Sanchez. I don't know.
Chris and Oliver, I'll let you guys answer that question. I gotta get a drink real quick.
With the
That's the
Man
thing,
City,
though,
go on.
it's literally the same. It is like, not exactly, but like roughly, if you could put it into bullet points, it's the same thing every game. Like, particularly with these centre backs, they just serve opportunities on a plate sometimes. Most of the time, not even sometimes.
No, we give away at least one big chance every game, either through just refusing to track a runner or just literally handing them the ball in a dangerous area.
It's ridiculous because we have, we make it so hard for ourselves that we have to put in 30 times the work that the opposition do to get an equivalent chance, and then we won't finish it.
But yeah, man, we got.
And that's if we even get the chance, because today we definitely didn't.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
we got
problem.
Colwell passing the ball and then acting like he got fouled. As soon as that happened, I'm like, oh, they're going to score.
Peter, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Colwell's done that before as well. Like,
He did that against West Ham.
Yeah, it's West Ham. Like, he just
I
sat
found a
there and
stream
watched.
for 2
I
minutes.
got annoyed at that, but I don't think. Sorry?
I found a stream for 2 minutes. I watched Colwell do that. We conceded. It's like, well, I'm not watching anymore.
I mean, if he gave up,
Yeah, man.
I don't understand his whole attitude in that, because he's not even made it or nothing. He's not even a world class player. He's not, and even a world class player doesn't do that.
Hey,
he
listen,
plays for
maybe
Whistle. I
our
don't know-
new, maybe our retired rugby player motivational coach can get in his head. I don't know. Maybe
fuck
that guy can get in his
Hey,
head.
that's
Fuck
right.
that.
We got another one of those. Let's go, boys.
We
Yeah,
done that
right.
before. Nah, the hype of the first one.
What's up, Chris?
I can't believe the hype of the first rugby coach we hired a season ago, or whatever, and what happened to him?
I think
He
he
got
just left.
sacked. Pardon?
I think he just left. I don't know, but that was under Potter and Lampard, right?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. Pot. I remember it was under Pot for sure. Yeah.
Hey,
But-
man, hiring another coach for like motivation is crazy.
Oh shit. Well, that was the other thing too. Like when Pete asked before, like, do you guys like, what do you guys expect for the rest of the season? He didn't say that, but he was alluding like, how do you turn it around? Essentially, like,
we're gonna fight like hell, Navy.
the thing is, like,
shit.
part of me too is like, I mean, Chris, it's kind of that answer, to be honest. Like,
we might get lucky top four. We might.
I don't know if you guys remember, I had this feeling, or maybe it was just me. Like I had this feeling last season that when I think it was after we lost to Middlesbrough, and then we went up against Aston Villa, right? And we thought we were going to lose against Aston Villa after that Middlesbrough defeat, and then we actually played probably one of our best games. And then all of a sudden, that game, it started like a momentum shift where we started to turn it around. We started to win a few more games. We still couldn't go 3 in a row. All season, we couldn't do 3 in a row up until the very end. But like we were winning more games than we were losing. And we were getting some draws here and there. But there was like this sense that it felt like the team kind of was thinking like, yo, there's still a chance we can get top 4. Like, let's stop fucking around and let's actually like play. And they were kind of starting to get towards that. Obviously, we fumbled the bag against 10-man Burnley. We fumbled the bag against, I think, Sheffield United were there as well. We drew against them.
Fucking bastard.
I'm sorry, I have to revisit some of these horrible memories. But yeah, 10-man Burnley, we couldn't do it. And then Sheffield United as well. And so, like, if we had won those games, we would have made it into top 4. Like, part of me is hoping, not thinks. Part of me is hoping that maybe at some point, and it reminded me because after reading this kind of Malo Gusto, as a team, we were very disappointed tonight. They had more desire to win than us, and we need to do better in the next game because it will be important for us to stay in top 4. That is the target, right? I think a little bit of a slip up from Malo Gusto maybe there with that last part, like that is the target apparently. Oh wait, you guys aren't even seeing this. Hold on, I shared the wrong screen. My bad. Here it is. And so I'm kind of hoping like maybe the team turns it around and they're like, yo, we're about to capitulate top 4. We need to step up and like.
What are you saying that we're gonna start turning it around because we have to now?
That's kind of what it felt like last season.
I don't know, man.
When it was out of like when it looked unlikely and they started to actually do better.
I don't think that's what happened. I think we just started playing.
It may have been just me.
Conor Gallagher in midfield instead of trying like Enzo and Caicedo last season. Like,
well, remember we inverted Cucurella because our boy Enzo was playing with a hernia.
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe it would be nice if we just
maybe it would be nice.
Forward in the chair and started playing better, but
it'd be a good underdog story.
It's got to come from the players, though. Like, you know, when it comes to like, you look at Neto today, you can't even beat Lamptey a single time. Like,
bro, the fact that
Tariq
George
basics.
came on.
He actually did a decent cross, what almost got to a goal. It didn't hit in Cuckoo, but the own player hit it to a net.
Like if I'm Pedro Neto, I'm embarrassed that Tariq George comes onto that pitch and like schools me on how to actually beat Lamptey.
Hey man, that's our white Willian.
What happened?
That's our white Willian right there.
Bro, it's insane, dude. Like, I don't know what it is. Like,
it 4 Premier League goals a season in the bag, bro.
Dog, it just baffles me that
65.
You're an experienced player. We were all hyped up for you to come in, and you make Tariq Lamptey in 2 games, by the way, not just this game, last game too. In both the games, you make Tariq Lamptey look like the best left back in the league.
Actually, Cole.
That's what I don't get Neto, because Neto was it? Yeah, the West Ham game where he came. Was it when he came on and changed the game for us? That was the game I'm thinking, right? And that's what I don't get Neto, because I've noticed with Neto, I think he comes off better when he's off the bench this season so far. He hasn't really had like a long run of starts this season, I don't think, but like, yeah, I don't get it with Neto. So, pardon?
He will now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, with the injuries and I think
the thing is though, I mean, yeah, you can say like, you know, he will now because of the injury, but like before all this, like I'm looking at Sancho, and I think if you're comparing Sancho to Neto. I think Maresca rates Neto more. Like Sancho is always the first one to come off the pitch when it comes to we're substituting a winger. It's always Sancho first, regardless of how the two play.
I mean, Sancho's not been like amazing. I think he had a good start.
No, I'm not saying he has been.
Either.
He's just had a good start, and then now he's just like slowed down. He's still shy of
Oh
shooting.
my god, there was a play in this game. There was a play in this game where he cut in from the left, dribbled, and then passed it back to Jorgensen. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember when he dribbled in the box.
He long kicked it. He long kicked it from the edge of Brighton's box back to our goalkeeper.
I mean, that's just Sancho.
I don't remember this, but that sounds like something Jadon Sancho would do.
It's like
that's something I'd do on FIFA. Like, this isn't FIFA. Come on, man.
You're a pass back merchant, I think.
Yeah, like this isn't FIFA though. Like, come on, what are we doing here? I don't even know what the score was at that point, but you know, we didn't score a single goal today anyway, so we had to do something.
But that's why I also go back. Like, I think for me, the difference between this game and the FA Cup one, right, is, excuse me, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, right? Bro, you knew last game against Brighton that Neto wasn't working on the right wing. No. Yet when your plan A, because let's be honest, like if everything went to plan, we actually looked a little better. We actually looked a little better to start off.
I guess.
When that plan capitulated, when Madueke came off injured 20 minutes into the match, then you resorted back to the plan you had in the FA Cup, which didn't work to begin with. What are we doing?
What are you gonna do? Put Sancho at right wing?
Yeah, I would.
At some point, you gotta try to do something, because that's the thing too, right, Pete? Like there was I think it was the West Ham game where during that West Ham game, he made early changes. He swapped up a few tactical things and stuff, and I think it wasn't even the West Ham game. We lost the game where or was it the West Ham? I don't remember. I think it was the West Ham game where we were saying like, you can't put this on Maresca because he did everything he meant to do.
I mean, we won the West Ham game, so it's probably not our game you're thinking.
Yeah, it wasn't that game. I can't remember what game it was, but there was a game. It probably was the West Ham game where he ended up winning
that.
because
like,
of it.
we didn't win, and it wasn't on Enzo that game because he was making it.
Because he did everything that he could have.
You guys talk about Bournemouth?
It was a draw, I think. It's 2-2?
Yeah, but you're 2-2 against Bournemouth.
Was it that game?
It would have been before Wolves. One of the games before Wolves.
It's the game where
no, it was Bournemouth. It was Bournemouth. Yeah, okay. Pete's right. It was. I think it was Bournemouth because he made a bunch of subs and such. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at this lineup real quick. I think that's the one. Yeah. Tosin came on. Neto came on. Felix came on. No, maybe it wasn't. Fuck, dude. I don't even remember, bro. It doesn't matter.
I remember talking about it.
Yeah, I remember saying that. I think what we did was we ended up we won it, and we ended up saying to Enzo like it was jammy, right? The way we won against West Ham, but he made the changes and they paid off, and that was one of those like, dude, just at least try. And if you had lost that game, we wouldn't have put it on Enzo because you at least tried something. You like at some point you just got to throw paint on the wall and see what sticks, right? And when you know that the tactic wasn't going to work because it didn't work in the FA Cup, not to say like, we had the same exact team, but regardless, like, you know your system, you know that you rely on the wing play and all that. Dude, try changing sides. See how the matchup against Lamptey and Jadon Sancho works out. Maybe you can get something out of that. Maybe because today, even though I'm harping on Neto not working against Lamptey, the other side wasn't that much better either. Jadon, literally, as soon as I said, just give the ball to the left wing, Jadon Sancho gives it away. And I was like, okay, never mind. Just go through the middle at this point. Go through the middle. Like, it's just like comical that it wasn't working. So, like, change the sides or try Tariq George. Who cares at this point, bro? Like, I think there was a point in the game, too,
I think he did that when it went 3-0 down. He said, fuck it, I'm just going to bring on these players. That's what he did. He brought on 3 players.
You should have done that when
that's a problem, though. That's a problem.
Navy. No,
you got to wait till you're 3-0 down.
Yeah, Navy could have waited 2-0. Like, at that point,
we were 2-0 down at half time. You have to make subs in the break.
Yeah, because it was literally 2 minutes later. He made 3 changes after the third goal went in. He literally made Reece James for Gusto, George for Neto, and Dewsbury Hall for Caicedo. He said, "Fuck."
And that's the problem. That's the problem we've all had with Maresca as of late. You know, the proactivity is gone.
We had
It
the
used
same
to be
problem
there in
winning,
September, in August. It's gone now.
It was
We
there
had
for West
the
Ham.
same issue when we were winning in November and December, though. We had the same problem. He would make subs at like minute 75.
Yeah, it was always around 70. The only time I really is that West Ham game. He made some really early changes, like Mark Gu and all that. Like he made a lot of early
I think
changes.
he even made halftime changes then, or maybe it was like 5 minutes after halftime.
With the West Ham game, if I can remember, it was wait, where was it? Mark Gu, 52 minutes, and Pedro Neto 52 minutes. 2 early changes,
Yeah.
and then he made another 2 changes in the 60th minute for James and Gusto, and then Gugu and Madueke.
Yeah, we nearly used all of our subs by the hour mark.
Yeah, so he actually made a lot of early changes that game. He should have done it today as well, but I'm not gonna like fully blame him for still today because like this is on directors as well and the ownership because
Well,
like
obviously, like
we're relying on Nkuku at top and like Chalobah in centre back. Even with Colwell, he's just not good enough.
Fucking Montoya, Jesus Christ. I get that like the overall onus is obviously on the directors, right? Like we should have, you know, a backup striker. We should have better center backs. We should have maybe another midfield option in the game to.
We should have bought an actual goalkeeper for now as well. We bought 7 keepers but no real keeper. We got rid of Petrovic, where Petrovic is probably our best keeper.
No, like I agree, but at the end of the day, though, like you got to work with what you're given to an extent. And let's be honest, guys, Maresca's not the only, and Chelsea's not the only club where the manager doesn't get everything they need, and these managers still make it work. Like,
we're not saying he needs everything, though. Like we're having 2 different conversations and trying to blend them into one combo. Like
but at the end of the day, like Pete, even you can agree. You look at obviously different caliber manager, but you look at someone like an Ancelotti. Bro doesn't have any center backs, but he still manages to get results against a Man City that he knows they're at their weakest point. You probably can't get away with what you did in that game against like an actual formidable team like a Liverpool, but bro, you know when you're up against Brighton, for example, today, none of us on this panel prior to the FA Cup were sitting here thinking like, yo, Brighton are going to beat us and they're convincingly going to beat us. They weren't that great this season. They're not having the greatest season.
I thought they beat us in one of these games, but not both of them.
Yeah, I mean, some people thought that too. That's the other thing. So like we have players that can beat these teams. Like as much as I want to dunk on Nkunku and say how shit he's been, like I still know Nkunku's a good player. We're just maybe not using him right, or he's probably checked out completely. I know we can make better use of the team, and I know that you could have probably positioned the team. At the end of the day too, it also falls on tactics and system and all this. Like, don't get me wrong.
Maresca had a similar run at Leicester last season.
Yeah, that's another thing too that like I'm looking at it again. It's looking funny in the light. Like people are looking like they were right about the whole Maresca thing, that towards the end of the season, everyone was saying like, oh, he's creating chances and the attackers weren't finishing them. It's like, well, now we're not even creating chances. So what are we saying now? Like,
yeah, I would love to be missing chances. That would be great.
Bro, we can't even get a shot on target. Like it's just it's embarrassing, but I'm looking, it's like, bro, like I get that last season we didn't necessarily have tactics, but bro, this season with this manager, we only have one tactic. Is this for real? Like we only have one system, one way of playing. You can't change it up. You can't go back to like foundations like a 4-4-2 or something. Just change it up a little bit when things aren't going your way. As rigid as Tuchel was, even he changed it at some point.
Last season we had tactics. People just didn't like them, and they just weren't really effective out of possession. I respect what Poch tried to do, though.
I couldn't even tell you what Poch tried to do, to be honest.
Yeah, man. I think in
Maybe
general,
that's just my lack of football knowledge.
Trying to squeeze spaces and play high up the pitch and be really aggressive out of possession is fine, but he tried to do what he did at Spurs when he first took over, and he just didn't have like the kind of players to try and do that shit. So then it really just turned into trying to flood bodies forward and try and outscore teams, which in Poch's defense, I don't think was a bad idea. We did score 77 goals last season.
Bro, how many goals are we on right now, actually? Let me look at this.
We are dropping now.
We're at 47.
Yeah, Chris, our predictions are even worse.
So we're on pace.
We're
at 47, so I think we're on pace to score 75.
It's getting worse, so it's gonna get lower and lower probably at this point.
It is starting to get a lot worse. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Oh my god.
You know what I learned from this, Marshall, is just never try to predict anything positive.
No, we're on pace to score 71 goals this season.
One little bit positive, man, is it's gonna go wrong. I'm gonna predict like all negative for next season. Fuck it.
It might work out.
Like,
it might work out for me, but
you guys can relitigate last season in the chat all you guys want to do, but to just act like there was no coaching happening because that was the consensus on Twitter, I think is a bit lazy. And is like really does no respect to the job of like actual coaching. Just say that you guys didn't like how the team set up or you didn't like how the team operated. But any team that scores 77 goals across a league season is doing something fine. You could say our defense was terrible, and I agree. I still think our kind of terrible. So like, I don't know. It might be a personnel thing.
Seems like a very marginal improvement from last season, if you ask me, in terms of our defense.
Yeah,
like
I think it's a very marginal improvement across the club. Like,
Yeah,
I guess it's better. I don't know though.
You're not wrong at all, dog. I'm just looking for some highlights here because you guys want to be put in a good mood.
Now we got inverted fullbacks and we got tactical explanations, so everything is fine. But
oh, look at this. This is the wonderful Levi Colwell play right here. The whole
time. When did chat get so toxic?
Oh, did he never get taught like as a kid?
Chad doesn't like Poch. And
talking about fuck Poch. He's been gone for 9 months, guys. Move on.
I mean, yeah, I'm not mentioning.
You haven't been here for a while, bro. Yeah, I've ingrained anti-Poch agenda on this chat. I gotta take accountability for that one. But hey, I'm trying to reverse
I still don't like Poch, but like
I'm trying to walk it back a little bit because I'm looking in hindsight and like everything's looking funny in the light, and now I'm looking back at my old takes. And I'm like,
this season than last season, are we gonna like relitigate all these conversations again, or just pretend that doesn't happen? Because like it was fun when we were winning, but now that we're losing, we're having like the opposite season to last season.
No, it really does feel like that. Yeah. Like if we keep going like this, it's literally the inverse of last season. Where like Poch started off bad and then got better, but this one we started off great, but then we went worse. Like it's just
we can still finish. Where did we finish? Top 6? Was it top 6 or top 7? I don't remember.
We finished in top 6.
We were in conference league because City hung over to the FA Cup final.
Yeah, we could have got Europa League if City actually won that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got in our last 8 games, we have 6 points. That's not correct. No, it's like 8 points. 8 points in our last 8 games.
We win, we lose, we win, we lose, and
yeah, that's pretty efficient, man. A point a game.
Great.
A point a game.
It's 9 points in our last 9 if we want to really be funny.
That's fantastic.
That's a great way to be optimistic about it, guys. You wanted some positivity. There you go.
I don't know. 9 points in our last 9. We're not trending in the right direction.
No, we're not. Not at all. Not to stay in the top 4, which is.
I mean, Man City. I mean, luckily, Man City and Newcastle got each other, so they both can't take over us technically this week.
No, but first, that doesn't matter. Bournemouth are playing Southampton.
Oh yeah.
Because if Bournemouth win, they draw. They tie with us.
What's up?
Yeah, they're pretty close to us, I think.
I think if Bournemouth win, they draw on points with us.
No, if they win, they'd go above us on goal difference because they would improve their goal difference by winning.
So after this weekend, we could potentially find ourselves in 6th place.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
Being 7th next weekend.
Yeah. We got Aston Villa, who could beat us.
But on the bright side, guys, the season would have to go really, really bad to end up in Conference League again. So there's that.
I can't take if we get Conference League again. I can't take it.
We'd have to drop to 8th and then not win Conference.
We should be in the Europa League minimum because we should be winning the Conference League that will get us qualification.
Well, if we keep in worse form, I don't see us winning it. We still have no striker.
Well, again, my biggest worry with the Conference League is that Robert Sanchez is now in there.
Isn't there one decent team in it? Not decent, but like, they're noticeable. I forgot the team now.
We could play Betis.
You got like Real Betis, Fiorentina. They're really the ones.
Yeah, Anthony will put us in the spliff, bro.
But yeah, I don't know. We have a long way to limp towards the end of the season, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this Colwell jogging back is actually.
Why did he? No, what I don't get. Why did he even bother jogging back? He may as well just stay there the whole time. At least commit to your moaning.
You're just jogging back the whole time, dude. You're. What makes it worse is that you're in the box and you're still jogging back, bro.
I wonder
you see your team is under pressure. You're still jogging back.
You talk about motivation, right? Talk about motivation. Talk about John Terry coming to the dressing room. I wonder what John Terry would have said to that.
You're a bitch,
bro. I don't know if you remember, Chris. Like Christensen did a similar thing. He actually got injured from it, he got injured in a game and he stayed down. John Terry told him to get up on like Instagram or something.
Yeah.
You know what makes this actually worse? I just realized this. Look at how close he actually was to like blocking the ball.
Yeah, if he got up sooner, maybe he could.
If you actually had put some haste in your pace.
No,
you obviously listen. Okay,
wait.
In hindsight, guys, in hindsight, it wouldn't have mattered anyways because we were still losing the game, right? But still, like, it's like, I think some of us fans, obviously, we look at how we lose, and some losses are worse than others. Again, and chat, like, don't get triggered by bringing up last season. Obviously, you need to compare last season to this season because you want to see improvement from last season. And the only way to see if there's an improvement is to compare it to the season prior, right? We want to make progress upwards, not downwards. So when we bring up Poch and all that stuff, and I've said this in multiple streams now, you guys have heard me say it. When I'm presented with new information, when I see other actions and I see other results, that gives me more data to pull from that I can now, okay, based off of what I see now, let me compare it to what I saw last season. And I do see parallels. There are parallels there. Now, I may not necessarily agree with Pete on the tactics side of things, but to an extent, he's not wrong. There was a tactic there. It just wasn't one that I liked, and it didn't seem like...
to do that shit. He should have changed it. I agree, but to act like it's no tactics, I just think is a bit lazy and open.
It did seem like there was a lot of no direction or no like instruction, right? Like a lot of players seemed like they were kind of lost, and it did seem like there was a lot of dependence on Cole as well as individual brilliance. I think I looked at the stats. Like literally, there was only one game we won last season that Cole Palmer wasn't involved in. But we look at this season. And we look at, for example, this game, how we lose also matters. Last season against Middlesbrough, the way we lost that one game, even though we ended up winning the tie, it was embarrassing. It was absolutely embarrassing. We were fucking pissed off for it. How we lost against United when I first started being Poch out. Like, that's embarrassing. This loss, the loss in the FA Cup, it's embarrassing. And when you see like plays like this where Colwell's jogging, when if you had just sprinted, or not even sprinted, but even like ran, not jogged, you probably could have actually stopped this tackle and you prevented the 3-0. Maybe if you had done it the whole game, maybe things would have gone better in general. Like Chalobah was also shit this game. I'm not trying to scapegoat Colwell. Both of them were shit. Bro, these fucking center backs literally have me saying I miss the Sassi. I almost rather Henderson and Fabinho in the center back pairing than these guys. Like, it's bad. It is really bad. But I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think?
You know what? I don't know. I don't even care. To be honest, I'm more so just kind of thinking, what do I realistically think we're going to get between now and the end of the season? We've 13 games left.
Yeah.
You guys
Bring
think we
back
get to
Zuma.
65 points like we're projected to based on our points per game?
Yeah.
You think we get to
No.
65? So you're saying
Let me
we
look at
get
the rest of the
22
fixtures.
points from our last 13 games?
Let's actually look at these fixtures real quick.
I don't know if we're
Yes.
gonna beat
It'll
Villa
help
or
me
not,
better
but
analyze
like,
this.
I feel like it's maybe a 40% chance Chelsea can beat Villa.
I think it's less than that, brother. We got
Maybe
those
I'm
next.
Yeah.
We got those next two. After that,
I feel like Rashford's gonna score on us though.
Bro, against Villa, I feel like it's a 20% chance we win. I ain't gonna lie to you.
oh, brothers.
We beat Southampton. If we don't beat Southampton,
Less
then
than
just
that.
just sign the season off. If we don't
Yeah,
beat
that Villa
Southampton,
away fixture Saturday, 5:30 UK time. That's the most obvious L of the season, guys. That was even more obvious than today.
And that was it's funny too, because like literally the previous stream on a Chelsea hour, I was saying like I'm looking at these fixtures and I'm hoping, well, I say these fixtures right here, Brighton at Villa, Southampton. I'm hoping for 6 points out of the 9 because I'm expecting to lose against Villa, bro. I mean, listen, if we do get 6 points out of the 9, then kudos, fine. You beat Villa, that's great. I just don't expect it to happen. I really don't.
no, we're surely beating Leicester and Southampton at least.
That's what I said.
No, I mean like this is the one of the fixtures out of the 3 that I'm talking about, Chris.
Oh, okay.
But like if we look at the rest of the fixtures before international break,
Brentford could cook us.
you know what? I'll be
Arsenal probably
bold,
cook
guys.
us.
I think we're gonna draw on Saturday. I will be bold.
that is bold. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That is
You can
bold.
get a point.
That is bold.
I don't know why you guys
bet
are
on
laughing.
that.
I'm being entirely serious.
I know.
I just don't. We scored this. I don't count this as a goal. I guess
not?
jammy
Nice.
goals
Goal was a
against
goal.
West Ham.
Hey, there are goals and they were our last win, so respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be our last win for a while. Who knows?
You not count Cole
He's a
Palmer's goal
jammy.
against West Ham? Well, I mean, there's no goal, but
Against Brighton was also an own goal, dude.
yeah. That's what
Yeah, like-
happens when you hit it. It can just deflect.
Yo, let's go back to more camp, man. That was a good time.
No. Those are just expected wins. When was our last game we didn't expect to win?
We're like struggling to score goals too, and you look at this like no goals against Everton, one goal.
As soon as when Jackson
against
dropped off, I
Fulham.
think that's when it happened. Because Jackson was
pretty
scoring goals.
much.
I mean, Cole Palmer's got like 14 or something. And then you've got Jackson, who's the other goal threat, and now he's dropped off. And now it's just on one player again. I think that's what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
And Cole Palmer's kind of dropped off the ball as well.
so let's say we draw versus Villa. Let's be optimistic. We beat Southampton and Leicester.
So
I think-
like 7 points.
I think we lose to Arsenal.
Yeah. We could beat, we should beat Tottenham still at home as well.
If we
Yeah.
don't beat Tottenham, I'd be severely disappointed in this team.
Keep
Yeah.
in mind that after Arsenal, we do go on international break. We will get some players back, so
Hopefully.
that does give me a little bit more optimism. But we'll see.
Okay, sure. So we beat Tottenham. I think we lose at Brentford.
They're very good at home. So
I don't know why you're laughing.
They are very good at home. No, I'm laughing because like I can't disagree with that.
Games, brother.
We're gonna lose to Ipswich too, by the way. Because like, listen.
Nah, we'll beat them.
Nah, we better be Ipswich at home, man. Don't joke.
Listen, we lost to the 2-0, bro. What happened last time, guys?
Yeah,
Are you
but
forgetting
we're
what
home
did-
now. We're
what
the
did-
best win at
Listen,
home.
Delap was bullying our defenders, bro. It's gonna be the same story again.
Don't joke there, buddy. But Fulham away, that's a draw, boys.
Oh, yeah, that's guaranteed a draw.
I hate to let you know that's a 1-1
Yeah,
draw.
probably.
Jimenez is scoring.
We beat Everton quite. Just need
I hope-
to
ain't
beat
I hope
beating
we
Everton.
can win.
bro. We
I
ain't
hope-
beating
No,
Everton.
we beat them 6-0 last time at home, by the way.
Sean Dyche
Yeah,
is-
but this is Dave Moyes' is
David
Everton
Moyes'
now,
super
bro.
team? I don't know, guys. New
We're
Everton.
gonna
might be
have to-
different.
yeah.
I
That
don't
might be
think-
another cheeky draw. That might be another cheeky draw.
I could give it. Yeah, I'll give you a draw maybe. I don't think
Liverpool,
we're
we're losing to
Yeah,
Newcastle.
we may as well.
Bro, we're
Newcastle.
clapping Liverpool.
Newcastle away. Don't even go.
Yeah.
Don't even go.
No, that's true.
Just stay in
We
the
lost
bus.
Last
Stay in
season,
the bus. Marcos Alonso, the
Keep
bus,
that
dude.
script. Do not
we
do
lost
it to
4-1.
yourself.
We lost 4-1, by the way.
Do not do it to yourself. Last year, It was
4-1.
1-1.
The last
I
three
went
games.
outside to let my girlfriend's dog out. I came back and we were 3-1 down. Do not do it to yourself. Don't
The last
even
3 games are tough,
bother.
man.
United
United
at
will
home.
be a
Think
draw.
we win?
You think so? I think we'll be a draw against United.
No, guys.
We might
We'll win against them, bro. They'll be
We
finishing
can't
up
beat
against
them, bro.
This season is the season.
At home, we beat them last season, bro. We beat them at home last season, bro.
Oh, you're
You'll
right.
see them
You're
again.
right. You're right.
We
You're
beat
right.
them,
You're right.
okay?
We don't beat him next round.
Forest now. Forest is gonna be bloody hell, mate. You know.
Hey, look. Okay,
that's-
so hold on.
wrap it
hold
up.
on. Let
Full
me
enough in it.
let me do some math in my brain.
Yeah, do the
So,
math.
I got
heard
us
all the
10 points
results.
from 5 games through Spurs. We lose at Brentford. We beat Ipswich. We draw against Fulham. Draw against Everton. Lose against Liverpool and Newcastle. Beat United. So I have us on 17 points going into the last game. Holy shit. We're at 60 points going into the last game. You know
That's
what?
less than Poch,
we beat
right?
Forest because we have to. I think we beat Forest because we have to, and then I think we still miss out on top 5.
That's less points than Poch, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's-
that'd be the same exact points.
Oh,
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
God damn.
I have us on 63. If we beat Everton at home or Fulham away, we get to 65, boys. Don't worry.
That's good.
The thing right now is that we're doing pretty poor. The thing about Newcastle is they're like they're in a they're doing really well now, but like they are genuinely
Well,
an
Newcastle's
injury away.
doing really well now.
No. But the thing with
They've fallen
Newcastle
off
is
a little bit.
Newcastle is an injury away from like going back to regular settings. Does that make sense?
Well,
Whether
if
that
they
be to
lose
an Anthony,
Isak or something.
whether it be like to Anthony Gordon or like Isak, then you know what I mean it's kind of like
Isak's
back
the
to
more
what these are,
realistic injury, though.
right?
You guys think
Then-
Bournemouth are going to make Champions League?
They lost both their strikers though. That's the problem. They lost both their
I don't think
strikers,
so.
bro.
Yeah, but
They lost both. They lost both
the
Unal
next
and
two games are
Wilson.
Southampton and Wolves.
Yeah.
The thing about
Uh,
Forest,
Yeah,
I want to ask a question to you guys about Forest because like the thing about Forest is I don't like they may well be able to keep it up, right? But there needs to be like some form of downturn on form, even for them.
Sure, but we're getting near the point where like
It doesn't
Yo,
matter.
yo,
anymore,
Bournemouth might actually make top 4.
yes, yes.
Because you
They,
look at the
they're
rest of
getting
their
Europe
fixtures.
for sure. They have to get Europe. They'll get Europe,
Yes.
Bro,
this season.
they can definitely beat Southampton. They can definitely beat Wolves. Brighton for sure. Tottenham for sure. They might draw against Brentford. Ipswich, I can see them beating. West Ham, I can
I
see them
think they have
beating.
the fixtures to do it. Funnily enough,
Fulham could be a draw. Crystal Palace could be a draw. United may be a draw as well.
like, no one's
Arsenal.
really considering this. But yeah, I mean, Ahmed, like I hear you on Forest because their next 4 games are Fulham and Newcastle away, and then Arsenal and City at home. So like they could drop some points.
Yo, this is literally what people were saying before. We're watching other people's results.
We're very quickly getting to the point where it's like, say Forest beat Fulham this weekend. Do you think we're overhauling a 7-point gap in 13 games, bearing in mind our fixtures?
Yeah, probably not.
I don't.
Unless, like I said, by some miracle, like last season, this team decide to get their head out of their asses and turn it around because they're like, "Oh shit, we actually might not make top 4 if we don't try." Like,
Guys, bearing in mind, like we're gonna have these conference league games to play as well.
Oh yeah, you're forgetting about
with
that.
less
And
of a beat
you know,
too.
we may be knocked out of the next round of the Conference League, by the way.
If
Not the
is
next
thinking
round.
about-
round of 16,
Because like we may be facing a informed Real Betis side.
bro, inform Real Betis. What does that even mean? Stop
Hey,
it.
listen, I don't trust the team in its current state, bro.
Stop
I'll
it.
be real.
Inform Real Betis. Stop it right now.
I'm just trying to troll a little bit. Sorry, guys. You know what I mean?
That team is in fucking like 12th place. Stop it.
Listen. With the current Chelsea, man, anything's possible.
we're not this bad.
If we can't beat Real
We
Betis,
say, listen, we keep saying we're not this bad, and we keep losing.
My worry is
Ahmed,
we're not
I said
bad.
it before you weren't here. If we lose the conference
He's
league,
got to shave his head.
Maresca
He's gotta
out.
shave, yeah, he's got to shave his
And
head.
I'm shaving my face.
head.
I said face.
You should have said
Head.
that, Marshall. You shouldn't have said that, Marshall, man. You should not have said
Marshall without a beard actually will be
I'm telling you,
You
Marshall.
guys haven't seen me without a beard. You've known me with a beard my whole.
Yes, I've known him with a
3
beard.
to 4 years.
I've known him at best with just a mustache. I've known him at best with a mustache, bro.
You can change it to hair if you want. You can go bald if you want. That's your choice.
Bloody hell.
No, I'm not doing that.
Bloody hell, Chris.
Stop insisting that. I'm not doing it.
Why do you want to go? Why do you want him to go bold, Chris? Like,
I know he doesn't want to go bald. That's why. That's the last thing he wants to do.
I hear that still. But
And
like,
no, I'm
listen,
not shaving my eyebrows either. Someone suggested that. I can't do that for work purposes.
Hey,
When I say shave my face, I mean my facial hair.
I got
not the fucking
I
eyebrows.
got a new thing for you, Marshall. Shave half your head, half your eyebrows, and half your beard.
No, Chris, I work in a professional environment. I can't actually do that.
no. Listen,
My bosses would literally tell me, pay for a toupee or whatever, and wear that because we can't have you
It's
go
a
into
new
accounts
style.
like
Just say
this.
it's a new style, man.
Can you bring
No.
up TJ's? Can you bring up TJ's comment,
Hating on the
Marshall?
style.
Like TJ, like I don't know, like do you not watch the show yesterday?
He
Do you know
doesn't
the show?
watch the show. I know he doesn't watch the show. This guy's
He must
new in the
not be
chat.
watching the show, bro.
He,
Come on,
he
man.
is, and I'll say this as well. Like, I think it's really ironic that the first subject is talking to the final two because this is the same guy that was talking shit about the other two subjects that you're stating here the whole time. How they're brown envelopes, shills, and all this. Hypocritical, really. But I know the content you watch. You're just here to get your.
I was
your licks while you
I
can.
was just gonna say it's all well and good that people can band together, try to do stuff, but like I think the problem. I think we need to. I think again, there's no practicality of everything I'm hearing. That's just the issue. I would do. Listen, I don't understand where this new thing has come about that the owners can be brought out. Like I've not had again from what we've learned, from what we've been read. They can buy each other out, but like we can't do that, mate. No, I know it. I understand what you're saying, Marshall. But like, listen, I don't think these owners are good enough. I don't think everyone here would probably agree with you. But we cannot remove them from power, boys. We need to be. I just don't understand where this has come from.
I just want the owners to remove the directors. That's where my
Yes, that's what we need to. Like practically speaking, we can try to get the sporting directors gone, but we can't remove the guys at the top.
We're never going to shame people into selling a multi-billion-pound asset.
That's what I'm saying, Peter. Like I feel like there's no understanding of that, Peter. That's what I'm trying.
For the record, nobody pays me for any of this, but I'm down to be paid for opinions. So if you know anybody who's paying people for opinions, let me know.
Yeah, all you have to do is tell what Peter have to say and take the money home.
Yeah, man, I'm down to be paid to give opinions and push propaganda. I'm willing to do it.
I need that money, bro. Listen, I'm trying to pay my mortgage, bro. I've got a mortgage, Listen, I'm trying to get as much money as possible. Please.
Can we all agree though? It's like if I'm looking at the broader spectrum and the bigger picture here, right? In terms of football itself and ownerships, it looks like to me that most football clubs are trending towards being owned by either American companies, Saudi companies. Am I missing another category here?
It's not even about the country, Marshall. I just think a lot of football clubs these days now are owned by hedge funds, or like I forget what the other type of them is called. Like maybe you can help me out there. But it's like another thing, like essentially. Or private investors, yes, exactly right. So it's either private investors or hedge fund owners, right? And then maybe there's the third class of like billionaires that maybe love the sport or something like that, right? So basically there's just only these things, right? And like the reality,
I'm just discussing it now.
Yeah, I think for me, like right now, I don't know if people know this. 80% of football is not a profitable business right now. Like I'm pretty sure we all know this, right? Football's not. Yeah. It's like 80% of clubs. 80% of clubs do not make profit. I think that's an actual fact.
The only way you're gonna get good profit if you sell the club, like for a good price.
Yeah.
Say, how much they pay for Chelsea? Like 4 billion. Was it 4 billion or something?
It's basically it was 2.3. It was technically 2. No, it was 2.3 base technically, but it was the 1.75 that was guaranteed for like future investment. Does that make sense, guys?
Okay,
that was separate to the actual thing.
Right, if they can sell the club for like 5 billion or something, then that's gonna be good from us. Something like 5 to 6 billion in there, like.
But basically, that we know how. Like, again, like I think all of us in this, at least here, and I like to hope some of the chatters here understand how capitalism works, right? We understand how businesses work, right? They wanna get an ROI, return on investment. They can't get that in 10 years. They know that too. And on some level in football, right, you cannot get your return on this, particularly when you're in a big club, right, to do what they're doing right now. Right now, what they're doing, they're tanking their business right now, right? The stuff they're doing right now is not helping them value-wise, I would like to think. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but...
I mean, no, like last 3 years.
At the end of the day, like, yeah, I just think at the end
and they're
of the
not
day,
getting
like,
money for sponsors either. Like,
exactly.
no sponsors this season. The only way they're getting money really back is just selling players. That's
I
it.
think TKO makes a good point. Like, again, like, you know, all these groups that we've heard about, like, they're all done not great stuff, like, as well. But I just think for me, we're not gonna get anywhere with this ownership. With the current ownership group, you're not gonna move them out. Just focus on the sporting directors and getting them out.
Look,
That is
put a
what you
better
can
product
do.
on the field, and nobody cares about the owners.
Yes, that's all it is. Yes.
Like, I get
I
it.
mean, let's be
It's cool to do like the whole owners out thing, and that's a cool opinion to have, I guess. But there's no practical route
Exactly.
to achieve that. None of us are going to crowdfund £4 billion to buy Chelsea off of.
Exactly. Listen, I don't have the
And
facilities
even
for
if
that.
we could raise the money,
Mhm.
we're not then going to agree with how to run the club.
Bro, it's not even just that. There's already like they already have in contract they can't sell to a third party until a certain date.
No, but even if they wanted to, like, we don't have
Yeah.
the fucking capital to come up with that to take it off.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
like, none of that fucking matters, guys. Just
And also, like, just quickly, like, you know, this idea of like let's not go to the bridge, let's sell let's not even go to our tickets and stuff like that. We all listen. One of the biggest curses of having a big club. Just look at United. They tried to do that. All the other fans just bought the tickets and just went to the game.
There will
It's
always be other fans.
That's the point. That's how I told you, Marsh, right? There's always going to be someone else that's available that's going to take that seat off of you, bro. Always.
Yep.
Especially when it's in central London as well. It's just, for me, that aspect of it is never going to work, bro.
I think it's one of those, like, I think, I hate to say it because it's almost like a cliche. The club itself is too big to fail.
Exactly.
Kind of how, like, even though we banter about Spurs and United getting relegated, it's almost like they're too big to get relegated. It could happen. It could happen in a traditional sense
I
of
don't
football.
think
It could happen.
I don't think clubs of that level can get relegated realistically anymore.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
never going to happen.
yes, but I don't think so anymore.
Yeah.
Look at how bad the bottom of the Prem is.
Yeah.
Look at the new teams, bro. Every time the new teams are always going down now, bro.
Spurs are 10 points above the drop zone, and they've lost 13 of 24 games.
Bloody hell.
Like, to an extent.
You have to be incredibly terrible to get relegated in 2025.
Yeah, and there's too many. A lot of these teams invest too much money in such high quality players that it's not really feasible. Like, as bad as they may be, there will be games where they do turn up and do show up for the price that they're worth, and that'll be enough to just scrape them to continue into the.
You know,
like, to an extent, it's almost like we already created our own little super league. To be
Even
honest,
in our worst season, where we finished 12th, we were still 10 points above the drop.
And like, I think the thing is also, like, you look at a lot of these new teams, bro. They can't compete necessarily with these top teams that have been in the remaining 17 teams because they still get more money than them when they go up. Yeah, and they still get everything. They still have the players there too. So like, it's very hard for these other three teams to compete in general. So that's why they always go down straight away. Essentially, there's no way that's gonna happen, JC.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Why would the UK care about the US invading Canada, though?
I know, I understand that Canada used to be a former state of the UK, but like, listen, this is not British. This is not the British Empire anymore, big man. Chill out.
Why would the UK care about that?
I think they're trying to use the same logic about Roman and the Russian and the sanctions and all that.
Yeah.
The thing is, TJ, like, I'm going to let you know this right now.
United are getting sold. Tottenham are getting sold. Liverpool are also getting sold. And so are Arsenal, right?
Yep.
That's not happening.
Yeah, TJ, I want to let you into a little secret, my bro, yeah? They're never going to let Abramovich buy this club back again.
No.
I don't understand. Like, people need to realize that, bro. After what's happened, even though I know the stuff in Ukraine, it's look like it's going to come towards an end quite soon of some of the stuff that's been reported, they are never going to let Roman come in again after the stuff that happened in the first place because of how much of a stain it already was on the club, not just on the Premier League brand itself. And that's from a branding perspective alone. They will never do that again. Like, imagine if they let an oligarch come back in to buy their club again. Never gonna happen, boys.
Just so people can see this and understand that we're not. Obviously, the only people that really know what the details of the contracts are probably the business lawyers that these guys hired and so on that actually read the contracts. There's probably a big ass confidentiality,
non-disclosure agreement. Non-disclosure agreement.
Thank you.
This guy was trying to confidentiality and he couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it, man. Chelsea got
Jesus.
My vocabulary and my Chelsea head is gone. But yeah, the confidentiality agreement and all that stuff. I'm telling you right now, Minerals doesn't have the answer. It's a lot of these guys. A lot of you guys just want to hear what you want to hear, and you want to believe what you want to hear. And to an extent, like that's not even just with football. That's with life. There's a lot of people that they just gear or they just are lured towards the news that they want to hear, and this is the truth that they want to hear, so they'll believe the people that say it, even though it's not necessarily the wholehearted truth. But based on what we know right now, they can't sell until 2032.
And just to add to Marshall again, guys, yeah, if they could sell, we would have known in that period while we were hearing Bowley versus Gabali. Again, that was just this November. Like, that was only like 3-4 months ago, guys. We would have known then if they could sell to third parties. Genuinely speaking.
This is before AI.
And remember,
trendy, bro.
this is not even cool.
AI.
No, like, I don't really care about that. I'm just like, let's actually look at the facts itself, right? This is coming out before they were doing any PR that they're doing right now. This is coming from the Rain Group itself, right? And I would also argue, again, the Athletic, I think, have reported this also, if I'm not mistaken, right? And they're very reliable when it comes to stuff like this. And if there was anything in the contract that no, even it doesn't even matter. Obviously, I'm just making a point. If there was anything like what we're saying right now, or what people are saying, we would have known about it right now, bro. We would have known about it by now, bro. There is no way they would be hiding that, bro. Why would they hide that right now? It's just unrealistic.
I'm just saying, people, when it comes to like sources, there's a certain level of like, you got to look at their consistency and the morals and not the nitpicky of it. Like, for as much shit as people want to give the Athletic or Ornstein or Fabrizio, Ornstein's at least consistent. Like, he won't say anything unless he knows it cannot be debunked or can be wrong. And he'll continue to be that way because it's all about integrity in journalism, which is very little of it left. But the moment like you start seeing someone say this source is garbage because XXXXX, and then later on say this source is saying the truth, yada yada, the same source that you just said is garbage. At some point, you as a human, you have to like kind of raise an eyebrow to that and be like, okay, hold on now. How do I know you're just not nitpicking? Or like, you got to just start questioning it. And once you start to question the integrity, that's when you start to have to like question if this is something you can trust. And that's why, like, at the end of the day, like when we do like the Casually Chelsea show, you've heard me say it here, Ahmed, Pete, I'm sure you've heard me say it too a few times. Like, I'm at a point now where I really only trust Ornstein and Fabrizio to an extent. And Matt Law, who's kind of re-earning my trust. Because for a while, Matt Law, he wasn't lying, but he was, overinflating a lot of truths. But he's kind of re-earned his way in that trust. And probably because it was hurting his wallet to an extent. But
so, like, just quickly, JC, what have I said that's unrealistic? I've said everything that's, again, what I've said, yeah, just tell me what's wrong about it. But like, I think Marshall, I would like to think all three of us here, we understand what media literacy is, right? We can understand the difference. We can
100%
understand.
True, by the way, TJ. Everything we saw, even the players on the pitch were all AI. Everything was AI.
But like, again, I just want to say, I feel like there's media literacy. We can understand the difference between what a brief is, right, and what is something that's new, that's been reported, that is clearly sourced. I am confirming your statement to your I am confirming your statement. Oh, you agree with me?
Conforming to your statement.
Oh, fair enough. That's fair enough. But like, I just think for me, at the end of the day, right? These are the facts we have. Unless there's something new, we would have known about it by now, surely. But again, these guys want to make money on their return on investment. In the current state, let's say hypothetically they were to sell the club, they're not gonna make money on the club. They're not making money on the club. So why would they sell it now? Like,
you know what? That's actually a really good point, because, like,
even that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, Marshall, like, even right now, yeah. If I was to say, you know, I'm just trying to say, like, even right now, if I was to say, like, yeah, okay, they can sell the club, they wouldn't sell it now because we're in probably our worst state that we've ever been in, bro.
We're in our worst state, and
Roman.
We've spent $2 billion on the club already.
Yes, it makes it look worse, bro. That's the whole point.
We haven't necessarily flipped the profit.
We were never like this under Roman. Like, even Roman, the one time we finished 10th, we won the league the next season, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's the point. Like, we've never been as bad as we've ever been now.
We're about to endure 3 fiscal years of no Champions League revenue.
Exactly, Peter. Yes.
Before Roman bought the club.
Like, there is no legit way these guys would sell in our current state.
Even if they could, I don't think they would, in terms of, like, they need to find a way to flip a profit.
Again, like, we need to also realize one of the guys that owns us is a private equity firm. They need genuine return on investment on their money.
It's 4 owners.
You know, but the biggest one, the one that technically owns us, is Clear Lake Capital, guys, and they own like over 60, around about 60%. And these guys need return on investment. And in our current state, you ain't getting that. So they're never gonna sell at this in this current state. If they do, they sell at a loss. Then that looks bad on them. then they've got people they have to answer to be like, what went wrong?
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing, though, right? Like, what you're saying is, I don't disagree. It would be nice if we had 1 owner and not 4. But in order for Boli to be the 1 owner, that means Feliciano, Hans Borwies, and Egbali
which is technically a
need
part
to
of
sell.
Boli's thing. Which is basically.
But he has a share, right? He has his own share.
His share is only 5%, bro. It's not even that.
Regardless, he has to sell it. In order for Boli to have 100% ownership of the club, he needs to sell his 5% share to Boli. So that means you need 3 people to actually have their shares bought out by Boli. They need to agree to sell their shares, and they're probably going to ask for the same price at minimum. In the best case scenario, they're probably going to ask for the same price that they invested into the project to be returned back to them. And think about this. Boli didn't have the money to buy Chelsea himself. What makes you think he had the money? He has the money to actually get, well, he might, I don't know. He just bought a cricket club and stuff. Like, he might have the money. But that means he has to actually dish out of his own pocket to repay these guys their own share, which he didn't have for Chelsea to begin with.
Yeah. Boli just seems like he's just a venture. He's basically a venture capitalist. Like, he's just gonna invest in something. He invests in a bunch of stuff, and then eventually one of them is gonna hit like bang, right? Like, it's like a Silicon Valley thing, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who runs the sporting directors. Boli needs to find out to buy out. But the problem is, remember, if you remember those reports at the time, Marshall can correct me if I'm wrong. Iqbali does not want to sell. Iqbali sells in this current state, he is making a loss. HA. That is the problem, bro. That is the problem we're not understanding.
Even though I agree with you on this, like, technically you're right. If Boli were to buy Iqbali's share, then he has a majority ownership.
I agree.
And he would be able to take the reins at least. You're not wrong in that. You're absolutely right. The problem is that Iqbali represents Iqbali and Feliciano, I think, but Iqbali is part of the representation of Clear Lake Capital, an investment firm. Investors in it that want a return on their investment. So Iqbali then is responsible for those returns on investment.
Boli,
so
I'm looking at an article right now. Clear Lake is 61.5% stake. The other 3 being Mark Walter, Hans-Jörg Wyss, and Todd.
There's another one too.
They've split up that remaining 39.5%, if my math is correct.
Yeah. I think Boli owns like 15 to 20%, if I'm not mistaken.
Todd Boli, if it's equal, Todd Boli owns like 13% of Chelsea. So he would need to find an amount of money probably equal to 5 times what his share is currently worth in order to buy out Clear Lake Capital.
It's just not realistic, guys. I'll be so honest with you. It's so
unless he's got like a Saudi prince, it's not happening, bro.
And even then, like he. This is the way I see it. Bowley wanted Chelsea. This was all his idea. And I think, and I said this in when we were talking about the Civil War thing, I think Bowley wanted to buy Chelsea, but he needed money because he couldn't do it by himself. Otherwise, he would have. He couldn't do it by himself, so he resorted to Clear Lake and Hansborg Weiss and the other third person that Pete mentioned. I forgot the name. But so as a result, he resorted to them. And then once things came about, because Clear Lake was the majority owner, he saw how Bowley was running things, and he was like, "Nah, dude, you're gonna collapse my investment." So Iqbali stepped in and was like, "Bro, I have the majority share. You need to step away. I'm taking care of this because you're doing it wrong." And that's how you get the scenario we're in right now, where Bowley is just basically fucking Iqbali's bitch. Let's be honest. Bowley right now is like fucking Levi Cole on the pitch. Let's be real.
I said this, Marshall. You are correct, bro. Like again, we knew Bowley didn't have the money. That's why he was doing a consortium. He was leading the consortium. We already know all of this stuff. But I think Demon basically is right. Like Demon's comment, the first one, is basically the reality. That's what I'm saying. Like again, it's very unrealistic right now, guys. It's just not gonna happen.
It goes back to what I was saying before. Like, in order for Iqbali to sell his shares, he is responsible for the investment of a lot of people under his firm. He has to perform on that, right? He has to return on that investment. So, listen, and this is where it gets to points where I just don't understand, and I'm not going to pretend to. He needs to somehow find a way to get profit out of this so that he can return back to his investors with a profit. He can't come back to his investors breaking even or not making a single profit. That's just not how these things work. At least at this level. At least I don't imagine it is. I'm not going to pretend like I know. Like, if I did know, I'd probably be a billionaire and I wouldn't have a YouTube channel. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. But it's just like, it's a pipe dream. It's nice to, have happy thoughts and reminisce the past. But let's also be honest. If, and maybe you guys disagree with me on the panel, if we were to even get back to Roman, right? Let's say everything works out, that Roman is actually allowed to buy his club back. He pays overs for it just to make up for the fact that these investors want some return on investment. So let's say he puts down $5 billion and these investors are happy with that, and he buys back his club. PSR, financial fair play, all these things is totally different than it was now, than it was back when Roman owned the club. Are we like positive that we're going to be able to run the institution the same exact way we were used to be able to run it before all these rules were applied?
Sorry, I thought I was listening to some of this. Some of the stuff that people are saying is very incorrect. First of all, the thing is, Bowley always wanted us. He tried to get us in 2018. He had a consortium then that he trusted. It's just that there was a fire sale for us. So basically, he tried to find money as quickly as he could, and he just found another investing firm in Iqbali. That's why before then, because I know Ahmed also listens to, who's that other guy we listened to on playback?
He's the guy who listened to a playback, did he say?
Yeah.
Alex Goldberg?
Yes, thank you. So he was saying that they didn't know each other before buying Chelsea. Like, there was no history of them being like business partners or any of that sort before buying Chelsea. So it's more so that. And the rumors were that Bowley, if they're going to buy him out, he is planning to pay the $5 billion. He is willing to pay over the odds of buying it out, but it's based on what the rest of the investment of that firm thinks, because they're thinking that Chelsea might not be just a $5 billion club, but might be a $7 billion club in the next 7 years. That's the
point. That's what we were just saying, literally, right now. Because we were saying the problem is right now, and I think someone in the comments also said it a lot earlier. I can't remember who said it, but like right now, Chelsea, if they actually get back on track and they do the stadiums, whatever they want to, we would probably double in value, essentially, in their eyes, right? And that's what they want. They want ROI, again, return on investment.
Yeah.
And the reality is, they need that to happen, bro. They need. Listen, I just double checked right now. These guys own over 85 billion in assets, boys. I mean, listen, these guys, they want their money, bro. It's very hard for that to happen.
I definitely believe that Boli and Iqbali didn't know each other, though. Like, clearly Capital are just some giant fucking private equity firm based out of Santa Monica. Boli is a minority owner in the Lakers and the Dodgers. So, like, there's probably not that many billionaires chilling around LA. So I would imagine.
I'd say that's where the majority.
And Peter, the other guy who has majority stake in the Dodgers, I'm forgetting his name. He also is a minority owner in Chelsea as well. So I think Boli has like 12 or 13% because he put in, I think, like 700 million of his own money, and then he also got the Dodgers guy in there too.
Oh, it's Mark Walter is in the Dodgers group. So yeah, Mark Walter is like overlapping.
Yeah, so they're the two minority owners. So some of the Dodgers hierarchy, I mean, some of that is in there, but still the majority is Clear Lake. And and the thing is that Roman Abramovich can't buy the club back because he put it as a stipulation that they can't sell the club to outsiders, right? One of them can buy each other out, but they can't sell the club for the next 10 years. So he's also stopped himself from buying the club, even if that was possible. So for everyone...
That's actually a good point too, yeah.
And I said this to Ahmed, these people, I don't know if, I think Ahmed might have been late or was there. I'm saying, oh no, you were there. I'm saying that our fan base are cowards. I'm saying the fan base are cowards because they know they can keep on blaming the owners and saying owners out when they should be making banners for the directors, because they're cowards because they know that the owners can't go anywhere, but we're gonna it's straight up. They're blaming something that is never gonna change, right? They're blaming something that
they know they're never gonna get any change out of. Exactly.
That's a good point.
Like asking for making banners for their directors out, or like we've applied enough pressure for them to fire Potter earlier than he was supposed to. Remember the reports that he's going to be. But what caused them to fire Potter is because us as a fan base were rioting, we're against it. We demonstrated that fuck Potter, and then they fired him because they were panicking. So why can't this fan base pressure them to fire the directors? And if in change of fires Maresca, so be it. But fire the higher ups that you can fire instead of being little wusses and asking for some. It's like asking for, it's like asking right now to change the president while the president just got elected. You can't change the president until 4 years' time when there's another election. But you're gonna say, I want fire the president. Let's get another election when the election just happened, because the rest of these guys are little wusses. So the people in England who keep on telling us international fans that we don't have the passion, that we're fake fans, how about you get your asses up there who are in London, because it's literally walking distances for you little bitches, while we have to drive.
CP.
No, hold up. Because people, I know, because I used to live in California and Peter used to too. When we can drive six hours. Sorry?
I still live here. I'll never leave.
No, sorry.
Hey, Jay, what do you mean, bro?
Wait.
But I'm in the middle. These are the only houses that survive the fires, bro. He's right in the middle.
California can drive 6 hours from San Francisco to LA. Yeah. And these people can't fucking take a train 1 hour down in their tiny ass country that's smaller than the size of fucking California. But you people bitch and complain about driving fucking 20 miles. Because you guys are little wusses, then tell us that we're little wusses that we can't fucking protest. Yeah, because I'm literally 3,000 kilometers away from you little bitches. How about you fucking walk your fat asses and fucking go to the club, make banners, not about fucking Trevor Chalobah or fucking Gallagher or fucking Palmer.
Isn't that in your country?
Or insane player here, but about how about the fucking directors? Stop saying Roman Abramovich, but saying fuck you, Stuart, and the directors. How about we do that, guys? How about we take action in that way?
Yeah,
you're going to overthrow Keir Starmer as your prime minister when you're literally the government.
Again, listen, CP.
Vote out your MPs. Vote out your MPs. That's what you guys do to form the government. So vote out your fucking directors.
CP, listen, yeah. I think the whole topic of before you just came in, you were literally saying this. I think again, I think the problem is, I don't know why I had to say Harvard, by the way. He said something in Somali, which is funny, but like, I just think for me, we agree with this. You know, I don't know where this delusion of grandeur has come over about, you know, we can get these guys out, the ownership out. Like, I don't know. Is there some news I'm missing?
It's been reported for 3 years straight that we can't get them out.
I know, CP. That's the point.
Straight,
CP. This is the
but it's like,
CP.
This is
CP,
what I was saying before, though,
yes,
right? Like,
it's
people
like hopium.
It's hopium. People are biased towards truth that is conveniently geared towards what they want the truth to be. Right?
You need to read.
It's not even truth, to be honest.
I want to point out. Johnny Minerals is the same guy that ran a Holland ITK gimmick in the summer of 2021.
Yes.
Based off
recency bias. But so, you know what? That's fun. That's why, like, CP.
Peter, do you know what it was based off of?
He knew somebody in the ground or some shit.
Oh, I remember that.
No, it was based off the fact that Haaland, who is Norwegian, was in Norway.
No, I thought it was because he saw a shirt, a Haaland shirt at the ground that they were like someone saw a Haaland shirt before he was even at the club.
It's because he asked for Haaland on the back of his shirt when he got his shirt. They told him no.
And yeah, they told him no, yes, and he thought, okay, that's because we're getting Haaland.
But you know, real quick before you go, Ahmed, this is short. The reason I laugh when CP mentioned the whole banner thing is because it's even worse than the Trev banner. It's even worse than the Levi Colwell banner, or whatever, the Gallagher banner. Instead of putting money towards a banner for something that we can control, like maybe the sporting directors, right? Something that we've seen, you're right. We've seen under pressure, these owners have crumbled and decided to sack Graham Potter, right? But instead of making a banner for the sporting directors, this is what we do. We gather, we have start a GoFundMe for this.
No way. No.
You didn't know this?
Yes. Wait.
No way. You're lying to me.
This is legit.
Send me this link. Put the link on the private chat. This can't be real.
They raised like £400. Oh no, sorry, it says on there.
£303. Send me the link.
This
is not real.
The goal was raised to 400.
This is trolling. No,
I'll find it in a minute.
But like the point, I think.
Is this what the banner graphic is actually going to be?
Yes.
Why does Johnny need to be on the protest banner?
Because he's Minerals, no surrender.
No, but like wouldn't it be such a better graphic if he just wasn't on it? Like, no joke. Like, no surrender, kind of corny. Roman Empire in the corner, that's pretty sick. Maybe
I agree with that.
Of Roman Abramovich would be hilarious instead of Johnny.
It's just for me, like, I don't know what I feel. You know, this again, the Roman Empire, all this stuff. We need to realize it's not going back, bro. The Premier League's not even going to allow it. Why are we acting like we can force the EPL to get our got back? It's not going to happen.
You think the Chelsea, the EPL ownership in terms of other clubs are going to allow him to come back?
Yeah, bro, he did damage to the Premier League like brand. I don't understand why people do not understand that, right?
On top of the fact that they're in a binding agreement to own the club internally in some split until 2032, the other Premier League clubs are never going to sanction the sale of Chelsea back to Roman Abramovich.
Exactly.
For the same reason they didn't let the brown people buy us. It's just not going to happen, guys.
It's just never going to happen.
And also
never buying us. That was never going to happen.
And also, if these guys are our rivals, then wouldn't they want the incompetency to continue? So why would they get
Look at what they've done to Newcastle.
The UK was going to let a multi-billion-pound asset get handed over to a bunch of brown people from Saudi. That's never happened. If you think
also
are giving that asset,
oh my god, these scumbags actually raised the goal to 600.
Also,
put the link in the private chat, please.
Look at everything that's been said about Abramovich and his time at the club by these owners. If they did try and sell it back to Roman, they'd probably try and sell it to like 10 bill. Like they'd probably try and get like a huge fee just to be smart.
Roman can't pass the fit persons test or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he would never pass it either. Like it's just impossible to make that happen.
That he couldn't pay, and we shouldn't have to pay. He wouldn't be allowed it anyway. It's pointless.
Yeah.
That's like people want to believe. There's a truth bias. They want to believe what they want.
He does have an English cousin called Ruben Abrams Ovichukov. Well, something like that.
Don't get these guys excited, Surfer. You're gonna give them opium as well.
Guys,
He
if
does
we
have
could
glasses and a mustache.
If we could crowdfund 5 bill, let's just say we had 5 billion crowdfunded to run Chelsea, like as the fans, just hypothetically, right? What kind of leadership structure are we implementing? Like, how do we
structure, man? We're all gonna own the club
They
together.
would have to, first of all,
Peter, we can't be fans anymore. You know that's what's going to be.
Did all these people? First of all, did all these people have love for Cobham? First of all, that would be criteria number one. Point number.
We'd have to have like elections and shit. It would be so trash.
Are you British? That would be.
I pledge that the full 11 will be from Cobham, so that's 50% of the vote that's already gone to someone.
Look, man, I'm pledging cheaper season tickets and I'm winning that shit. And then I'm turning around and I'm hiking that shit up, boys.
He's doing the Bowley thing. He's doing the Bowley thing. He's setting up a website with the tickets the Bowley's selling. That's what he's doing right there.
Look, guys.
Vivid Nation.
I don't even mind Bowley running a ticket scalping.
I'm in head scout.
Let's
go, man.
Yeah, like I don't know, like crowdfunding a club and taking it back sounds cool, but like 5 billion is a lot of money. Some of you probably don't go into like too much in the savings, and I don't blame you. You know, times are tough, but like,
bro, even if we gathered together, well, if as a whole Chelsea fan base, maybe, but like, let's even entertain the hypothetical. If as a Chelsea fan base, we crowdfunded money, I don't even know if we can even get 1 billion, bro. Like, that's a lot of money.
Wait, Marshall.
The subsidize of a Trevor Chalobah banner first.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even for example, in Spain, right? There's clubs that are still quote unquote people owned, right? In Madrid and Barcelona. Do you guys want to know what the criteria is to be president? For Barcelona, you have to be a multimillionaire, and Laporte, who's a famous multimillionaire lawyer. And since Perez was there, you have to be a fucking billionaire to be the president of Madrid. To be the president of Madrid, you have to have assets worth more than 500 million euros.
And plus, you have to be in favor of the royal family as well.
Yes, and those criteria were made after Perez was elected president. So that's the criteria now ever since.
5 billion
Perez.
divided by 1,000. That's 5 million.
Yeah, I think. Let's do that.
No, wait, is it?
Can we find 5 million people willing to donate 1,000 to take over Chelsea?
I don't think so.
Sorry, you're saying 5 billion divided by how much, Peter? Sorry,
1,000.
1,000, sure. Yeah, that's about 5 million.
You put in. Do you think we could find 5 million people with 1,000 spare cash to take over Chelsea? Just hypothetically, do you think that's even possible? Because I don't.
I don't think
think that's possible.
No, but you can reduce that to 500 maybe.
The problem is, it would take 3 months to vote
And
someone
then whoever has control over the account that grows the money until we purchase, they're gonna spend it. I'm not trusting that. There's so many problems. Imagine Winter Surfer being in charge of the Chelsea takeover account, sitting at 3.5 billion quid.
Almond with that money?
Charlotte Hornets or some bull.
That's going to Ultimate Team. That's going to Ultimate Team. I'm not trusting that.
No, that's going to Turkey, bro.
That's the case.
Dream team.
I want you to pitch this right now. Pitch this right now, Marshall. This is because that's the only picture you'll be seeing of me after if I get the accounts, okay? Because I won't be.
You will disappear in fucking Bali.
I'll go to a country where there's no extradition. First off, right? So no,
Cayman Islands.
Yeah. Or I buy a super yacht and I just live in international waters. You can't touch me.
You know how I know? You know how I know when Ahmed's rich? When I see an R9 on his team for Ultimate Team.
The reason I raise this point is really just because when people are going to talk about sell the club, force them to do this. If we're going to talk about unrealistic shit, let's just lean all the way into being unrealistic. Fuck it. You got to pay. Let's raise, even if we raised it to 5,000, so we didn't need 5 million, we only needed 1 million. think 1 million people have 5,000 cash to give to purchase Chelsea. How do those 1 million people make decisions? Holy shit! That's
Bro,
that's what I mean.
You would literally need to rebuild it, like in some times of like the way the Germans do it.
Oh,
Maybe
we
like
would
in the
need
system.
elected,
Intangible.
we would need elected officials and shit.
Yeah, we would have to literally reset the club like how they do in either Barca, all these other clubs that have like basically like fan.
No, but like he was saying, to be in charge of Barca or Madrid, you have to be basically a mob boss.
Yep.
I'm just giving examples of like stuff that ways that happens. Either him,
Right,
even like the Bayern
Berlusconi-
model, for example, right? Look at the Bayern model, for example, guys, right? Or
Well,
like,
look at Milan. Look at Milan under Berlusconi. He was running Italy and owned Milan at the same time, and he was
That was
fraudulent
amazing.
in both camps. Do you know what I mean? You can't slander the dead.
and he was giving the guy, and he was literally giving them taxpayer money to get about.
I know. What a boss. What a G, man. What a G.
Yeah, this is pretty much, this is kind of what we're getting at. Like, I get it. Having one owner is dope. Cool idea. But you know what would really suck? Is like if you just had one idiot in charge instead of 4 people who couldn't make decisions, because then we'd be in the same problem and it would be even worse.
A consortium is always the worst because one's either a majority and one's a minority, and the majority always rules. That's the problem.
There's pros and cons to both of them, to be honest. If we're
I
really
don't
looking
think
at
it's
it,
realistic to
I'll be real.
Guys, man.
We are yet to see a single pro for us having a consortium ownership group.
Well, I mean, Pete just said it, right? Like, if you have an idiot that doesn't know what they're doing, you would hope the other 3 in the consortium, or the other 2, or however big the consortium is, can at least rule it out or vote it out.
We're not saying.
But we're not like that, bro.
Our problem,
Not everyone has equal shares.
our problem is clearly Capital or the majority owners.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's not like 50-50 either. Where
they have
60-40.
You other little niggas split up 40. Like fuck that.
It's not 65-35 even, isn't it? Something like that.
And if you do want ownership out, then put banners supporting Bowley. Then just do that. Don't say ownership out. Just say a Bowley in or some shit. At least try to.
The thing is,
everyone, he just gets lumped in with all of them because I think people can't.
That's the thing. I know.
Well, no, he get lumped in because of the first summer. That's why he gets lumped in.
Until I looked it up 20 minutes ago, I didn't know exactly how the splits were. Like, I didn't know how everything was divvied up. I didn't really know much about Clearlake Capital because I never looked into it. Basically, it's a fund started by Feliciano and fucking Iqbali back in 2006. They're based out in Santa Monica. Pretty sure I know exactly where that office is. Really nice place. A lot of rich motherfuckers chilling out there. But if they have 60% of the club, I don't know what the fuck we do, man. Because good luck trying to talk them into selling their share that's probably worth like $3 million or $3 billion.
Yeah, Bill.
They're never again like people need to realize they're not gonna sell to break even. They're not gonna sell to. They're not gonna sell at a loss. These boys want a big profit. Bro.
I don't even think they're gonna sell at a big profit right now because the ego.
Exactly. Like for me, I feel like the way that people talk about Iqbali, it's like he wants to make sure that his way is the right way, bro. Like that's the way people talk about Iqbali, by the way, like of how like he's even like in the weeds. And send armored location, he will sort them out. Okay, listen, chill out, dude. I don't have the facilities for that. I don't have the facilities.
Ali Ahmed, and he's getting within arm's reach of Iqbali or Feliciano.
You don't think there's security in between both of them?
I don't think you know, brother.
Listen, I've been near Iqbali before, right? When like, but like not that close.
Zora?
Yeah, I've said this before. I remember, like, I think it's one of the games last season where we did. I think it was what was the game that we lost? Not last, but like we drew.
I mean, we lost a lot.
There's so many. Yeah,
last
so
season,
many.
it was the one where we drew and it wasn't good. I forgot what game it was.
Again, do you want to be more specific about
that? Marshall, I need to go back to your stream because I remember I came onto your stream afterwards.
Bro, there's a library there. You're gonna have to look through.
It was anyway.
Burnley at home. Is it 2?
It's not the Leeds game because you won the Leeds game.
You went to the game, you said?
Yeah, I went to the game. I went to this game.
That was an FA Cup game, the Leeds game.
It's anyway.
Did you go to Brighton?
Did you tell us your weekend schedule?
No, but I've only gone to wins and losses at Chelsea, so like it can't be. It's a wins and draws. Sorry, it was a draw.
Southampton. No, that's Potter. Sorry.
Anyway, it's like one of those. Anyway, it was one of those games that, and like like when the Chelsea fans, like the TV stuff where they do their thing. He was there. He was, like he goes back by there to go to wherever his car is, right? and I was there, so I was quite close to him, basically. So that's the
Yeah, I remember when Bowley went out to his car and he just went through the public entrance and everyone was trying to ask him questions.
Which is why
Has none sense.
That's why it's always like bothered me, and when people are going, still the club, if we do a protest, they'll leave, and it's like, I'm in Bali, right? I probably get bribed, extortion, threatened, my family threatened on a weekly basis by non-footballing fans. I probably deal with, they'll never admit this, allegedly people who deal with war crimes, probably. That's how some of that money comes in, you'll know that.
100%.
But I'm supposed to be bothered by 200 skinheads in West London who stink of VO.
Look, not
the proper Chelsea, though. The proper Chelsea
profile, but Iranian American billionaire. I know what you're, buddy. I know what.
No, but that's what I mean. I go to Saudi Arabia regularly, where I probably hear people getting their head chopped off for doing something. Do you know what I mean? Or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like couple angry Chelsea fans after a 1-1 draw. I'm not gonna do shit.
I'm supposed to sell my club because 12 people are going carefree wherever it may be 15,000 times in a row, or this is not Chelsea. Fuck off. You know what I mean?
But Surfer, have you thought about him hearing the word Chelsea but in different tones and in different octaves? Chelsea, maybe he's feeling.
But the reality, no, I get what everyone is saying. You just again proves my point that whatever we guys are trying to do, whatever you want to do, bro, it ain't happening, big man.
Look, I'm down. I am down to crowdfund the purchase of Chelsea. I just don't think we realistically can do it.
I don't want this fan base.
I don't crowdfund the banner to get the directors out at least.
I think
I'll do it.
One of the only worst things to be one of the worst people to own this club is this fan base. I don't want it.
But like HA, listen, we need to start living in the real universe. HA, let's live in the real world, HA. No. I'm not going to do this here because we need to start fucking living in the new world. No, we're not living in the fucking real world, Marshall, man. Like, come on, bro. We're not living in the real universe, bro. That's never gonna happen. Why are we acting like we're gonna get every single fucking person? Bro? Stop this, please. Be real. Be fucking real, man. I'm sorry.
Yo,
sorry.
He's right, bro. We can't. We can crowdfund it. We just need to have a better attitude.
I just thought about it. The problem is, even if we did find 5 million people to put 1,000 of their own down and find a way to like govern Chelsea, when somebody who's smarter than the collective comes along and tries to buy it, how the fuck do we agree on a price to sell?
And also, the problem is, I think most of our fan base is retarded anyway, so I wouldn't trust them.
Oh my God.
That's a different issue. Like, imagine, right? Imagine my local representative goes to Southwest 6 to go to the board meeting this summer, and we're talking transfer targets, right? I say we want to buy a goalkeeper. These motherfuckers want to put in a Cobham goalkeeper as their second goalkeeper. I'm crashing out. I don't know how we would do it. How would we get anything done? Like,
Peter, question. Can we as a fan base, us being Rob Pelinka, do you think we can do a trade for ownership? You know what I'm saying? City's ownership is Luka Doncic, and ours is Anthony Davis. You think we can like do that? Maybe that's a possibility.
Look, if we want to just swap assets with people, I don't know why that would be that wouldn't be allowed because no money changes hands.
But you know this associated third party thing that came out today. Now, if I'm a billionaire and I support Chelsea and I don't like how this club is running, I would bribe these guys through sponsorship to say, I'm only going to sponsor you for this extraordinary, extortionate amount of money I'm going to be putting into the club for sponsorship if you do things this way. If I was a billionaire, that's what I would do, because they're not going to sell the club for a profit right now, because it's just not going to happen. That's what I would do. That's the only way it could happen.
Quiz pursuit.
One of their other billionaire friends went, yeah, I don't like the way you're running. You need to change. Oh, we're not going to do it. Okay, well, I'm not going to sponsor you for 500 million a year or something like that. You know what I mean? But it's the only way it could happen.
Yeah, quiz pursuit, but like
there's nothing more useless than that banner.
No. There's nothing more useless than that. But be like,
they changed their target. It's exceeded the target.
No, that banner is the equivalent of someone forgetting to wipe properly and toilet paper coming out of their ass.
Guys,
Andrew,
I don't want Johnny
someone put 97
banner inside
pounds.
Stamford Bridge. I just don't want that.
That has been an all-time low. But you know, the moment they find out about Johnny's history, yeah, that's gonna be like, oh, we expected that from Chelsea. You know what I mean?
No,
It's AI, okay? It's AI. Ahmed, it's AI.
You are
Never
forgetting
escape the allegations.
the people already know about his history and accept it because they like it. They're also part of that history. And
What if we get a banner that says "Fuck Minerals FC" and put it right next to his?
Yeah, do that.
I'll start a GoFundMe for that.
I will pay for it. I will pay for it. If his gets put up, we're putting that one right next to it.
I just thought. I imagine that. Imagine the next
whoever does this shit, contact me. I will pay for it myself. No GoFundMe links, none of that shit. I'll pay for it. You guys run from
Peter Review, the sponsor of the.
This is the state of this club right now. The next 3 banners are a 15k Trevor Chalobah banner someone's raising for, right? A banner that says for minerals, and then another banner that says fuck the minerals.
nothing addressing the problem, guys. You know what I mean? Just nothing's addressing our real problems here, boys. But oh my lord, bro. What happened to that game?
But back to this comment, right? Like what Chris Pursuer was saying, the idea is uses just that's the point, though. Like, right, this whole conversation that they could sell at any time and all this and that, like that conversation is useless because it's false. It's based off of like propaganda and this hopium that like you're just feeding into this idea that all of this PR we're being fed, we're being lied to. They can sell. They're billionaires.
They can
There's a
sell
cause.
to each other, right? Within the consortium, they can sell to each other, right? Just not.
Yeah, they just can't sell externally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Which is what people are going. Oh, stop talking about the. You probably saw on Twitter this week. If you did follow me, stop talking. I know Ahmed did. Stop talking about the Glazers thing. No, the Glazers thing was about the dividends, where we were told and it's reported that they can't take dividends out for 10 years, which is what we were told Abramovich wanted in the contract to begin with. Whether he did or not, that has yet to be proven. But apparently he wanted it. They can't sell for 10 years.
And a ring group.
And they can't take dividends out. That's the Glazers rule. So they can sell to each other, but the problem is, if we do go, if everyone wants Bodie can't buy this club by himself. He can't. That's why he needed the consortium in the first place.
Exactly.
Because he can't buy it by himself, which is why he owns, which he helps the Dodgers, but he doesn't own the Dodgers. He owns a part of the Dodgers. You know what I mean? So it's different. So he can't own it outright unless he buys it. So if he was to buy it, he'd probably had to be backed by others to buy it, and that's another consortium there. So it would just be owned by another consortium.
But like JC, can you bring up JC's point? Listen, I get what you're saying, but I think there's a difference. I think we all can agree the difference between 400 British pounds sterling and 5 billion British pounds sterling. I like to think there's like a big gap in it. It's a bit of a big gap there, surely. Like, few zeros there, JC. It's very hard.
Listen, there's something else they could have. There's something else probably more worthwhile they could have done with that money that was sent, and that was simply burn it in front of them. The money to begin with, they're gonna.
I don't even think the funny thing is, like, I don't even think that banner will be put up because like, don't they have to like double check the banner before it goes into the stadium, or can they just like throw it on like straight away?
I'm sure there's a way.
I have no idea. I would like to think there's probably a double check.
I'm sure there's a way you can smuggle.
Let's just hope these people know how to spell properly before they even put the banner.
Do you guys think Johnny's gonna put up that banner? Because I don't.
No.
I don't even know if he's allowed in the stadium.
He's even allowed in the stadium anymore. I heard that he was banned.
No, let's get this right. He's just a mouthpiece. That's all he does. Yeah. He doesn't do anything himself. He calls for other people.
He's that 400 quid and pay his bills.
Yeah, but nothing himself because he hasn't got the balls or guts to do it himself. He'll just repost stuff. This is not Chills from like 2 years ago or something like that.
Can we name and shame people? Because the organizer apparently is some guy named Steve G. Okay, and just gonna name and shame. So there's a guy named Myers Elite who's put £5. Timothy Abbott who's put £97. Gabriel
£7 towards a minerals banner.
Yeah, Fayez who's put £20. Brian,
when you really believe in something, when you really feed into propaganda.
And Joseph who's put £8. So shout out to Timothy Abbott for £97 9 days ago.
That's a good quarter of the whole thing, bro.
Yeah, and 500 £405 has been raised, and the goal has moved up to £600.
The goal originally started
guys
at
probably know,
300.
but don't like banners and stuff have to get approved by?
Yeah,
They should do, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though,
if you tell
Pete,
the-
but
if
they could
you
probably
tell the
smuggle
club-
it in.
If you tell the club, yeah, they need to be approved. If you tell the
But
club.
technically, this is not bashing the club, Peter. It only says no surrender and just has minerals face. That's how they're going to work around
I'm
it.
not going to approve a banner with the random white
What's
guy's
the name
face.
of the £97 guy again?
Timothy Abbott. There you go.
Isn't
9
that
days
a isn't that a acronym for Marshall's name? I'm just trying to work it out right now.
Oh, yeah.
For fuck's sake.
You fraud! I knew it!
No.
The gig is up.
Exposed.
What?
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Listen, if I was to make my own banner, man, listen, I don't even know what I would write in my own banner, bro.
So that's where the membership money
Which
is
is
going.
fucking Barcola on it.
Listen, nation builder, how about that? Nation builder, you know what I mean?
Marshall, is that where the membership money is going?
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Listen, by the end of the day, guys, yeah, listen, nothing's
Well,
gonna
Robert,
change.
how are the directors doing, Robert? How are the
Nothing's
directors
gonna
doing,
change,
Robert?
boys. Nothing's gonna change, guys.
Robert, how are the directors doing, Robert?
Leave Robert alone.
No, we're not. No, I'm gegenpressing everyone. I don't care. I don't have time for this. No mercy.
You
how are the
gegenpress in
directors
the
doing, Robert?
comments.
How are the...
What does he like the directors?
Yes, he's on Alex Goldberg's stream.
no.
He's on multiple platforms saying how an amazing job the directors
CP, you
have been
gotta
doing for the past
understand,
2.5
Robert
years.
is a troll as well, though. Like,
Nah.
All right, go ahead, Robert, defend yourself, bro. I'm trying, bro.
No more trolls. No,
Yeah,
no.
we're not giving people excuses. I'm
People
gegenpressing everyone.
saying over the last 2.5 years. Now you got to stand on your nuts. Stand on whatever you were saying before. All right.
How's the squad depth, Robert?
There's no more.
Robert, I'll give you the link if you want it, bro.
If you guys wanted to do the whole Win Stewart masterclass in the summer, we signed Jadon Sancho. No. Stand there. Stand in it. We're in the same spot. We're in a similar enough spot we were in the last season. It is what it is. It sucks. It makes me sad. But this is where we're at.
By the way, I've now deduced that's what if these two continue in charge, that's what the transfer windows are now. It's just a laden of young talent and shit, and then 1 or 2 very well-known names.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Because remember, if you remember before the Neto transfer happened, that transfer window was shit.
What happened?
It was shit.
Robert's coming through, man. It's game time.
It was. Remember do you remember the Neto thing came out of nowhere? Right, we signed KDH.
Yep.
We were like, we signed Vega. What the fuck, and other players we didn't know. And then it was like, all Neto. And then last few days, always Sancho and it's Osimhen. That's what it's going to be. Trust me, it's going to be Lindelap in the summer. That's guaranteed, by the way. Lindelap's done. Lindelap will be here. That's what will happen. Or Sesko, or whatever the fuck. And then it'll be, we tried so hard for Osimhen the last 3 days, or Goalkeeper the last 3 days, or some other shit like that. Do you know what I mean? That's what it will be. Oh, by the way, Jorgensen could have given away a goal today, and that's why I keep telling you people for 2 years, not these people on the panel, probably not even most in the chat, why you hear me bang on about goalkeepers for the past 2 years. All right? Because we have shit goalkeepers. What's embarrassing? What's embarrassing that Sales at Forest was a Strasbourg player last season to begin with. That's how embarrassing that is, right?
Yeah.
He's a Strasbourg player. Go check it. And second of all, Brighton have better striking options than us even before the injuries. Even before the injuries. And third of all, Rutter, whatever his name is, Rutter, has destroyed Caicedo the past 2 games. Absolutely destroyed him the past 2 games. So much so that Caicedo's lost his head in both games. Caicedo should have got booked early in that game today when he fouled him or something else. But when have you known Caicedo to come off? Even in defeat this season. But even when it's with 65 minutes gone, he got absolutely rinsed today. Well, so did everyone else, but he got it done.
Right.
But I was looking at the bench going, so they got what? So we're looking at the bench going, we got Rutter up from whatever his name is. We got Welbeck. Oh, it's just got João Pedro on the bench, and I was like,
Andrew, I was talking about it. So I was at the game. I was talking about it with the guy next to me. their depth on their bench. They brought off Gomez off the bench, who they signed for 15 million in January. They bought O'Reilly, who was the guy they signed because they didn't get KDH, and they spent like 30 million on him. They had Weaver on the bench, who they spent 30 million on from Feyenoord, and they spent half the season injured. They had Pedro, who they bought on. They bought on Adingra, who spent most of last season starting, and is now their backup option because they bought Minte, who scored his fourth and fifth goals today. He hasn't scored in like 3 months until Chelsea came to town.
And you know, he played right wing back most of the game.
Oh yeah, bro, he cooked Sancho. He absolutely
Got him
Sancho.
into had him a lot, bro.
So-
He had Sancho a lot, bro. He had Sancho.
And you know, both his
real
goals.
quick.
You know, both his goals, he did the same movement on Cooper for both goals.
Yep, and had him twice.
So real quick, I'm just gonna say, Robert is here. At the end of the day, remember, Robert's a good person. It's just we just disagree on certain things. You don't have to pull punches. You don't have to pull punches. But what I will say is try to at least let each other land your points. Okay, let the man land. You guys, and he will let you guys land too. Just let each other land each other's points. Okay?
Your fluffer mouthpieces work with PR. That's what it is, right here.
Big up, Robert. How you doing, friend?
I'm good, man. Why am I walking in with warnings already, man?
No, because I know how CP is. My man, I know how his debate strategy works. He just likes to ram, and all this stuff. He won't let you land your points.
He's gonna get impress me.
Ahmed likes to gegenpress. Everyone likes to gegenpress on this stream, bro.
Oh, what's up, Jacob?
Oh, big up, Jacob. But what did you want to ask of Robert CP? You have the
I was going to ask, what are your opinions on the formation of the squad, the selection of the players, just overall building the squad, the reinforcement of the squad in the winter, obviously, because that also happened, right? Where 2 days after the window closed, we had Jackson and Gyu get injured. Madueke is gone. No left back option, so Vega was gone, and we're thin on midfield.
By the way, CP,
Round one.
Before Robert goes, just on the Madueke thing, by the way, I didn't realize this until I was in on the way back from the stadium. Our current second top goal scorer in our squad now with Madueke's injuries, Enzo Fernandez on 3 goals.
Yes, I know.
Ooh,
Yep.
that's rough.
That's peak. But to answer your question, I think you can't look at us and see where we were 60 days ago, and then fast forward now and say the squad was poorly built when people were chanting title race just in December. Like, did you think that the squad was poorly built in December, or you just
yes, I did, because no, I didn't change. I said the squad was only good enough for top 4. When the majority of the Chelsea fans on multiple channels, from Marshall to Lewis, were all saying, no, we're not in a title race, we're in a top 4 race, and until we get undefeated until Man City, if we're undefeated till Man City and we win Man City, then we will consider us being in a title race, which did not happen because we lost a lot of games at the end of December. Second of all, I understand we were at that place then, but then these sporting directors, why did they make our squad even thinner in the winter when we were also short on fire, when we're not scoring goals, and then we get rid of João Felix? Not saying he's a world beater, but if we need to bring on someone on the bench, and now we're relying on Tyreek George, who's barely gotten any appearances, and he's a young kid compared to a João Felix, who's more experienced, right? We got rid of more defensive cover when we're already losing defenders. We're already midfielder short because we knew Lavia was injured in November.
Well, one thing that I will say that, from my understanding or the way I see how we've constructed the squad, is we're gonna buy the best talent. The cream of the crop will rise to the top, and then for the rest, those who are not good enough will either be okay with being on the bench, and if you're not okay being on the bench, then you can ask to leave. And I believe that's what happened with João Felix, and he said it himself that he pushed to leave Chelsea and to go to AC Milan. Disasi also was pushing to go to Villa after Villa courted him. And so it's nothing that we, actively was trying. I think the only person who actively trying to sell was Cassidy. Everybody, the other two, Disasi, which nobody in this fan base actually rated.
Yeah,
let's be honest with that. What people now start rating Disasi once he puts in a couple of good performances at Villa.
No, but here's the thing.
Oh,
So,
why did we get rid of
so
Disasi?
no, fair. So those people left because of their own goals. Why didn't we get cover? And you're saying they wanted to buy the best of the best.
We got 12 back. That's a cover.
Oh, fuck.
Right? No,
Wait,
no.
Everybody was telling
Scott,
you did rate him.
saying
Scott,
he
you
was
can't
the
say that.
best.
You did rate him. Yeah,
Yeah, Scott,
we
no,
can't.
I
We
don't-
can't do
No,
this.
no, I
I don't rate
I can
Chalobah.
push back. 100%.
Right? I don't rate Chalobah, right?
Yeah,
I would
know
have
that.
preferred to keep Disasi than to get Chalobah.
That's
But
fucking
everybody was
ludicrous.
telling me Chalobah was our best center back
Wait,
last season, right?
I have one more thing. One second. So I continue. I don't want to interrupt. Yeah.
No, but Disasi left, Chalobah
Yeah.
came in, right?
Sure. And then what about attacking? So that's 1-for-1, sure. But we didn't bring up anyone for the attacking side, right? Like we lost João Felix. And if you're talking about the best of the best, well, the best of the best was available that matches our criteria in terms of Kvaratskhelia, who we did not even put a bid for. A PSG got. He was 24, has won the league, he was doing amazing at PSG, was part of a side that is currently first place with Napoli, and we didn't even attempt to get a bid for him based on all reports. We looked into him, but we look into everyone. That's like me looking into freaking Angelina Jolie. I've looked into her. What does that mean? Am I gonna marry her? No.
If you watch Kvaratskhelia the last couple seasons, or you just go off
You can't say couple of seasons.
Yes,
You know why you can't say couple of seasons? Wait. You can't say couple of seasons because last season he didn't perform well, but the season before he was the second best player in a title-winning side, and this season
that's 2 years ago. Like you going off a player that was
wait. This season too. No, this season he's part of a side that's first place. Before he left, he was part of a side that was first place in Napoli. So I'm giving you this season.
It was because of McTominay and Lukaku. It wasn't because of him. He had been poor.
So he doesn't create space or score goals in crucial moments. Is that what you're telling me?
You trying to bring him in to do what? To perform. He hadn't been performing for 18 months.
How is he not performing for 18 months if he's still getting GNA as part of a major side in winning the league?
He wasn't getting GNA. How many goals and assists does he have this season? Do you know?
I'll Google it. Yeah, I'll Google right now again, so I can give you up to date.
It's not that much. I promise you that. It's not that much. I'll guarantee you that. I bet you McTominay has more GNA than Kvaratskhelia. Lukaku definitely has more GNA than him.
So he has 5 goals and 3 assists in 17 games. And McTominay.
That's in Syria, right?
Yes.
5 goals and 3 assists in Syria.
Yes, that is correct.
Trying to downplay Kvaratskhelia to.
Wait, hold up. No, it's okay. We're gonna go through this. I'm fine with this.
By the way, let's argue this so we don't get Kvaratskhelia. Cool. Why don't you go and get Barcola?
You think PSG was about to sell Barcola? I wasn't aware that it was on the market.
The next game after, hang on, the next game after they got Kvaratskhelia, Barcola started on the bench.
Does that mean he wanted to leave because he started on the bench?
Sorry, 1 second. So here's the thing. He's
available. Starting, he's available, no?
It's because he got bent, he got arrested for 1 game. That means he's available.
Did we test the water? Could he have been available?
Oh wow! Why don't we just go test the water for Erling Haaland as well?
Sorry, Rob.
Why don't you? That's what you do in January. Hang on. Can I ask a question? Was Virgil van Dijk available before he got sold for 75 mil?
Was Virgil van Dijk available from Southampton? Yes, of course he's available. It's Southampton.
What do you mean? Of course he was available. He started every week for them.
No, but that was not the first time.
What? He started every week for them.
That was not Van Dijk. That was not the first time Van Dijk was on the market. Van Dijk even himself had wanted to leave.
For Southampton, it was. No, he didn't.
Didn't we try to get him the summer before? Didn't Conte try to get him the summer before?
What?
Didn't Conte want Van Dijk the summer before Liverpool got him?
No, I don't believe so.
Yes, he did.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Robert. So here's McTominay's stats. He has 6 goals and 4 assists in 21 games, right? So he has played 4 more games and has 1 more goal and 1 more assist. So if you take off his last 5 games, previous 5 games.
Oh, actually, hang on. I've got a better. Okay, let's forget the Van Dijk example. Was Omar Marmoush available, despite the fact he was second top goal scorer in the Bundesliga? and playing week in, week out.
Yeah, it was available.
The fuck do you mean? So why was it? Hang
So
on.
why
So
don't we
he
go for him?
despite being top goal scorer, second top goal scorer in that league, and playing week in, week out, but Barcola
Again, it's
wasn't.
an inferior team.
Okay,
Like,
okay,
you
bro.
go
Okay,
and
bro.
slap up
Okay,
the
bro.
money,
No worries, bro.
and you pay him 300 bags a week.
Okay, bro.
Of course, he's gonna leave. That's what
Okay,
Man
bro.
City did.
Okay.
Do you think he's worth 300 bags a week?
Did they go and get him?
Yes, they did. I don't think that's no business.
Cool. So because they said they wanted him and they went and tested the water. I'm saying you could have tested the water for Barcola, but you decided to do nothing apart from chase tail like a little lost schoolgirl.
I'm sorry. Where did you get 300 bags a week from?
Got a good old
Isn't that what
skeleton.
he's earning at Man City? I thought he was on 300.
No.
300k a week.
No.
He was, Marmoush is on 300k a week.
I'm on a cap website that says where is it?
I swear that's what everyone's been saying. He's on 300k a week for 60
Let me
million
go
euros or something.
Might be,
Or
I think.
pounds?
I think he might be on like 275.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
hella close, anyways. That'd be
Yeah,
he'd
it's
be
like-
our most
it's
expensive.
like-
No, he's on 300. He's on 300. Yeah.
Oh, fair
Do you,
enough.
Yeah,
think, do
that's
you
a
think
lot.
he's worth 300 bags a week?
If he makes their team better, yes.
Has he
Does he make
made
their
them
team
better? Do you think
Yeah.
he's made them better?
Yes.
How?
Because he's injected something into their team that they didn't
No,
have.
they
prior.
play against Madrid. They started against Madrid.
No,
I
he
saw
didn't.
him start. I saw him
When
start
they got
against
five,
us,
five,
and I've
5-1
seen him
by
play up
Arsenal, where
again
was
since
he?
then. He's made a
When
difference
they
to their
got
team.
5-1 by Arsenal, where was Marmoush?
Where was Marmoush against us when he was destroying our back
Well,
line?
against us. Well, even
He didn't
Brighton
score.
can spank us. Everybody can spank us.
Who
His
gives a
way.
shit, Marshall? He gave us problems.
It's not really a high
What are we
bar.
talking about?
It was
To
offside
beat
the whole
us is
time.
not a high bar. Like he went against Arsenal, got pound 5-1, it didn't do jack. Went against Real Madrid, got dropped.
Hey,
And when
cool,
he got
cool.
brought on,
So
he
can I
didn't
ask
do
you a
nothing.
question then? Seeing as we had such a good window and everything's fine and we're doing so well, what did our 80 million
I'm
pound
taking
wingers,
that back. I walked
What-
that back.
what did our 80 million pound wingers do against 10th place Brighton? Oh, that's right. Fuck all. Sorry, I
No,
apologize.
I hear you. Our wingers are in poor run of form. I hear you. I give you that. But just because our players in poor run of form doesn't mean you just get rid of them.
Who said get rid? I said get more options. We have two
Yeah.
wingers.
We lost Joe Felix. Why didn't we get
Hang on.
Then what
We
do
now
you
have
do with the ones
no.
that you already?
We now have two wingers. We have two wingers that are out of form and have to play every game from now to the rest of the season because the other one is probably injured and the fourth one's a
That's
drug
the
dealer.
hand we built dealt, brother. That's the hand we built dealt.
No, that's the how you has to. No, we didn't get dealt that hand. You chose to keep that hand. It's like being offered a shit hand in blackjack and go, "Yeah, I'll play this."
So we should
No,
have
just
known
fucking
that
told
Maresca
you
was
more.
gonna get injured on the 14th of February.
Hang on. You didn't think that an injury-prone winger who's had hamstring issues his entire career, his hamstring is what he did in PSV. It's what he did that ruined his career or gave him problems in.
When's the last time Maresca got injured for us? Has Maresca been injured for us the last? How long has it been? Like 2 years now? Has he been
Barely
injured once?
up until this season, he was not a consistent starter. So why am I surprised now he's a consistent starter? He gets injured.
What? Who you on? Let's just assume everybody can get injured now, right? Let's
An
just assume
injury
everybody
prone
can
player.
get injured and we
sorry,
can't
when we-
everywhere.
Bro, are you stupid?
He was injured. He was injured. 2014.
It's a hamstring injury in a game.
24.
Why am I fucking surprised?
No, yes, he had injury problem at Feyenoord. He hasn't had injury problem since he's been here. None
The
whatsoever.
injury problems have not gone away though. We've seen that.
When's the last time Madueke got an injury?
Cool. Now he's now injured. Right. He's now injured. Now you have to
So we should have known a guy that hasn't been injured for 18 months is gonna pick up an injury.
Not 18 months. It wasn't 18
It was in
months.
January,
Literally said
right?
last season. It's been 1 year.
Cool. Regardless, we went into out of the January window with three wingers, two of them being injury prone, and all of them being out of form. And you decided to do nothing. We've now got two wingers out of form for the rest of the season. Congratulations, lads.
What would you recommend we do?
Go and fucking sign someone.
If you're getting rid of João Felix.
No, who?
It's not my job to go and sign someone. It's not my job. Go and sign someone.
But to be fair, though,
That's their
Scott,
job.
but this is what I mean, though. And listen.
So no, when I
love
give you
Robert.
When I give him Kvaratskhelia, he wasn't happy with
Kvaratskhelia.
the
I would have gone for
I gave you names, and you went, "No, they weren't available."
Okay,
Or,
no,
"That's
all
not
right.
good enough."
So okay, fair. They wanted Garnacho. Did you want Garnacho?
No, I didn't want Garnacho for 60
Well,
million.
they wanted,
I wanted
they
Tell.
wanted that winger.
I wanted Tell, but Tell didn't want us.
No, but we want to tell one of their other options. We wanted more. We wanted to
Again,
tell. That was another option.
The ability for these sporting directors to pivot when the option they want doesn't become available is embarrassing. You wanted Tell for like a week. He didn't want you. Like, leave him alone. You're weird. Go for someone else. Not Garnacho for 60 million.
Yeah,
okay. Well, that 60 million while Kvaratskhelia was.
We didn't get him, so now we gotta go where? Go test Barcola. We couldn't get Garnacho. You think we're gonna go get Barcola?
Yes. If you bought Kvaratskhelia, who's
again?
How much do you think Barcola? How much do you think Barcola would have cost?
Can I ask you a question? Are Tell, Barcola, Kvaratskhelia, and Garnacho the only 4 wingers in world football? I'm curious.
They're the ones that were available.
Hang on. Is Asensio a winger?
You can't say. They're the only ones.
No, but at the same time,
no. Answer the question. Answer the fucking question. Is Asensio a winger?
He's not a winger.
Where's he played most of the season for PSG and last season?
False nine.
What about last season?
False nine.
Winger. Last season.
He was winger he
was. But I think. Listen.
Where did he play most of his career? Hang on. No, Ahmed. Before you go, where did he play most of his career at Madrid? Winger. They just got him on loan. You tell me even a loan for Asensio you couldn't have done. No, okay, it's cool because those are the only wingers, and we did well in the transfer. Let's not forget those.
I think the point. I get Scott's point on it, but I also think, listen, from a fan perspective, we can identify obviously places that need to be replaced and stuff like that, right? And I think it's not just down to us. Yes, you can name names, but like sometimes they're not going to be realistic. But it should be also down to our scouting department to be able to identify players that are available to you. Right?
And close the deal.
Right, it's not fair. I think it's a bit unfair to be asking fans who they should get when sometimes, listen, as fans, we may not know those guys are available or not. So
no, wait. Even if their scouting is good, fair enough. Let's say the winter one. I'm saying the summer one, right? Duran and Obradian and so forth, right? Those were good scouts, right? Then close the deal. Close the deal on the guys you trust. Close the deal on Duran. Close the deal on Obradian instead of João Felix.
The negotiation from our directors is horrendous. I hate that we spend whole windows trying to close out on Osimhen just not to get him. I hate that we spend whole windows trying to close on Caicedo just to pay overs, right?
No.
But that's not even my point. Hold on. Because like at the same time too, like this is why I like Robert a lot, because when you speak to Robert, it's different than when you read the tweets, because he can actually defend his points, and he's got some valid points. Because to what Scott said, like obviously those aren't the only 4 wingers, but just like when we go and look at the midfield, the big midfield signings that you want, I know this is a different scenario because we could have recalled Santos and Iguachuku, but when we do scout a midfielder that isn't an option that everyone thinks of in Amagu, people throw a fit. Marshall, so like it's if, ands, or buts, you know?
No, it's not. Marshall, there's a huge difference. If these guys had gone and signed, like, I'll give a name. We're never signing him. If we'd have gone and signed a Brozovic type midfielder, no one cares. Everyone's gassed. We signed a Mugu who played 800 minutes of football. That's why we're pissed. It's not because we've signed a midfielder. It's because we've signed someone who's worse than the 2 lads we already had out on loan, and he's played 800 minutes of football. You had Douglas Luiz right there. You had others there. You could have got on loan. No one said you were.
Now I get it. So you didn't want you didn't just want midfield there. You want a midfield there with a name that you like.
No, that's more experience than 800 minutes.
No. Again. I'll explain it again. I wanted a midfielder that has played more than 800 minutes of football in his career to be the backup option in midfield. He's played less minutes of football than Mudryk had prior to joining. And we said Mudryk wasn't good enough in terms of hadn't played enough games.
And if you want to cover for left back too, Man United got Patrick Dorgu. Man United got Patrick Dorgu after Vega was basically gone to Juventus. Why didn't we go for him? He's from Lecce. He's from a not great club. He only cost 30 million.
No, CP. Don't remember. You can't get people in January.
Wait, no. He only went for 30 million. He's not on 300 wages.
No, you don't understand, bro. You're not allowed to get.
So why couldn't we get left back cover instead of relying on Gusto, who came off injured again, and we have a Reece James who's injury prone? Because Gusto was our left back backup option. So right, if Cucurella, God forbid, goes down, so we don't even have that.
My thing is, Robert. Yeah, I think from a midfield perspective, I was content in just bringing in Leslie Iguachuku back because he's had minutes in the EPL. He understands the league. He's been with the team already. I think in terms of just having like a backup for the short term, I think that would do us a world of good. Right? I don't think we necessarily needed Mathis Omogu to come in. You could have done that deal for it to be ready for you in the 1st of June if he was always going to be going to Strasbourg, for example, next season. Right? At least from like the midfield perspective. I think even the defense perspective, yes, if you can't get Gerhi down the line, through the line because of the price, fair enough, bringing in Chalobah for a short term, I don't mind. My thing was always like that we can clearly see a major issue for us right now, the striker position in terms of the way we play right now and the way we're creating chances, and then the striker that we've got, I don't necessarily think it's fitting in hand to glove in the way we play, and our striker as well is not in good form. Gui, I think he's a little bit too young, and the manager clearly does not believe that he's got the ready minutes there. Now, there's a number of options that you could have gone back in for Osimhen. You could have done other stuff as well. I think I just think a different archetype in general was what was needed. And I think for me, the club probably should have, if they were looking at one position, that's the one thing they should have really looked at to get done, in my personal. And that's sometimes you're going to have to pay over the odds in that position. But I know Marshall understand that.
Can I ask a question to Scott? Because you said something before that kind of triggered me a bit. You want Kvaratskhelia, right?
Yes.
Or you wanted Kvaratskhelia.
Also one of his goals.
And you know, he plays in Serie A. But I think you know where I'm going with this.
What Colomani?
Yeah,
the loan for Colomani, you don't like
obsession.
because he plays for Serie A, even though he's balling out in Serie A right
No,
now.
he's not. He doesn't play for Serie A. He plays for
Colomani,
PSG.
because I know you're going back to the tweet I said. The reason why I tweeted that is because my whole thing with Colomani wasn't because he's bad. It was the profile. He's the same sort of profile.
We've said this, Marshall,
like
to you.
him doing well in terms of the goal scoring. The reason why I haven't got gassed about that, and even with Kvaratskhelia, for me, it's not just the goal scoring; it's his all-round game and what he brings to a team. My thing with the goal scoring is we saw Xerxes be top goal scorer in that league last season, and he then came to the Premier with shit.
13 goals.
So it's like it's not always translatable.
I get that.
So like that, and
different.
Who was top goal scorer in the league last season?
No, he wasn't. You mean he was? He scored a lot.
Xerxes with 9 goals was the top scorer.
No, 13. Xerxes had 13. Hoyland had 9.
Was he one of them, or no? Was Lautaro the best top goal scorer last season?
No, he wasn't.
No.
He wasn't.
I said Xerxes has 9 goals last season, didn't he?
No, he had 13.
No, he didn't have 9 goals. That was Haaland, not Haaland. Hoyland.
Because Hoyland had 9 goals. Hoyland had 9 goals this season before. Xerxes had 13 last season. Yeah, and also Kvaratskhelia. Yeah, we could have gone for Kvaratskhelia. Colomani, me and Scott have said we're not opposed to that, even though we don't like him. It's the profile. We're looking for an aerial number 9. Colomani is very similar to Nicholas Jackson in terms of profile.
Okay,
we wanted him. That's why we kind of like Gui. That's why we like the appearance of Gui, because he was a stagnant number 9 when the short appearance he had against West Ham will help create this occupy the box. So then we had box crashers and someone to cross the ball to aerially. Right, that's the thing. And also with regards to Patrick Dorgu, he's on 40k in Man United, by the way. He's 19, rated as one of the best left backs coming up in the world. Went for 30 million from Lecce. That couldn't speak Chelsea more. If we're talking about going for one of the best, he's the highest rated young left back in world football under the age of 21. He's from Lecce. He's 6'1". He's great offensively as well. And we didn't even try to go for him. But a Man United side who's 15th got him. So he fit us.
He's an overlapping fullback. We don't do overlapping.
I'm sorry, Cucurella overlaps and underlaps, and Dorgu can do that, and we at least have that's better backup. That's better backup.
Maresca plays with the left back that inverts in the midfield, or sometimes goes into the advanced 8.
No, he also overlaps at times when Jadon Sancho's coming in. That's how Jadon Sancho's allowed to come in. That's why it works well. And I'm saying he could be perfect backup. If Vega's gone, because Vega wants to be a center back and he doesn't like bombing up at all. At least Dorgu is fine with being more in the offensive end. He's 19, so under 21, 30 million pounds, and only on 40k a week in Manchester United. Fits the wage, fits the age, fits the going for the best of the best. We couldn't get that, but a 15th place Man United could.
Yeah, because they had to overpay. I mean,
no, they didn't. They paid 30 million. They didn't overpay. They paid 30 million. They didn't overpay. We overpaid for KDH then. we overpaid for
Yeah,
KDH.
no, I agree.
So
No,
why
I
couldn't
agree
we?
with that.
So if we can overpay for KDH, who's done barely anything in the EPL, but at least this guy who's 19 has more of a future to him. Why couldn't we pay for that? We've paid 20 million for a Kellyman when we could have got
How many?
who's
If
done
we
nothing.
bought Dorgu for 30 million, how many games do you think he starts if Cucurella is fit?
That's not the fucking point.
No. Here's the thing. Wait. He would.
So,
So
okay.
If we went further, if we beat. So here's the thing. He would play all our conference league games because we wouldn't have to worry about playing Cucurella to the ground because we actually have backup left back. So he's playing all the conference league games. Yes. Because that's what Vega was doing.
I don't think so.
You can't. You can't say that.
When it comes to
Now you're being disingenuous, Robert. Now you're being disingenuous because
No.
Vega was
If
playing
it
all
was the group
all the
stage, I
games.
hear you. But when it comes to the latter stage, when the core partner is going to be playing, when the Castello is going to be playing in those games, I don't think.
Yes. You know why I say he would, because the best team besides us is Florentina, who he's played against in the league. So yes, he would. If he can play against Florentina, Dorgu can play against anyone because that's the second best team in the conference league is Florentina. So if he can play against Florentina in the same league he was at in Lecce, he can pretty sure play in and week out for conference league. So you can't tell me that, Robert. So he's playing all the conference league games.
I didn't say he can play in the conference.
No, he will play because no, he would be. He would be selected. No, he would be because we apparently can do all competitions. So he would probably want the best for the best for Cucurella, who would be in the league, right? Now we have only Cucurella and no backup left back because also in Augusto's out and we don't know for how long. And Reece James just came back from an injury. So if Reece James goes down, then we have Josh Achapong.
I think there's a big problem with this in the sense that, like, again, this is something I do think in regards to the manager, where you have to start looking at a little bit side eyes, right? Where it's like we do need a backup guy to start playing a bit more regularly because you're looking at Cucurella right now. This game, bro, if anything, is showing us, bro's beginning to run out of gas because you're playing him too consistently in terms of 90-minute games.
Yeah, but we have no one.
And the thing is, like, obviously losing Vega was big. Because, but even when Vega was here, barely getting any minutes in that position as well, right? And like, I'm not even saying he has to start games. I'm saying like for the last 5-10 minutes, can we not give this?
No, but Ahmed, he'd have wanted to leave anyway because the reason he wants to leave.
I think it's a bit cum-si-cum-sa on that one. I get there's a little bit of that, but I think if he was getting some minutes. If he was getting some minutes, irregardless of the fact, it's the same with other positions as well, by the way, where just give them 5-10 minutes towards the end of the game. If it's not tight, it's looking good, you're in control. Giving them 5-10 minutes is not an issue, in my personal opinion.
Ahmed, you don't have to worry about that because those players are now getting the 5-10 minutes. In fact, they're getting like 30 minutes in game because they're the only.
And he's flourishing right now. I'll be honest, like Vega's actually doing quite well.
It was so embarrassing to me today, by the way.
I think we're forgetting how our manager plays. Like the way Maresca plays. Like he wants to emulate the Pep system, and we all know that. We all can see that. We all have seen that all season. So in Maresca's system, I believe if Dorgu came here, if we got Dorgu, I believe he would rather play somebody like a Badiashile. He would rather play 3 center backs in the back. If Cucurella was out, I believe he would rather play a center back there than a natural left back.
But he didn't do that, Robert. By the way. I think of the Dogu stuff, yeah, I'm gonna separate that slightly, but like when he had Vega, he barely did that, bro. When Cucurella was in there, he was putting Gusto in there, for example, if I'm not mistaken, recently, right? So as left back, right? So I think for me, it's a bit more complicated than that. I think for me with Maresca, I don't think he trusted a lot of the guys on the bench for some reason. And I think a lot of that has to do again with the issue that we have, which is like. When our head sporting directors are bringing in players, there has to be some level, or of collaboration. Where is the manager realistically going to play these guys? Because if he doesn't play these guys realistically, then you run the risk of having dead weight on the bench, and then having players that are getting overrun and overbanned. Which I've said.
Let me ask the question to the panel: does anybody here think we're not getting top 4?
Yes.
I don't think we're getting top 4.
We're not getting top 4
right now in terms of trajectory.
Because of our injuries. Because of our injuries.
Because of our injuries.
Say that again. Because of what?
Because of our injuries right now and all the positions
not just our injuries though. No, I think it's also not just our injuries.
Yeah, it's not injuries.
No, but that's why I can say it's a definite. That's what I'm saying. Definitely.
He's saying definitely injuries, but I think for me the reason why we're not getting top 4 is clearly there's something going wrong with our system right right now. The system is not working because the way we create is not helping us finish chances, bro. It's as simple as that, really.
I'll be real. By the end of this weekend, we'll be sick.
We could be six generally, yeah.
And then when we lose to Villa, because we will lose to Villa, we'll be level on. We'll be level on points with them, and they're currently 8th.
I don't think we're losing to Villa. With all due respect.
Okay, can I ask you?
Where are the goals coming from, Robert? Actually, no. Let's
that's what I want to ask you. That's what I want to ask you.
Because like I find it really hard right now.
I'm gonna be so honest.
I don't know where the goals are coming from, bro.
No, Ahmed, that's the wrong question. You're asking the wrong question. Fuck all where the goals are coming from. Where's the clean sheet? Where's the chances we're stopping? Where's the defensive solidity? We're conceding 3 minimum to Villa. So that means we need to score 4 to win that game.
Okay, I mean,
and Villa had a better window than us.
I disagree because I just think.
Do you believe in our defense, Robert? I'm actually interested to hear that. Do you believe in our centre backs?
We know you don't rate Cole that much. I remember.
I don't rate Cole that much. I believe in, and this is what I think Maresca got it wrong. I don't think it should. I think as we stand right now, Tosin is our best centre back. I think dropping Tosin was a major letdown. And I think it should be a pairing of Tosin and Trev. As much as I don't rate Trev until Badiashile comes back, because I think Badiashile and
what happened to Badiashile? I thought he was meant to be back by now. He's
been recovering still, but
because he was meant to be back in February. That's what they were saying.
I know.
We're now mid-Feb.
Well, technically Feb isn't over yet. It's halfway. So,
bro, I just think again. I just look at everything that's happening right now. It's not looking great right now, right? In terms of like, you know, the emotions, the feelings. Even right now, like if you look at it from the players, like Malo Gusto today came out saying we're expecting top 4. Yeah. That's our target. And then we've got the manager now.
I think that was a slip up, to be honest.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it crazier, right? That you got the players now saying one thing, right? And then you got the manager saying another thing.
That's what I mean.
And then
like, I don't know what the manager's saying to them in the background.
Everything is so like everything is looking out of sync there. Then obviously
I think people are too focused on who says who.
No. I'm just using it as an example of like showing you like it feels like everything right now.
Everyone's not playing in the same direction. That's what you mean.
Nothing's going the same direction. We feel like a bit disconjointed. The losses are also going to obviously add to the feeling, right? So it's been. I feel like since Everton, it's been going downhill from there. Realistically.
No, I hear you. It's been going downhill since Everton. And you know, I was here. Marshall would know this. I just thought our players were just in poor run of form. Now,
I agree too. I thought that too as well.
The run of form is going on longer than I anticipated.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
There's nobody that's telling Sancho not to beat a 40-year-old Veltman on a yellow card. There's nobody that's telling Noni and Neto last game to not cook Lanty. Literally, like. It's that
Tariq
simple.
George came and showed him how to do it.
Take ownership of your own performance. There's nobody telling Cole to be so weak and just every time it gets touched, it goes to the floor and looking for a foul. Like it's just like there's nobody that's telling Trev when the ball is playing over the top, do not let Mitoma control the ball. Get your head onto the ball. Like it's that simple. I think it just I don't think it's any systematic problem. I think it's just individuals performing well below the levels, and it's even infecting the players that we've known to be consistent, such as the Caicedo and the Enzos and the Palmer and the Cucurella. Those have been the 4 who've been consistent even when everybody else's performance kind of goes up and down. But even them, they're finding themselves in that funk that the entire squad is going through. And I believe the squad is good enough to get us top 4. It's just that we need to regain that form and the form we had prior to the Everton game, the confidence that we had. The young players,
real quick,
confidence
CP.
players.
Yeah, go.
Because like for me, like I'm not like super confident we're gonna get top 4, but there is a little string, right, that I'm like grasping onto that gives me hope for top 4. Because sure, fine. Yeah, because it's not because the thing is, and I don't think you guys are doing it, but there are fans that when they look at our top 4 hopes, they literally only look at Chelsea. They don't look at other teams around them.
Like,
let's be honest. Man City aren't in this consistent run of form. Like, I can't sit here with chess and say Man City guarantees getting top 4, right?
Okay.
Like, I don't even know if I can sit here with chess and guarantee that they're going to win their next game. Mind you, their next game is against Newcastle, who also is 2 points behind us, right?
And then after that, they face Liverpool.
Yeah. So then you have Newcastle, who they drop points against teams we weren't expecting them to drop points to. No one wants to talk about this, but they went on a hot streak, right? They won 6 games in a row, and then all of a sudden they started to drop points too. I don't think did they win their last game? I don't even know.
Marshall. So their last 5 games, they won 3, lost 2.
Yeah, the most recent ones were the losses.
Yeah, so they no. So it was win, loss, win, loss.
But like, I think for me,
So
I think
they're not on a slump.
Wait, hold on,
They're
hold
not
on
on a
a
slump.
minute. So like. And Bournemouth is another one too that's unpredictable because they're also suffering injuries. And let's be honest too, with Newcastle, injuries are a factor, right? And Man City just lost to Kanji, who is probably their best center back, which isn't saying much this season, right? So there's other factors that we have players coming back. Some players are falling injury. Like, it's still a toss up for me.
No, wait. What players are coming back? Because wait. I want to.
We have Badiashile coming back, Wesley Fofana coming back. We have an international break coming back as well.
Okay,
Like,
so
we have 3-4 games until international break.
You're giving me defenders when we've had a problem with goal scoring since December. So we've lost Jackson till April. We don't know. I think Guy was gone for a month. We just lost Madueke till April. We have no goal scorers besides Palmer now. Our second highest is Enzo, and then the other two, Neto and Sancho, only have 2 goals in this league. That's what I'm saying. How can Robert be so confident that we will beat Villa when we don't have goal scoring anywhere?
Yeah, that I'm not confident on.
No,
but I feel like
I agree with you. On the face of it, it doesn't look like there's much confidence there, where you can draw. Like, I'm hoping this is maybe a long shot. I'm hoping Maresca finds a way to put Nkunku in a better situation because. Let's be honest, the 2 finishers at our club is Nkunku and Cole, and they're still both there.
I can't say Nkunku anymore.
The thing is, I agree with that. I think that's fair.
No, it's not.
I trust Madueke more than
My point is, I'm hoping that Maresca can find a way to put Nkunku
in a
more advantageous position rather than having him start in the number 9 position.
He didn't start.
I don't know. Back
I
3
disagree.
with Nkunku and Palmer as a split 10s or whatever the case may be. That again, I don't mind that as long as Nkunku and Palmer are consistently finding themselves in the more dangerous positions up the pitch.
I disagree. I disagree with the Nkunku point. He made the change today. Most of the game today we spent having Cole as the false 9 and Nkunku as the 10, and it looks shit. Cole looks shit because he's not comfortable playing the false 9, and Nkunku looks shit because he doesn't fit the system. Like,
I wanted to
anyway. We played differently this game. He changed it, and it still looks shit because neither of them work without a proper number 9, which is why we should have done it in January window, and it all goes back to it all starts from the same point. Like,
I wanted to
forget. By the way, the players coming back. I need to understand this. What's Badiashile doing to affect this team in a positive light? Like, I'm not even saying
I was going to answer that. I was going to answer that because in terms for me, like, I think we can all agree that getting 1 point is better than getting none.
Badiashile defensively, I don't think has been.
I
don't think Badiashile is the answer. I think Fofana will help a lot in terms of because this is the other thing too. There's 2 reasons, right? Listen, here
we're still conceding.
I can give you that.
There's 2 reasons for me.
Yeah, but the partnership is better. The partnership is better.
There's 2 reasons for me that I kind of follow in terms of logic, right? Like, one reason is that defensively, I think. Okay, let me do the first reason actually. The first reason being that I think the players that have been out of the side mentally will be more in a better state of mind than the ones that are currently playing. Like, I feel like there is like
what?
So in terms of like,
mean the Fofana that's always injury prone?
So let's let Marshall finish the now.
Let me try to land.
They're coming back from injuries. Okay.
Let me try to land. Sometimes a player comes back better when he's out of the limelight than persisting on. Like we kept saying this about Jackson, right? Like bench Jackson, and see how he comes back. Sometimes being out of Sometimes being out of the limelight is what you need to come back in better form. And I think part of it is like, if you're not involved in this toxicity and this poison, this toxicness that's spreading across Chelsea right now in terms of the form and the bad mentality, it could be something.
Let me go because I haven't spoken.
I'm trying to land my point. There's still a second one, bro.
I'm
trying, bro. Let me land. I'm trying to dodging bullets here while I'm trying to get to the finish line. But what I'm trying to get at is that like, okay, maybe these players that have been out of the limelight aren't affected by the mentality and the bad form that's on the pitch. On top of that, you have a Fofana and a Barishia that comes back. If they can potentially somehow find a way to shore up that defense a little better, take some pressure off at Levi, Chalobah, Tosin, whatever you may say, that could potentially spread throughout the rest of the team, and we could potentially see some more confidence and boosting in terms of the midfield and the attack. And who knows, it might change. This is just a hypothetical that it's a potential way that it could go. It could go the complete opposite direction. So, I admit that.
So I think I get what you're trying to say, but I think the problem is Barishia was already crashing out last season.
He was very on and off, yes.
Right. Yeah. So like I feel like getting in a guy that's already hot and cold and bringing him to a side which is very cold right now. I think you're just preparing yourself for more chaos there. But like I think there's I think there's another worry that with Maresca, which I had not actually thought about. Maresca lost. Didn't he go like on a losing streak in the championship, right?
Which yeah.
Was
it's
it like,
looking
how
like
many games was it? Like,
parallel.
What was the?
I don't know if it was a losing streak.
Was it like 19 or something like that?
Winless, I think, or something like that.
Was it like a winless or loss? It was like 19 games or something like that he went.
No, I think he lost a 21-point lead.
Oh, see, so yeah.
Oh, that's
the figure. So like a 21-19 point, 21, something like that, right? And so that is, I actually remembered that when we were discussing like how we're gonna turn things around, and it's like that is a bit of a worry, right? Because it's like maybe he does really well in the beginning of the season and accumulates a lot of weights like he did. And now it's now we're in this section where he needs to kind of like maybe upgrade himself, and he's not finding it within him. It was 19 games winless.
But this has always been Chelsea though. We always struggle in the wintertime.
No, but
I know this one is prolonged, but like December, January are always our toughest months. Whether it's under this coach or the previous coach or the.
But isn't that negative though? But isn't that negative for us, right? Let's say, for example, right now we're trying to go for top 4. We try. That's a net negative to us, and that's again with a squad that we thought was a bit more stronger in depth. We then lose the depth, obviously, and now we're in a situation where we're losing the guys that we have. The manager obviously is now got a manager that's known for losing points, right? As well, it's not helping. It's the situation. Again, I said this before. The situation right now is looking a bit grim. Like that's what I'm just trying to point out. Like I don't want to be negative. I'm not a negative guy. Like I don't know, Robert. Maybe you're not seeing me before, but I'm not a negative person. But right now, it's very hard for me to see the light right now because I think the way we play right now doesn't suit some players. How we look right now in terms of performance-wise, we look very lethargic in my past. So I don't know about you. We look quite lethargic in the way we play.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff right now, bro, is not looking great, and this is without Conference League football. Which again, I know the Conference League is not that big in terms of like the guys who got there, but like, look, that's gonna be 2 games a week. You might need to be going to away fixtures at different places too.
Yeah,
bro, and you not got the bodies there too.
You know what? One thing that the Conference League allowed us to do was to play out of form players into form.
Exactly.
Enzo was out of form.
Yeah.
Played in the Conference League, bangs a couple, hat trick of assists, and be like, okay, come back on. Now you're in a good one.
By the way, Ahmed, your stat was wrong.
Like Neto.
My apologies, thanks.
You're fine.
Neto in out of form, played in the Conference League, picks up, goes on a good run of form, and now he gets upgraded in the Premier League again. But and now without Conference League, it's just gonna be you're playing more costly games that you can afford and more tougher opponent that you can't make mistakes like you do in the Conference League that you can get away with. And
exactly,
that's just the hand we've been dealt. We're in poor run of form, and on top of that, we've accumulated our worst injuries in this poor run of form. and so there's no the only silver lining.
There's no way to break that's the problem.
The only hope is that the player gets back fit, and unfortunately, that's gonna.
There's not even fit. There's not even that's not positive. Like I said, like I kind of agree with what you said, Marshall. Without context, in terms of like when players are out, right?
Wait, shout out to Plymouth Argyle, by the way. Shout out to Plymouth Argyle. You know what I'm saying?
I can't lie to you.
I don't care. I'm petty. I don't care. I don't care.
We suck.
Tell Veta to shut up, Veta. I'm not here today, mate. I'm on smoke today, Veta. I hope you know that. Das, I'm on smoke too. Fuck you too.
Ahmed, were you against Garnacho?
Me personally, yes, I was actually.
I was against Garnacho.
Yeah, for me, like I actually wanted Barcola. I don't know if you know this. Yeah, a lot of this panel here, no one here liked Barcola. I was a big fan of it since his Leon days. Yeah, I was telling the
no, you're lying. I like Barcola when he was at Leon. You're lying.
Well, I don't know about that.
Not as much as you.
No. Yeah, but see, but at the end of the day, I was actually saying we should probably go for Barcola, but I realized. I think a lot of people forget this. Us and PSG have got beef, right? If you guys remember about obviously so it's gonna be obviously. I don't know how we're gonna make that happen. So because like unless we can repurpose stuff. I wanted Elise at the football club. I was really high on Elise as well. Like this, and then we didn't get him done either.
Yeah, because we don't want to pay the
wages. And like I think for me, like again, listen, I feel like again we gotta go back to the supporting directors and topics like that again.
No. But like, I want to cook Marshall what he said. Marshall, I kind of agree with you most of the time in terms of like the players coming back from. Like when they're out of the line, like when they get taken out of the team and they come back into it can help them mentally. That does not apply and never applies for players when they're injured. Because when they're injured,
when they're injury prone, especially,
it affects them mentally coming back from those injuries and having to get back into the team. Especially when you talk about injury prone players and you're talking about young injury prone players. Like the only players that we see. The only players that we've seen for Chelsea that hasn't affected is Reece James because he's seems to be just immune to that, and Kante. Outside of those two, every other guy we used to have that came back from injury would always take time to get back into things.
Remember can you imagine last season?
Yes, he scored and immediately then started the next game against Luton and was shit.
Yeah.
Okay. He wasn't shit, man.
Yes, he was.
He scored and got assists.
We were just doing the
against Luton. He didn't. That was Palace. He came off the bench against Palace, I think, and got a goal and assist. Against Luton, he started up front and was shit.
Also, like I will say though, like
rarely happens, and also with these guys, you got Badia Shield coming back, who outside of like a three game stretch has been terrible. So it's not like he's coming back into any we're not expecting the Badia Shield of old of the 6 months under Potter to come back. And we were still conceding a bunch of goals, like Ahmed and CP said with Fofana anyway. So even if he comes back, he doesn't fix anything. Like he's had his up.
Maybe not.
Makes it a bit better, but
those are the only two guys we're expecting to come back into the back line. Midfield, we've got no.
And the thing is, we know Fofana.
The only guy that could fix our team, and not even fix, but could help things is Lavia. And fuck knows if we see him again this season.
And you know what's crazy?
I need to point something out because I did say this earlier.
Just little quick, yeah. And also, we need to realize we have got very injury-prone players already playing for us. Reece James, ambulance sign. You know what I mean? Fofana, when he comes back, ambulance sign. You know, Pedro Neto has not gone injured yet, by the way, guys. You know, this season.
Listen, when Reece James steps into the pitch, you hear this in the distance.
Listen, guys, Pedro Neto, Mr. Ambulance sign, has not got injured yet. Christopher Nkunku, another one. Ambulance sign since he's been with us.
But hold on. But what I'm trying to get at,
before them.
I get that. But like, I remember I did say this earlier. Like, we have 4 games before we go into an international break. I am praying for an international break at this point because I need something to break up this form.
Oh boy.
But also Robert said it earlier, like we don't have like a conference league to bring these players back into form, but who's to say that maybe an international break could be something that the players need to bring them back to form too? I don't know. They could go worse.
They need a Dubai trip. You're sounding like Arsenal so much right now.
I want an international break when actually all of them are unable to go for little niggles in here.
Yeah,
And
that
just
could be
stay
too.
Coben.
Yeah.
But over, and this I'm gonna be controversial here. For one reason or another. But do I feel like Sanchez would have saved at least 2 of those goals today?
God damn it.
No.
Hey, I'm just
Oh
saying.
my god!
I'm moving on
forgot,
screen.
I forgot to tell you, Robert's a heavy supporter of Robert Sanchez. I forgot. To
Yeah,
tell
why
you
am I
that.
not surprised?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I forgot to.
I'm just saying that if you goals that have gone past Jorgensen, I'm looking like
Yeah, but again, if you had watched Villarreal, Robert, I don't know if you watched Villarreal last season. I watched them. I already knew Jorgensen was trash, so I'm expecting them to be both bad. So that's just me.
Okay, the first goal I might give you Sanchez.
The first goal, yeah.
The second one, no. Sanchez. No wait, I can see because I've seen Sanchez make. Here's the thing: Sanchez can make saves at times, but then he loses the ball 19 times, and 3 of them land in counterattacks that cost us goals, which Jorgensen doesn't do.
Now you're
Yes, they do. No, we're not overdoing it. I have eyes.
get your
I have
point.
eyes. I went to the optometrist yesterday. I know my eyes are fine, so I have eyes. I have fucking eyes that work. It's 20/20 vision. I know it works. I literally went yesterday. I got a whole eye.
But my point is like, you know, even you said that first goal, if that first goal is saved, and then like our players' heads not dropping yet because we're creating chances at that point. Once they score that first goal,
Marshall, this is why I hate Torontonians, man. And I'm a Vancouver white. I'm from Vancouver. I hate Torontonians, man.
then heads
Beaters
drop.
are fraud.
And Amex, the stadium is cheered up, and we did. Like the fact that you saved that first goal, the game is still in jeopardy, and you're still playing the chances.
I'm not defending the Robert Sanchez thing, but I will say to the point, right? Because I disagree. This is where I disagree with Robert. Like I don't. That's because your name is Robert, right? Robert. That's why you want Robert Sanchez. But to that point too, with the whole like shift of the game, I'm not blaming it on this moment, but I was livid when we didn't get that goal that Enzo scored. Livid. That was not a push. That was not. Well, it was a push, but it wasn't a foul.
I genuinely don't give a shit. Obviously,
yeah, it's like having a self penalty. It's fine. I can do.
It wouldn't
It's just
matter.
annoying me because that does change the tide of the game.
I've seen
It
that
wouldn't
game.
matter.
Thiago Silva used to do that all the time, and we used to love it. Like he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
wishing
I'm
he
not
was on
blaming
the
him,
ground.
No, but like if it was the other way around, if it was an offensive player doing that, we would have said for a simulation. He should have gotten a yellow for simulation for diving.
Yeah, but that's a center back.
Yeah, but that's in the box. Yeah, dude,
That's
we
in
used
the
to do
box.
that with the Terry and Mourinho when he used to say if two center backs fall at the same time, you can't keep the play going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, we're Chelsea side that survived on that. Who won leagues on that? I'm not criticizing them for a center back for falling lightly.
Yeah, no, defensively we were shambolic today. And that's
Also,
why we
I'll be
lost.
real.
We
I
lost
don't
'cause
think.
of the ref.
Say we get that goal. I don't think it changes.
No, yeah, the
Okay, Vader,
defense was so.
I'm a
bad.
hippie because I have the sunshine. Okay, I'm not drowning on 20 feet of snow. Okay.
But no, listen, I'm not running away from the fact that we lost completely because defensively we were absolutely shambolic. I think all of us can agree on that today.
Yeah, I think the loss. I think people are not gonna give him credit, but Noni being injured was a big loss because we were cooking on that right hand side.
First 20 minutes we were doing good
with Gusto overlapping, you know, and Cole Palmer missed a couple good chances, and one he probably should have squared it to Enzo or play Nkunku in. But boy, we were cooking them on that side, and it's unfortunate that it's actually when he created a chance that he got injured. We created a chance for Cole Palmer, and then he just got injured.
No, once Neto, and that's where like, and Robert, we'll talk about this obviously on Javon's Javon's show. No, I get it, Scott. Like I agree 100%, but I also like, and Robert, we'll talk about this more on Javon's show, but like, I also put that on Maresca. You saw what happened in the FA Cup, and you decided to do the same thing. And what happened? Same exact thing. Same exact thing.
Changed it though.
No, Lamptey locked them up, Robert. The whole game.
But the original setup was Noni. Normally we're gonna play you in.
I get that, Robert. But what I said, what I was thinking he should have done was at least put Sancho on the right and Neto on the left and see what happens. Because both of them were useless today. And maybe having different opponents, because when you look at it tactically, like, and big up to whoever just rated us. I just saw that. So big up to you guys. I think Sarcasm City raid. There we go. Big up. Appreciate it. I'm going way over time. Like, I've never gone this long, but it's okay because I'm enjoying the conversation. But like, it's you look at what was happening on the pitch, and when you look at how these managers plan, and if Maresca is as much a statistician as people have said he is, then he's looking at the matchups. Right, he's looking at the matchups like, okay, Neto is going to go up against Lamptey. That didn't work. That's why he put Nani in, and Nani was cooking a lot more. But at least try to put Sancho there. Look what happened when Tariq George came on. When Tariq George came on,
exactly. Like why Maresca should be able to say, I trust Neto to beat Lamptey more than Tariq George is. Like it's not on Maresca that Neto can take on Tariq Lamptey.
Big up CP. Mm-hmm.
Like that's fully on Pedro Neto. It's nothing on Maresca whatsoever. I think that if the players should look themselves in the mirror, like Sancho getting the ball and consistently just passing it back to Cucurella over and over and over instead of just trying to take on a man. That was just gross incompetence. Like, the players just need to take accountability, look at themselves in the mirror and say, you know what, I can do better and I have to do better. And next game, come with a new mindset to be, to kill whatever is in front of you figuratively.
Yeah, I get that. I think for me,
smash a like, ladies and gents, from the raid, by the way. And subscribe.
I think I get that, but I just think at the end of the day, Maresca is an inexperienced guy, guys. We're gonna have to at the end of the day expect these mistakes to happen with him as well, right? Whether we like him or not, that's gonna happen.
Stubborn.
And
he's very stubborn.
And the thing is, if he continues to be like this stubborn and he doesn't
more stubborn than Tuchel,
and he doesn't obviously try to upgrade himself, right? Because we're not giving him the players right now to help him do whatever he needs to do right now. In my honest opinion, then you gotta expect these results as well on some level too.
Mm-hmm.
No, everybody's got to do better. Like, this is what we have. So Maresca has got to reach into his deep in his back, pull out some crazy tactical formation to beat out Villa, to beat out Southampton,
really
to beat out Leicester, and then he's
not good. But the thing is, he's like a student of Pep, right? He's very much a student of Pep, right? And like, I know obviously Arteta is a bit different in terms of like how he has definitely changed his tactics a bit more to be a bit more like defensive compared to the free-flowing football he was playing. But like, I feel like with Maresca, he definitely seems like the type of guy that I'm gonna stick to plan A. I'll make a few tweaks here and there to make plan A work. But like, he's just gonna be plan A.
Like, he's not gonna go to a back 3 or back 5 or anything.
Exactly.
Like that. It showed today.
Yeah. And I think for me today was probably the best example of that, as Mark was saying. Like 100%.
And to be fair, like, Brighton does not play low block. And they just kind of knew for Chelsea, low block.
I mean, they learned from the first game.
But the thing is, but listen, there are sometimes managers where, they're willing to sometimes deviate from their tactics every once in a while. And I think Herzl is a good example of that, right? Where he was willing to do that in order to get the win. I don't know if Maresca is willing for the win's sake, do that sort of thing. That's the problem.
Yeah, but he did it in the first part of the season when we played them. He conceded the ball to them. Granted, because we had better defenders, you can say, at the time. With maybe a Fofana who had a good recovery pace, and so we kind of set up in this mid block and we hit him on the counter. That's how we scored most of the goals that we scored. But this time the Brighton manager said, well, everybody's had success against Chelsea playing low block. Let me just borrow the blueprint, and he found success. Do I think Emery will do the same? Probably. He's not opposed to doing that, but yeah.
Oh.
Yep. That's where it is. I think he was on his phone. His phone died.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Game's the game.
Game's the game.
Big
up Robert. No, that was an enjoyable conversation.
But listen, great up Robert. But listen, at the end of the day, Marshall, Are you? Listen, I think yeah. Maresca out. That's it, man.
Emery heard him. Emery heard Robert, and he was like, "Nah."
Veta, why are you here, Veta, bro? What do you want?
No,
why are you here,
we do
Veta?
have a team.
I'm gonna be real. No, we don't.
I disagree. I think
I don't want to see Veta. I'm not here to talk to you on Sunday. That's what you.
Is our attack, Marshall? Is our attack better than Aston Villa's?
Not right now. I'll be honest.
What's an? Can you please remind?
Rashford, Watkins.
I'm a stupid American. Remember.
Rodgers, Bailey, Marlon.
At the moment, no.
Cool. There you go. Is our defense better than Villa's? With everyone fit. Let's not do the currently. Let's get everyone fit.
This Arse's back there too.
Fuck this ass.
Welcome back, Robert.
Is our defense better than Villa's?
Is our defense better than Villa's?
Yes.
They got no defenders. This ass is not
No,
allowed.
If everyone is fit. If everyone is fit.
Oh, if everyone is fit.
Oh man, that's such a tough question to say because
No,
like I want to say yes. I want to say yes.
Just because we have way better fullbacks.
Like if you went back, like you know what I'm thinking, Scott? I'm thinking like if you asked me this in the beginning of the season, I would have said yes. Right now in current form, no. That's a question mark. No.
But the thing is, like Marshall did, but this is where like for me. The form
we have a better midfielder. We have better midfielder.
Well, yeah, we have a better midfield, 100%. Our midfield is good enough to finish off 100%. But for me, with like the defense hasn't got better or worse. The defense has been the same as it's been the whole season. We make stupid mistakes and concede stupid goals. Like it's the exact same. We were doing the same at the start of the season. We were doing the same early on in the season. We're doing the same now. The only difference between now and the start of the season is the attack is so much worse. But that's not surprising, considering the only one in our attack that performs consistently is Palmer, and he has fallen off a cliff. Jackson was always streaky.
Yeah, he is.
Sancho, since he's been in England, has never been that guy. Like, I like him. He's probably on talent our best winger, but he's never been that guy. Madueke's never been that guy, and Neto's never been that guy from an output perspective. So, like, it goes back to the conversation we had, and it goes back to the ludicrous predictions you and Chris gave, where it was like, oh, we're going to score 90 goals. Based on what?
We were on track, bro. Come on.
Who said that?
I said
he
that.
did.
I said that.
Marshall did.
Well,
90 goals.
I'm delusional, but I didn't.
See, this
Hey,
is
Robert, come on, bro.
Marshall, hang on, Marshall. In your fantasy land of us, in your fantasy land of us scoring 90 league goals, where's the breakdown? How many's each person getting, bro? Who in our attack? Who's getting double digits?
Scott, don't do this. You slightly saw where I was coming from, even though
I didn't.
No, I didn't expect Nkunku to be this bad in the league. If Nkunku was as good as we all thought he was going to be,
bro, how many goals do you think Nkunku was going to get?
Bro, I thought Nkunku was going to be lead top. First of all, I thought Nkunku was going to start over Jackson. Clearly, that never happened.
Then you're stupid.
No, but we didn't know Nkunku was going to be this bad in the system.
I mean, we saw that after 5 games, bro.
We did our predictions 4 games into the season.
We did. And I still hold that Nkunku left wing wasn't that bad.
No. We started our thing 4 games into the season.
Yeah.
How many did Nkunku start of those games? 1?
One of them. And I thought eventually Nkunku was going to overtake Jackson. That never happened.
So you didn't answer my question. How many goals did you think he was going to get?
I thought Nkunku was going to get us at least 20 goals.
Okay. Where's the other 70 coming from then?
All comps.
No, in the league. We said
in
this
the
is
league. In the league.
Okay. That's the right reaction. Yeah, that's the right reaction. Cool. To follow up My follow-up question. Where's the other 70 coming from, bro?
I thought Palmer would match his output, and I thought Jackson would get, at least get similar, because I thought he would be playing at the right wing and 10, both positions. He's only been playing 10, and I thought Jackson would at least get 15.
So
Jackson 15, Felix 5.
How many did Palmer get last? How many did Palmer get last season?
24.
So you thought he'd match his output? Hang on. You said he'd match his output, but Nkunku would be top goal scorer. The maths ain't mathing, bro.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, let's
Listen, I
be
didn't give
generous.
it much
Let's say
thought.
Palmer gets 18, and Kunku gets 20, and Jackson gets 15. That's 43 goals of the 90 accounted for. That's half of the amount. Where's the other comment, bro? You
Listen,
thought Neto
you gotta.
What you're saying is,
Yo,
what you're
Flawless,
saying.
if you don't get the fuck out of here,
No, Flawless. Don't help this man. No, don't help this dude. No, don't help this dude. You
Oh,
thought
no,
Neto
Flawless,
was
that's
gonna.
a good point, though. That's a good point for Flawless. Though.
No, it's not. No. We're not helping Marshall. We're not helping him
No,
dig
no,
out the
no,
hole.
no, that's, no, you see, now that I think about it,
This
it's
is a
very
howler.
crazy.
Absolute howler.
He doesn't see it, bro. He's trolling.
Marshall was just trying to eat.
What happened to Robert? He
I'm
froze
hearing-
again. Oh, there we
So
go.
what I'm hearing is, in order for this to happen, you needed Sancho to have another Dortmund-like season, which he hasn't had since he left Dortmund the first time. You needed Neto to double his best ever goal-scoring record. You needed Madueke to do what he's actually done this season, but do better. And you needed Felix to just contribute in some meaningful way, which he's never really done since leaving Benfica. Quality, great, like fantastic. Bro, you wanted things to happen that have never happened before.
Hey, listen, I'll say this. Sometimes, I'll admit this, sometimes I believe what I say up until you give me the facts, and then I have to waffle. So I had to waffle my way into believing that one. So I'll hold my hands up. Once you guys said 90 goals, I was like, ah, shit, how do we get 90 goals? I didn't know I had to hit that high of an output.
Oh,
so
wow.
I had to make the math happen, you know? Oh my god. But no, big up everyone, big up the panel. I think it's time to end the stream. This went on a lot longer than even anticipated.
I can't even defend that one.
Damn, I can't believe even Robert couldn't defend it.
Yeah, no, you on that one, bro. I would defend Sanchez and Disasi, but 90 goals, that's too far.
Yeah, this guy. How do you have a knack to show up at the very end of the stream? This stream should have ended an hour ago, and you just showed up, Brian. That's crazy. But either way, ladies and gents, Robert, thanks for coming on. By the way,
You don't want my opinion?
Thanks.
No, I need to end. I'm an hour over.
Hey, that's your fault, man. Anyways, Maresca. I'm joking.
Thanks for coming on, Robert. Thanks for coming on, Prime, even though, you know, it's an hour late. But hey, I'm still on anyways. Thanks for everyone for coming on. Thanks for everyone in the chat. Thank you so much to Flawless for the raid. I do appreciate it. Big up to everyone that joined in as well. If you haven't done so already, be sure to smash up the like button. It does help out tremendously with the channel. There's over 100 of you here, so smashing that like button would be very generous and helpful. If you do like the content, if you had a laugh, if you enjoyed the Chelsea therapy that we had today, because let's be honest, this was a therapeutic stream. We needed every single bit of it to help us cope with what happened today. Double L's against Brighton in a row. Bending over for Brighton. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So big up to every single one of you who enjoyed the stream. Big up to every single one of you who enjoyed Robert coming on, making his cameo on the live stream. So big up to you, Robert. And everyone, smash up the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. And if you haven't done so already, check out the memberships. We have 4 different tiers starting at 99p. And at the proper casual and higher tier, we give shout outs to those members for their support at that tier. And that's going to be TM127, EE, Dark, Adrian, A. Solomon, EPL Turf Pels, SDFC Benny, CAA Mafia, Adam CFC, and Daniel. Thank you so much for your support. I believe there was also another person that joined as a member today. I can't remember. I got to look all the way back. But big up to you guys for your support and your donation. I will not be here on Sunday. I have a show. So I won't be able to do the show, the live stream, but we'll be back at some point next week, I'm sure. Be sure to check out the Final Whistle podcast. There'll be a show dropping on Tuesday, and I will be on American Waffle on Sunday. So check out American Waffle over on TJ Warren TV now. And yeah, I hope you guys try to enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully Newcastle and Man City draw and Bournemouth don't get any points. That way we stay in top 4. Big up to every single one of you. Have a wonderful night. Stay casual. Peace.
Peace.